Welcome back to Malta. Sun's out and fireworks going off in the background. Some fireworks here in the middle as well. Excited today because Romania and Switzerland, they'll be here for the first time as part of this 5-team tournament. First up, got a rematch between Malta and Luxembourg. Just one run in that match yesterday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Valletta Cup T20 International live from Malta, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket, and I do mean huge. We've got action here in Malta. We'll start you off and finish you off today, but in between we have 5 matches, the final day of round-robin matches in the ECS Hungary. Also, we have a T20 International women's match from the Netherlands. So there's a lot going on, but right here we're going to start the day with match 2 in this Valletta Cup. Now, of course, the Medina Cup finished yesterday. That was a 3-team tournament. 5-team tournament here. We had the first match last night. Malta going down in that one, but they're up first against Luxembourg. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The officials over there with the 2 captains.
Okay, today's Valletta Cup second match, Luxembourg vs Malta. This is the toss time. It's the head, tail, it's the tail. Tail it is. You have won the toss. Okay, Malta won the toss, bowling first.
So the news from the toss is that Varun Prasath has won the toss and the Maltese skipper has elected to bowl first. So back to bowling first up in the morning. I think it's something to do with the fact that the field is pretty wet in the morning because it does get watered quite heavily overnight because of the extreme heat here at the moment. So he feels that he wants to chase. Luxembourg were the ones executing the chase yesterday when these 2 teams met. Breaking the tie off the very last ball, it was Elias Jabarkel who was the hero as Luxembourg took 15 off the last over. So some very recent history between these 2 teams who've split their matches so far this week, 1 apiece. Luxembourg, though, chance for a fresh start for them because although they had a 1-3 record in the Medina Cup, this is their first match in the Valletta Cup, of course, which is a 5-team tournament. For Malta, though, they've got some injury worries, don't they? I think Sharju's out with a broken thumb now. We know Magal's had issues with his lower leg. We saw Wakar get one on the finger yesterday, so I think we might see a slightly different looking team from them over the next couple of days. Luxembourg, though, I mean, they need to find some runs. Someone like a Tim Barker, he needs to make a big score, I think, if Luxembourg are going to be competitive on the chase today. Let's talk about the conditions then right now. Well, it's the kind of weather that would make Satan blush, to be honest. It's currently about 27 degrees. It's going to get up to 31, but you can just add on a whole bunch more because it feels really hot out here in the middle. It feels like kind of a high 30s or 40 degrees. So let's get ready for some action. Looking forward to this one, the rematch of the single run fixture yesterday, Luxembourg versus Malta. News from the toss is that Malta have won the toss and they've sent in Luxembourg. Let's see what happens and let's get ready for some action as we head over to the commentary box.
Good morning once again from central commentary position. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And it is day 2 of the Valletta Cup, but it's day 4 of our Maltese adventure. And I've got to say, big hello to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have some action in the chat already. We've got Creamy Daddy in there. We've got Rob Thompson, we've got Dave B as well, and Ivan B as well. So all the Bs coming out. And tell you what, right now, the sun's coming out, and once again, it is pretty warm, even though it's only 8:27 in the morning. And you saw that news from the toss, that Malta winning the toss, electing to bowl. So I wonder if there's any shades of yesterday when Malta did go down on the very last ball. And that was a pretty entertaining game, to say the least. Malta have had some tight ones. Also got some injury issues. You see that Sharju's out with a broken thumb. You see that Afi Khan, who's the man that comes in to the lineup. That's actually last night's. We'll try and get you the right one pretty shortly. But, you know, for Luxembourg, though, I mentioned someone like a Tim Barker maybe to get some runs, and I think that, there we go, we got the right one up now. So you've got Dingra list at the top. Not so sure that'll happen, but Halbarvi's important. Tim Barker, I think we'll see him up the top. Vikram Vij, and William Coate comes into the side, but he comes in just as a bat. For Malta, though, you can see that Zishan is important at the top. Afi Khan comes in, you list at the 3 position. They've kind of mixed and matched their order a bit. They bat all the way down. We say Yash Singh, I quite liked his spin that he brought to the table yesterday. So this is the number 2 match of 10, plus there'll be finals here in the Valletta Cup. And so we'll have 3 matches today, and it's going to be big. It's going to be a big day of cricket. And a big hello. I know the Corey Rutgers is tuning in as well. He's probably just having an early morning, studying up for his T20 International a little bit later on. And I want to say big hello to Rico and Charlie, who are standing by. In about 45 minutes. They will be in the thick of it in Hungary. I know it's been pretty hot over there as well. The action hotting up in Hungary. Last day of round robin matches today before finals day tomorrow. And so, yeah, Malta taking the field. Had some nail biters, haven't they? Luxembourg yesterday. It was an interesting game. It's had so many twists and turns. I've got to say, Shiv Curran Gill, top of the order, as I thought we might see. He's out there with Tim Barker. So, yeah, that would have been my opening combination. And Chanchal Sudasanan still with the gloves for Malta. That's despite Afi Khan coming into the lineup. And he's a guy we've seen a fair bit of. And also a very proficient wicketkeeper in his own right. He's been played as a specialist bat today. So, yeah, 20 over cricket. It's a fully fledged T20 International. So, obviously, the ICC criteria applies. And if you weren't aware, as of about 4 years ago, all T20 International cricket between ICC-affiliated countries count as full T20 Internationals. I think it's a great step, and I think it's done wonders for cricket across the world, especially in Europe. There's a lot of countries that play. Fanyan Magal missed a game when he got cracked on the shin a couple of days ago. Anyway, he seems all right now. He batted pretty well, actually, yesterday. Made a bit of a cameo. Now, the thing about Fanyan Magal makes him a little bit different. He's a left armer, but he'll actually take the ball into the left-hander rather than away. So, yeah, you'll see it'll kind of go left to right on your screen. And I do think he bowls better from this end. And he's starting off from this morning. If you want to say hello, now's always a great time. ECN European Cricket Network. And I do say I quite like the first 45 minutes of the day because I have you all to myself. Don't have to share you because Hungary will get going in about 45 minutes. That's going to be a great day. I'll be following that pretty closely as well. But anyway, right here, right now, Tim Barker to face the first ball of the day. Fanyan Magal to get us going in match 2 of the Valletta Cup. Off back foot, just probably a touch short from Magal, who he's pretty effective when he pitches it up early because he does get that swing. Yeah, 26 degrees currently, but the field is pretty wet. And it's wet not because it's been raining, it's because it's pretty much soaked overnight to try and keep the field in such good condition. It takes a while for that to burn away. And that's what I'm talking about. Bites in towards Barker. Pitched up. Slightly specious run, but gets away with it. There's Yash Singh. He was a good inclusion yesterday, providing a bit of a spin option. Just forgets how to walk, a bit like a baby giraffe there for a second. Dave saying it's cloudy. He is in Nantes today in France. Hello, Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand as well. Hello to Shayon. Let us know where you're watching from, Shayon. Nice to see you with us. Raza as well. Hello to Sri Collar watching from Luxembourg, cheering his guys on, I'm sure. Hello to Keanu. And happy birthday once again for yesterday, Keanu. Believe it or not, it came up in my reminders when I got home. It's Keanu's birthday, the 12th. Well watched by Shiv Karan Gill. Played one of the shots of the week so far. He cracked Noman Amjad halfway to the city, back over his head. Pretty useful player. Can bowl a bit as well. Shiv Karan Gill if required. Yeah, nice looking shot. That'll be 4. It goes with the swing. So, I mean, McGall's a handful if you haven't seen him before, because he does the opposite of what most left-armers do. But, I mean, once you know it, you can kind of play for a little bit, and that's exactly what Shiv Karan Gill does there. It's a really nice way to open your account. Bit more careful this time into the first over. McGall not a bad one. Does go for a boundary. Luxembourg, 5 without loss. Yeah, Tim Barker always looks organised. Yeah, he looks like he's threatening, put it that way, the opposition. Anyway, this is what we got today as far as internationals go. This is in addition to what we've got in Hungary. So Romania and Switzerland, they're the 4th and 5th teams to join the party this week, and they'll lock horns in match 3. Romania, big one for them, and they're the only team today that have to back up. So every day there's one team, because there's basically 6 spots, there's 5 teams, there's one team that have to do it a 2-game day now, and Romania do that straight away. They've been working hard on their fitness though. I know that's something they've given a lot of attention to. And yeah, later on, I think Corey Rutgers has been in touch with me, standing by, saying he's watching the coverage. Corey, why don't you drop in the chat and say hello? So everyone be happy to see you. Yeah, let's have a look. Look here. Oh, could be the earliest injury ever, but I think it's more just a preventative measure, because it's Waqar Afridi Ahmed who's going to get us going in over number 2, and he's having a really good series. Now, Waqar Afridi is actually cousin of Riaz Afridi, who plays for the Czech Republic. That's a good one first up. Just leaves Barker. Lucky not to nick it. Shayon is asking, is there a chance to play here? Well, there is, if you live in Malta for 3 years and then get picked. So you've got to remember these games are played using ICC criteria. They're T20 internationals. You've got to qualify on citizenship or by fulfilling a residency requirement of minimum 3 years. Edged and gone. Now Barker, he'll be so annoyed. A little bit of a loose stroke away from his body, and guess who? It's Waqar Afridi Ahmed once again. Draws the outside edge. Got to say, it's a good field position there. And I think that's Afi Khan in a kind of floating slip position. Couldn't have gone straight at him anymore if he tried. And Barker is an early victim. Waqar Afridi having such a good week. I mean, there's a bit of guesswork about where you put this position, and yeah, that goes straight to Afi. Welcome to the tournament. Comfortable height as well. And Waqar Afridi, he pulls out the Afridi celebration. Malta have their tails up now, 5 for 1 in the second over. Very good captaincy as well. I was a little bit critical of some of the captaincy towards the end of the contest yesterday against Luxembourg, where I felt that Malta might have just been able to slow the game down a little bit and really work out a plan for the last ball when the scores were tied. They kind of went through the motions. But that was a clever bit of work. And Afridi taking the ball away from Barker a couple of times. Barker only contributing a single. This is a guy that I find quite interesting, though. This is Ahmed Halbavi, who comes out at number 3. Came out all guns blazing the first time we saw him on the pull. And he became a kind of human body bag. Copping blows all over his body and getting hit in the helmet. next game we saw him, but I think he's got some talent. Here he is, batting first drop for Luxembourg. Flirts with one outside the off stump. What makes Waka Afridi so damaging is, as opposed to someone like a McGall who moves the ball most of the time one way, Waka is a bit ambiguous, so it might leave, it might come back, and you're not quite sure. And you can see that in the dismissal of Tim Barker, the way that he wasn't quite sure, was it going to come back at him, was it going to go away? Ended up getting a thick outside edge. Couple of outswingers though to start against Halbavi. I want to say quickly to Andy, who's watching as well. Good morning to you, watching from Spain. I'm sure it's hot over there. Tell me if it's hot there at the moment. Yeah, he said 41 recorded where he was. Feels like 50. We'll be in Prague next week as part of the Blue Crew, where it's 33. Will be wonderful. Feel a bit cold. Prague, I was there pretty recently. It was also pretty warm. Such a good ball. It's a really good ball. Well, Afridi said, hey, I didn't want it to do that much. This isn't hittable, really. It comes in, goes away late, jumps off the length. And that's one of those ones where you just kind of are quite happy that you survive and you don't want anything like that again. Hello to Stephen Waddell as well. Great to see you, Steve. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, it says it's sunny in England. Well, it's a turn up for the books. Last ball, the over. Oh no, it's a skied ball. Sudasanan wants it, goes back and takes the catch. Halbavi, who's been so good on the pull, but it's been his undoing this time. Waka's fired up. And this one a little bit shorter. Halbavi, doesn't really get across. Plays it from a standing start. And it's always tough when you're trying to pull a ball that far outside off stump. You've got to go fetch it, and it means if you get it wrong, it gets skied. I mean, that's the ball. It's probably safer to cut it than pull it, but Halbavi likes to play that stroke, and he's going to go. And he goes without scoring. And he's the second wicket to fall. 5 for 2, end of the over as well. And Waka Afridi Ahmed, a double wicket maiden to get his day going. What an over. This guy's just having such a good series. Oh, excited to see the Valletta Cup standings there, which include Romania and Switzerland. And I was in Romania fairly recently, just a couple of weeks ago, so I'm looking forward to seeing those guys again. Of course, we know Switzerland pretty well now as well, being part of the ECC. The last couple of years, also we've seen representative sides, the champion club at the ECL in 22 and 23, and pretty excited. In just a few weeks, we'll be in Switzerland for our first ECS there since 2020. So, team we know reasonably well now. All right, well, Luxembourg, this is a horrendous start, really. Shivkaran Gill as watcher from the other end. He's actually looked okay so far. It's an army of one. Keeps this one out, just knocks it to the leg side, no run. And it's been joined by his captain now, Just Mays. Spain for Sport, aka Andy, saying great over from Afridi, it was. Hello to Northern Ireland Nick as well, nice to see you. Educated edge, but soft hands. Gill keeps it down, gets one. Like Afridi though, I mean, I think he just narrowly lost out on the player of the series to Gus McKeon of France, who in that 5-match series hit 4 decent scores, 2 half-centuries and a couple of 40s. But Waka Afridi's just got that X factor, doesn't he? And remember, it's his first week in international cricket, Waka Afridi. He's just qualified on the residency criteria. You can see the Master International Cricket Ground looking pretty as a picture today. So yeah, Waka's been right at home, and it's impressive to me sustaining his performance throughout the week. We're into day 4 now. Mays pushes at one, doesn't get a run. So yeah, Mays copped a golden yesterday. He avoids that at least. Looks like he's done his homework on McGall as well. He's kind of expecting that ball to break away from him a little bit. It's called a wide. Umpires have been pretty strict on wides for T20 internationals. Often they'll give the line to the bowler in this form of the game. I think for the most part, they're saying, hey, keep it inside the line. I've got to say I prefer it that way. I mean, you want to encourage slightly less defensive bowling. If it's just a race to away from the batter, it's not really that viewer friendly. Full, just knocked away by May, still to get off the mark. Need a partnership, don't they, just to steady things. Luxembourg, Malta occasionally have white-knuckled some chasers. Botched one on the first match of the week against France. So yeah, just got to get like a 120 plus, give you something to bowl at as a minimum. A little edge this time. You know, this McGall does bring the odd one back. He's just a slightly awkward character because of his action as well, which is very whippy. McGall certainly didn't quite bowl as well as he can, or bowl to his potential when he first re-entered the team after missing that game through injury, but he's looking more like himself. And also, you know, we've seen him used opening the batting. I kind of like it. You know, he really was hyper-attacking in the power play. Cracked a quick 20 yesterday. Fortunately, couldn't quite go on with it. Malta going down by 30 runs to France in the first over, in the first match, I should say, of the Valletta Cup. As we get to the end of the third over, a pretty tight one from McGall. Luxembourg 8 for 2 after 3. Yeah, hello to Shayon and Janatul watching from Bangladesh. Keanu saying this ground looks like it has good facilities. Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, Keanu, I've got to say this Master Sports Club, it's really exciting. It's a facility that's been around for a while. I mean, you might even catch Russell Crowe playing tennis or golf here. He's actually played cricket here as well. But there's multi-sport, there's golf, there's archery just near us, there's tennis, there's squash, there's probably more that I don't even realise. Nice aquatic facilities as well. Here's a Freedy back. Don't take... Oh, run here. Well, Siddhasanan threw blindly, which he does all the time. But it reminds me of when you kind of accidentally step on the biggest guy in the nightclub's toe. And I'm just happy that it hits Mesa's bat and not anything else. Otherwise, we might have had our first ever cricket chase, literally. To be honest, Shivkaran Gill tossing up whether to run. I think Shivkaran Gill's the only batter that's looked really comfortable so far. Would have been handy if he'd got down that end to try and handle Raka Afridi. Instead, another ball. So he missed outside the off stump. Afridi still just moving it slightly away from the right-hander. A little bit of right to left. That's all it needs to do. Half a bat is what they used to say. Yeah, also, we had a bit of a birthday celebration for Tim Wheeler, one of the local cricket personalities here last night. That was at the golf club. Went straight after the last ball was bowled. Mays will get off the strike this time with a run. Yep, Keanu. Sounds like he had a pretty good birthday dinner, saying he had ribs, steak and chicken with coleslaw and chips for dinner. Well, you don't have to choose on your birthday, Keanu. You're allowed a bit of everything. And sounds like that's what you did, so good on you. Freedy finally goes for a run. This will be a good contest. Shivkaran Gill looked pretty organised so far. Dave saying did an open air mic session last night. Well, I know you love your music, Dave. You enjoying that? Next one is just inside the tram line. Pitched up, and Shiv Curran-Gill takes it on. He's been good on the drive so far. Gets a second boundary. Challenge thrown down, challenge accepted by Shiv. And it's probably just a little bit too full, probably a metre short of that. Gives the ball a chance to actually do a little bit of something off the pitch by the time it reaches the bat. But Shiv Curran-Gill, I mean, that's classical, isn't it? This guy's got power, but he's no slogger. Freedy. See what he comes back with, I think. Same kind of ball, metre shorter. Trying to lure him into it again, maybe get an edge. A bit short than that even this time. Shiv Curran-Gill has time to adjust. At the moment, he's looking the most likely to turn this around for Luxembourg after 4 overs. They're 13 for 2. I'll say quick hello to Where's Afridi? I know he's watching his very good friend Waka. Yeah, so have a look at the facilities there. You see that's the Marsa cricket ground, if you like, and then you've got the tennis over there. You've even got more tennis down there. You've got paddle, which are the blue courts there. You've got some clay court tennis as well. You've got golf all around. You've got the pool, which you might be able to see in a moment. And I've got to say, it's a wonderful facility. In the background, there's football, there's rugby. It's a really, really complex and multifaceted facility. And we're really lucky to be able to play a cricket here, and obviously get the ECS here a couple of times a year. And in Malta, with the climate, you can pretty much play all the way around the year as well. Magal in the 5th. To Mays, they've kind of worked out, hey, let's just keep zeroing in at this guy's stumps. Not really hurting us. Already seen him exposed a couple of times to balls that have cleaned him up, bowled LBW. You probably feel, 6'5", spear in the Yorker. See if he can jam down on it. Good ball. Really good ball. Nice. Dealing with the slide away movement here. Half propped forward. Lucky to survive it, but that's what you got to do to get good players out, move the ball off the straight. And really, that's what both these guys are doing so far for Malta. Full toss. That was the one that Mees wanted to get away, but he won't. It's actually really well fielded in the circle. That's a sensational bit of work. Low full toss, punched it, got a good piece of it, but it's so frustrating. You're trying to get going. That was Gopal Thakur who did the fielding. Made his debut yesterday in last night's match, actually. Pretty good with the bat. This one probably called, and it is, so it's doing a bit too much, but you can see one of the issues for Shiv Curran-Gill is he spent a lot of time off strike. He's faced 9 balls out of the first 28. It's kind of less than a third. And so it's just giving him very few balls in the power play when it's looking good. And he's 2 off 9. Plays and misses another one. He's in the Magal, can't believe it. It feels a bit more of a survival game than a 2020 at the moment. Well, hello to Zishan. Saying he'd like to meet Rico. Well, so would I. We've been kept apart at the moment because of the crazy schedule. But we'll be back together fairly soon. Mays gets one. That's a little bit shorter this time. We should get a couple here. He will. Makar does the fielding. Mays doubles his score. I know that Riaz is watching from the Czech Republic. He's a very talented fast bowler as well. So, yeah, watching Waka Afridi, and maybe the Afridis, they've got a bit of a bond, I think. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of the Afridi celebration. Used to be a bit polarising, but it's kind of iconic, isn't it? 2 arms up in the air, stand still, wait for everyone to come to you. When I used to celebrate, I used to be the one that everyone was chasing. Eventually, they'd get tired and give up. Last ball for McGarl here in the 5th. I wonder if he'll get bowled out. Another ball that Mees can't deal with outside the off stump. And so it's slow going so far for Lux. They're 16 for 2 after 5. So the question is here, okay, for sure, I think, I would have thought for sure Waka Afridi would get a 3rd, but maybe not. Just seeing that looks like Mazim Abbas might be taking over. I was going to say, I'd be pretty tempted to just stick with what's working. See, not too much happening on the run rate graph. Have a look at that though. This is what we're dealing with here. And that's the roundabout. I turn on my scooter every day, but you see the beautiful waterways. But obviously an island nation. That's very Malta, what you're seeing right there, with the type of buildings, the type of materials they use here. Obviously ports all around the place because it's an island, obviously a lot of shipping and that kind of infrastructure. The cruise liner in the background there. And then, yeah, if you turn around, this is what you see. You see a beautiful golf course. And, yeah, it takes a lot of water, obviously, to maintain this, given the fact that it's super dry at this time of year. Having said that, I've been here a couple of times when there's been flooding. And I've seen this ground underwater, but nothing like that right now. So, yeah, it's like you're looking at a postcard, really, isn't it? It's beautiful. Do recommend visiting it as well if you ever get the chance. All right, Wasim is going to get a bowl. He took a hat trick earlier in the week on day 1 of Imdina Cup. Floating slip in place. Cut away. Straight at the fielder though. That's Eldos Matthew. Now he was a bit of a surprise bowling option we saw yesterday, bowling for the first time in international cricket and picking up 3 wickets. A little bit close to cut, but still has it under control. Found the fielder. Swing and a miss. So I think Malta, when they've been playing well, particularly in the bowling and fielding aspect, but their bowlers have started it off by being really disciplined bowling outside the off stump. And you see that there's been the odd wide early on, but it's been because they've missed outside off. They've been super disciplined bowling one side of the wicket. You can set a field to that. Comes angled away. Again, no run. Has to hustle back. But yeah, at the moment they've got 6 of their 9 available fielders. Pretty close, you know. There's Big Mervyn. He's one of my favourite umpires, I've got to say. From the Netherlands. All right. He's lured into the drive. Probably plug. Touch and go. Gets there. 4 runs. And so Aurora chases after it. But that's one of the shorter boundaries on the Master International Cricket Ground. Square of the wicket. Again, Abbas asks the question. Chifkaran Gill has the answer and gets 4. And that's a shot that, you know, once we're out of the power play, which is after this over, there's an element of risk to that if they put a fielder back there. But I often see batters taking a few more calculated risks in the 6th over if they've been in so far, because they know it's going to be pretty tough to find the boundary after this over once 5 outfielders in play rather than just the 2 you've got at the moment. Solid though. Has to run, does run, gets 1. Hello to Ronnie, nice to see you in the chat. Say Malta have an excellent opening bowling attack today. Well, I mean, they do have a good attack. You've got to say, look, we talk about the French attack a lot, but let's talk about Malta. They've got a lot of bowling options. You know, they've lost Bilal, but they they've had guys, now that guys we're not seeing, like Shaju, for example, who's out with a broken thumb. I think Waka's been a really good replacement. Anyway, Mays goes aerial. Well, this is a real teaser. Bermuda Triangle forms, and now Mays goes because there's nobody home at the keeper's end, and he gets two. Well, Mays has had a pretty unhappy time out there so far. Can't get too much going with the bat. Maybe that bit of luck sparks him on. As Abbas goes for 7 in the over, and at the end of the power play, Luxembourg 23 for 2. So losing Bilal, who's a very talented left armer, he's kind of playing a bit more cricket in Italy now. But the fact they've got Wakar Afridi Ahmed, he brings a lot to the table. And so that's a reasonable replacement. Geez, so much cricket going on. You can see Valletta Cup T20s where we are right now. And those top 3 you'll see today, Hungary as well as Netherlands, the Valletta Cup here in Malta. Next week we're in Czechia for the 2-week European Cricket Series, which finishes with an ECI. Then, yeah, European Cricket Series night in Portugal. So ECS nights, always exciting. And that'll be at Coimbra, the Miranda de Corvo Stadium there. Switzerland, mentioned that, they're back on the calendar. And what about the Continental Cup T20IWs? That's going to be really exciting as well. Rico might be heading to Romania for those. Shivkaran Gill just looked fairly composed. He's dealt with the bowling better than anyone so far. All right, Just has had issues with Magal, and I kind of like that they're bowling him out. You can definitely bowl out one of the openers. I think Magal's the one where he relies a lot on having the ball newer to do his best work, so that's why they're bowling him out. Mays, though, he's had about enough of this, and that could have gone all the way, Not quite, but it's 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Just gets a bit of length, and you can see he's been frustrated so far. He hasn't found his touch, but this time he gets a bit of width and no real footwork, just kind of throws the hands at it. Probably a metre short of the line, but he's built for it, isn't he? And so if he can get in, maybe he can do a bit more than just hold up an end in this partnership. Now it's full toss, comes back at him a little bit. So, in case I'm asking about the Continental Cup T20 Internationals, well, the women's tournament, which is the start of August, it's in Romania. So, top of my head, I think Romania is taking part. I think we'll also see Greece, Malta, and Isle of Man. So yeah, the Maltese women's team, get to see them again. They were pretty fun to watch in the ECIW in Spain a little bit earlier this year. At Greece and Isle of Man and Romania, actually, first time we've seen those 3 teams. So one thing I really love about season 2023, we have seen so much more international cricket and we've seen so much more women's cricket. So teams we haven't seen before, players we haven't seen before, being given an opportunity to show what they can do on ECN, which I just think is great for cricket. Gill drives, and that confident looking stroke. I think Magal now kind of eat this delivery, not really looking for trouble. Maybe just push a single, keep the strike, control the strike. Magal's bowled well. He only had to deal with one more ball from him. Yeah, that's exactly what Shivkaran Gill does as we get to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 29 for 2. Looking at the run rate, not going to set any record so far. Suppose they still have 8 wickets in hand. 20 overs is a longer game. You've still got 13 overs. If you can kind of start picking up, even let's say 8 and over. It's 104 from here. Would be 133. It certainly gives you something to bowl at. And Malta, been a bit hit and miss with the bat at times. What about Luxembourg, though? Probably of all the bowling attacks we've seen so far, there's a bit of a sameness to their attack. They got guys that will do a job for you, do a little bit, but they don't really have an enforcer. A little bit bereft of spin options as well. But runs on the board have held up more often than not so far in this series. Wasim Abbas to bowl his second over in over number 8. A bit of a cut shot, knocked back, and now they get an overthrow, so a bit of indiscipline there. There's some throwing, and the field's gone back. There's no backup. Wasim. Been a bit of a fixture in this side this week as others have gone in and out. Pitches up, goes, this will be out of your hits. Oh, he misses. Yeah. Tight single, and Mays has got some big steps, but yeah, for sure. He was gone if this hits the stumps. Prasanth couldn't hit the target. Now, swing and a miss. Seen a few of those this morning. It's a bit close to cut that one. A false shot from Gill. Been pretty good this morning. Cut away this time though. Really middle it, but get it easy too.
Good one, boys. Good one, boys.
So Abbas searching for this wicket. I mean, Shivkar Gill forgot's look pretty good. He's not quite cracking a run of ball. That's probably where you want to be. You lure him into the drive, it's not quite there for it. I think sometimes also the field's gone back. He's been trying to overhit the ball. This is the zone to go over cover. There's nobody. It's long on. There's deep points. That's a gap you can target, but it's pretty well bowled. Goes for it again. This time finds it along the carpet to Aurora. He does the fielding, and that's the end of the 8th over. The score is 34 for 2. So once again, it's kind of tick over 4 and over, and you can see nobody so far has been able to crack a run of ball. Just 2 extras, and pretty disciplined stuff so far. I think they'll be happy with their work. Valletta went down by a single run to Luxembourg yesterday. And now we're going to see some spin. It's going to be Yash Singh to bowl. So Magal bowls out at the city end, and now Yash is going to take over. And it was pretty good inclusion yesterday for Malta. He's like a leg spinner, but kind of the modern leg spinner. He's not really trying to rip it hard, but kind of bowls these kind of little doorknobs over the wrist. Relies on a lot of flight, gets a lot of bounce out of this pitch. All right, so Mace, what's his attitude? See the spin of Yash Singh. Cuts the first one away, doesn't beat the field. Yeah, so Yash, you'll notice, because he bowling leg spin essentially. It's a little kind of in movement. So just kind of that natural shape in and then hoping to turn it away slightly. Only slightly. It's not a huge spin of the ball. Flight's his thing. Mays goes across and goes got to win the angle this time. So, I mean, one way you'd play Yash Singh is a bit like an in-swing bowler, like a slow, medium in-swing bowler. Not really too worried about him beating on the outside edge. Cracks Siddhasana. That's him on the end of the finger, that hurts. Yeah. Yeah, bounces more than he thinks and comes in. In fact, he gets beaten by the in movement as well. So yeah, hopefully it's not too serious. I mean, one thing they do have today, they've got Afi Khan as, well, he's in the side. And you're also still allowed, or now you're allowed, I should say, anyone, a substitute fielder to wicket keep. That's a recent change in the laws. They take us as a special position, maybe for safety. It's now allowed. It wasn't before, but he's just going to get the magic spray. Yeah, you can see that was the bounce and the induck from Yash Singh, and I suppose he's a slow bowler, so it shouldn't hurt as much. Siddhasana's going to continue, I think. And if you're wondering what's so serious about it, when you get on the end of the finger, it basically pushes your finger into the rest of your hand and just puts an unreasonable amount of pressure on those joints. It can damage those joints, and trust me, I know the hard way. Often that'll happen when there's little deflections either off the pad or off the bat, where you just physically don't have time to react. It's not really a keeper error. That one probably was a slight misjudgment more than anything, but yeah, taking a bit of time to get Siddhasana right. Amandeep's asking what time is Switzerland playing today? Well, they're playing at 12:15 local, which is 3:45 in India. Yeah, well, got a bit of a feedback. Noticing the Continental Cup was in Romania. There you go. You can see the Romanian flag down there. And pretty exciting to have 3 games going at once, which we will later on today. Corey still doing the easy shift. Just kind of rocks up for one match. And I think he has a mimosa or something like that when he's finished. But here in Malta, you're loving the weather. Beautiful time of the year to come. I mean, it is hot, but it's an island. It's designed to be hot. There's lots of places to swim. Yeah, so speaking of Switzerland, we'll have an ECS and an ECI there in early August. Okay, so Siddhasana's good to continue. Yash Singh. Haven't been hit for a single so far. It's hit pretty well into the gap. That's 4 for Mays. You know, he's the sort of guy, he can hit the ball hard without looking like he's doing too much work, and this is one of those occasions. He just gets a bit of length to work with. It's a fraction short. I think Mays, no doubt, you've got to try and draw him forward into a mistake. You give him something he can hit sideways. That's also where the short boundaries are. That was a good shot. He's up and going now. He's actually overtaken Shivkaran Gill. Now he wants to do something similar, and he's going to get 4 more. This is all about the placement. He creates his own line here by taking a big step outside off. So he jumps across and turns that into a ball that's inside his front hip, and there's nobody back behind square on the boundary. So even though, I mean, that's pretty much right where Yash Singh wanted it to be, because he had length to work with, he was able to play that shot fairly easily. If that's fuller, it's tougher to do. So change of pace, change of luck for Luxembourg. As Mays, the skipper, moves up into the 20s. And now he goes straight down the ground, draws him forward, but that one's gone miles. Maximo! Again, there's just an ease with which Just hits this, and it smashes into the sight screen on the full. What a shot. And he's really bossed this over, and he's turned this game around. He's one he had to reach for, but he's a guy with the biggest reach on the field that does it. That was a really, really good shot down the ground. It's also the end of the over. It brings up the 50 for Luxembourg. 50 for 2 after 9. Well, still plenty of work to do, but there's time to do it. 11 overs still to go. And let's say even if you go at, let's say 9 and over, 99, you set 150 for Malta. You're in the game. Gash Singh, 1 over 15. Not sure he'll be back straight away. He just had his measure there. Hello to Sharon, nice to see you. Hello to Darren Sammy in the chat as well. Darren Sammy, love your work. So Romania, Switzerland, I'm sure we'll have plenty of viewers from there today as well. Maybe joining us for the first time this week. All right, well, here's a guy, Heldos Matthew. Haven't seen him bowling in a Maltese shirt until yesterday and did a great job, took 3 wickets. Has that golden arm. It's not the greatest start. A little wide, I think, more or less because it's down the leg side. Also given the 1 for the over. I don't know if this was that high. Let's have a look. Maybe. Is it over the shoulder? Yeah, fair enough. Umpire's been pretty good this week. So they're under pressure. They're out in the heat as well. It's asking for trouble, and he's going to get it. That's 4. There's 2 in a row. I mean, Matthew, if you look back at yesterday, he got his wickets by nipping the ball away, drawing guys forward. He's banged a couple in too short. And so far, hasn't quite been as effective. Bit of a word. I think rightly so. I think it's Laura, former captain, just saying, hey, listen, everyone's over there. Just try and stay away from that leg side. Rightly so. 6 fielders out of the 9 on the leg side to the left of the screen. Shortish again. Pick up throw. Actually, I think he would have made this, you know. We saw him getting run out once this week. And then he backs up and straight to the fielder. Despite that, just gotten through really quick there. Matthew needs to get it right. Mays faces him for the first time. Mays certainly looks a bit more comfortable now that he's got a few away. He gets to 30. A bit of a nervy start to his innings, played and missed a lot to McGall. But now he's settled in and see, don't judge game too early, a couple of early wickets, but Luxembourg got time to turn this around. Bites back a lot, I still think Matthew's a bit straight there. Any issue here for Jeff Curran-Gill, he can't get his hands to it, otherwise he's got another opportunity to score on the leg side, which is fairly sparsely attended. Slightly better. Fumble. Zisha frustrated. Couldn't hold on, but he's an important player, isn't he? Century earlier in the week. His first T20 national century. His first 50 actually as well. Picked up and driven. This fielder there. End of the over. It's the halfway point. Luxembourg clawed their way back to run a ball at the moment. They're 60 for 2. .31 for Mays. Up and going now. He's the first Luxembourg batter to get above that runner ball. Malta sending in Luxembourg, don't forget, after winning the toss. I mean, they'd be pretty happy with where things are at, but I think this is the point of the game where you maybe have to keep trying things. Now, Yash Singh does get a second over. Maybe just because Shiv Karangil is on strike, or maybe just backing him to say, look, I'm going to take risks to you. We think that you're the guy that can break this partnership. This hit from Shiv Karangil, but he'll get away with a single. All right, here's the battle resuming. Mays versus Yash Singh. Shapes to dance, but then can't get to it, so he just takes a step back, cuts away for one. Also shows me, Mays is not really going after everything. He's being a little bit selective, picking his moments. Shiv Karangil, he started with a couple of sparkling cover drives, but kind of been in a holding pattern ever since. Still there though, it's quite important. Talk about the importance of partnerships so far. This one's worth 57. 50 balls. Nice looking shot, could be trouble though. I think he's made it though. Mays, and he takes about 4 steps to get down the other end. It's useful because I think that anyone else would have been run out here. But he backs up and kind of makes the most of his natural attributes.
Come on, boys.
Yeah. So yeah, just makes that. I don't think anyone else is making that, if I'm completely honest. I reckon if you want to be too super technical, I think that Sudasanan might have knocked over the bails with his leg before he hits the stumps, but that's just something he's done a few times. He has to work on his awareness, make sure he doesn't do that. It's happening a bit too often. Just see, well, he knocks the stumps over anyway, so it probably wouldn't have mattered, but he's just got to try and make sure he doesn't disturb the bails early. Oh, May steps across and says, I'll have some more of this if you're going to keep him on. I'm going to keep on keeping on. Maximo! Just goes with the angle again and sends it out of the ground into the car park. What a shot. You can see that slight drift in and he just plays it on length. Gets down, slog sweeps it straight over the umpire's hat. Big Mervyn, well, he turned the head around pretty quick and said, yeah, I can see that 6. In fact, we'll probably have a slight break while they try and find that one. Now it comes down and gets this on the full. Partnerships matter. And already they've kind of got themselves up over run a ball pace, more like, I suppose, kind of 120s pace at the moment. And next one. Just worked away for one. So yeah, I like that they're not going at everything here. They're kind of picking their moments. Yash Singh's had a rough time in his 2 overs, none for 26. And after 11 overs, Luxembourg 71 for 2. 9 overs to go. With 8 wickets left in hand, they've still got batting to come, don't they? And not too worried about getting bowled out. Still time to come though. We've seen some collapses in the series, but you still want these two kind of getting you through the next 4 or 5 overs. Then it can be kind of all hands on deck, throw the bat a little bit. I feel this is the time I'd be bringing back someone like a Waka Afridi maybe to just try and break this partnership and open a can of worms. They've listed Jabakal at 4, although to be honest, Luxembourg batting order that was listed and what's actually happening is a bit all over the place. I feel like you might see someone like a Vikram Vij at next, or yeah, that's probably who I'd go for. I mean, consider throwing in the Elias Jerakel though. Be at 5. Malav left out of the side today, 12th man, so takes away one of their bowling options, but they're going for a bit of extra batting with Cope coming into the side. Eldos gets another over, but he still can't get it right. Zetasanen's off after it. He'll probably catch this, I reckon. Likes to go gloveless. And I'll get 2. One thing I will say, if you're going to throw 2 gloves on the ground, you're going to throw the ball in, you've got to make sure it doesn't hit one of those gloves, because if it does, it's going to give away 5 runs. And so it's just something to think about. I always wonder why 2 gloves get discarded, as if you're not sure which hand you'll be throwing with. Maybe for symmetry. Goes on the hit this time, chops it into the ground. It's funny how these two have had kind of complementary innings so far. Shivkaran Gill started brightly and kind of lost his way a little bit as far as his timing's gone, and Mace has gone the other way. He was lucky to survive quite a few plays and misses early, but he's settled in now and he's looking very relaxed and timing the ball well. Matthew floats it too far outside the off stump, and it's the old second day blues with the ball. He's probably feeling $1 million yesterday, but even after only bowling 4 overs yesterday, probably feeling it a little bit. Hungary underway, I think, in around about a minute. Just a slight delay there, I think. But Rico's back on deck today with Charlie Hunt, so we'll keep an eye on that during the day as well. One angle's in, no fine leg. Yeah, Matthew just hasn't been on so far. That cost him a boundary. Mace has been dynamic in the last phase of this match. Just angling in. He's not really getting that natural shape that we saw him getting early in his spell yesterday, Eldos Matthew. Mace moves into the 40s. Swing and a miss. Yeah, Matthew, interestingly, he's getting more in movement than anything. Might be about the ball being a little bit old. But yeah, it's just certainly not recapturing the magic. This one almost dead straight. Those misses out. Played through to the movement there, I think. Interesting comeback. That's the thing, you expect this in 20 over cricket compared to 10 over cricket, that the comebacks can be sneaky. That's kind of what Luxembourg have done. They've slowly changed this around. Anyway, this is up in the air, away from the field, and it's going to be 4. Abbas can't deal with it. It was always slicing away from him. And in the end, it's going to be 4 runs. Another boundary for Luxembourg. Cruising through this partnership. Also, it's the end of the over, 83 for 2. Matthew, none for 22. Just couldn't get his mojo back. Pretty excited to see Romania and Switzerland next. But Luxembourg playing their first game of this Valletta Cup. That's despite playing 4 games earlier in the week. So it's a big workload, but these guys obviously getting time off to play cricket. They're amateurs. They're really proud to represent their nations as well, so the fact that they'll get to do that kind of 9 or 10 times this week, I think means a lot to them.
Come on, Vic.
Bikram Arora gets the bowl, so they're sticking with spin. It's left arm orthodox now. Shivkaran Gill, he just suddenly slipped into the second fiddle role, but that's fine. As this partnership continues to grow, It's worth 78 runs now in 60 balls. They're going about that 8 and over during this partnership. And this is asking for big, big trouble. It's pulled down. It's a Gundy ball, really, from Bikram first up, and that's down the street. Maximo! Short boundary, short ball. And pretty short answer from Shivkaran Gill, who gets 6. And Kroom saying, you can see the fans by the scorers, so it must be warm out there. Oh yeah, it is roasting every day here at the moment. Shivkaran Gill said, yeah, thanks for putting that on a tee for me. I suppose it's not quite as short as I thought the first time, still short enough to manoeuvre back in your crease and hit away. You see that's probably put some of the members in danger there. They go and find that ball. Yeah, so it's 27 right now on paper, but you've got to add 6 to 8 degrees. One of the things is because the amount of water that goes into this field overnight, you can feel it steaming. So it's a bit like a sauna, you know, you put the water on the rocks and then it comes up. It's kind of what happens when the sun comes out in the morning. You can feel the heat coming from below you and, of course, the sun coming from above you, so it kind of cooks you from both sides. Aurora has waited a while to bowl his second ball. And here it is. Better one, but it's going to be 4 anyway. Oh, Shivkaran Gill has recaptured the magic, and he starts with a 6 and a 4 against Aurora. I've got to say, okay, it's a time where I think you need to look to break the partnership. I don't know. Maybe they're just thinking, okay, Matthew hasn't really worked out as a 5th bowler, so let's bowl Aurora. Yash Singh hasn't really worked out either, but I think it's the time to maybe throw your resources at trying to get this 3rd wicket and just reverse the momentum. Eventually, I think they're going to have to go around the fence. All right, well, let's follow this guy. All right. Yeah, I said you got to be brave to go in the archery range because, I mean, there could be guys with bows and arrows over there. All right, now the thing is, it's one thing to get the ball. You've got to get it over the fence. We've seen throws not getting over the fence as well. So there we go, spotted it. All right, here we go. This is the pressure moment. All right, that's 1 stroke penalty. Yeah, over. Yeah, there you go. Well, you live and learn. I mean, to be honest, you should be getting it over the fence the first time. I mean, that's the good shot. But the one before that I thought was a bit disappointing. Anyway, back to Aurora. He needs to turn this around. Oh, and he might have, and he's gone. Well, that's a good catch. I've got to say, he's a bit lucky to get away with that Aurora. But it's Wakar Afridi Ahmed, and Shivkaran Gill probably can't believe he's gotten out to this. Short boundary again. Was there asking for it, wasn't it? This was flat, but almost an ice cream cone, but Wakar Afridi takes the catch anyway. So Aurora does do the trick in the end. And Shivkaran Gill, well, you can see how frustrated he is, but he's going to have to go. And he's the 3rd wicket to fall. Breaks a partnership of 88, and the score 93 for 3. Good knock from Shiv, but yeah, just creates the opportunity, I suppose, for Malta to work their way back into this innings. Such a good partnership for the 3rd wicket after 2 early ones. Vikramvich comes to the crease in the 5 position. 7.5 overs to go in this innings. Still 3/8 of innings to go, so Luxembourg at the moment they've raised it up over 140's pace now. Shows you don't judge a game too early. You can see now that Vikram's there. It's a left-hander facing up, so you're going to have Have fielders kind of moving around when they change strike. Anyway, Vikram on strike. Left-hander to left-hander. Very confident start. Vikram's an experienced campaigner. He's batted pretty well. He's been consistent in the series. Tried a bit of everything, including some off-spin bowling yesterday. Close to the end of the day. Mays. Been a good knock from the skipper. He's moved to 47. Within reach of a half century. And he's going to get it. He's going to get it in style. Maximo! And Mays goes to 50 with a sweep over square leg. And you're standing up when his team has needed him to. And he enjoys a nice moment with Vikram. And there's two guys that have led their nation coming together at an important time. It also brings up the 100 for Luxembourg, but well batted. Just 53 off 33 balls. 5-4-3 Maximo's in there. And this one was just escorted into the grandstand. Well, luckily the spectators haven't fielded in just yet. Now it's going to be 2 wides, 2 bonus runs. As Bikram loses it down the leg side. Matthew, Bikram hasn't really had his control. We saw the Maltese bowlers, their accuracy was a hallmark of the first 6 to 8 overs. Really were disciplined. Just fallen away a bit, hasn't it, in the last few overs. Vikram on the cut, gets it through the fielder. They'll get 3 here, I think. Even Vikram will get 3. Surely. Yeah, you're just going to say come back. Dives over the ball. And Aurora's over goes magical, though he does have a wicket. Very T10 style over, 1 for 22. Abbas. It's taken out by a worm and dives over it. And it's 105 for 3 after 13. Got a question in the chat. Second match when we're seeing Romania-Switzerland. Who's favourites? Well, if you want to go on the rankings, Romania, they're 50 and Switzerland 58. So if you want to go on that, you'd say Romania. Also Romania, they are defending champions in this Valletta Cup last year. They defeated Malta, but Malta were undefeated through the group stage, and then Romania beat them in the final. Switzerland played here before a couple of years ago. They were runners-up. Lost to Malta in the final. So it shows you the rankings of all 5 teams. As far as these teams right now, they're pretty close together, 61 and 64 respectively. So hopefully that helps you answer the question. Find in about who would be favourites for match 3. Leg stump. And it'll be maybe, yeah, leg by signalled. Mays still has time to party. Almost 7 overs to go. Abbas has been brought back. And is he out here? Siddhasanan likes it. Azim likes it. Got to say, my instinct was it probably wasn't. And it's ungainly heave from Mays, who doesn't get back and across here. But, I think that's over the bat. The 1 for the over. Has to be pretty high to be above the shoulder of Mays. It's 195 centimetres. And as advertised, when he gets in, he strokes the ball. It doesn't even look like he's hitting it that hard, and the ball flies miles. Cracked a 6 straight to the side screen. He's cracked a few into the car park already. Now, it's just beaten really, but little pop up. Just be a single. Luxembourg work their way slowly but surely back into this contest. Taradik Singh for Romania was the player of the series last year as well, speaking of Romania. Mitrovic though, good situation for him, just about a few overs, do his thing. Steps across, having to take the one at the moment to his established batting partner. Mays. Fun to watch, isn't he? Almost looks like he's a kid that's too old playing a juniors game. He's cheated on his date of birth. But, you know, he's been really, really great for Luxembourg here. And now he's going to hook across the line, and this is going to disappear. Abracadabra. Maximo! Mays to 60. And he reaches, gets a bit of length, and he just looks a completely different player to the one that walked to the crease 45 minutes ago. Again, deep in his crease, creates a bit of length. Could hit that straight if you wanted, but he knows, hey, they're the short boundaries and I'm seeing them well. One hand off the bat even, still flew. And so now, two, but he's going to be trouble. A good throw. Oh, he's messed up. It's going to be 3. Got to say, Mays is quick, but we saw him running himself out, going for a second earlier in the week. To be honest, this should have been gone as well. Misjudges the run. He says, yeah, come on, I want it, because he wants it. Look, the throw beats him by 2 steps. Siddhasan, you see, he spent it before he had it. It got to him on the full. See, you kind of, that's one where you just got to realise, if I catch the ball, then I've got time to run him out. You've got to kind of recognise the situation. Siddhasan was kind of a little bit more preoccupied with speed of taking the bails off, where it's always one, you've got to treat it like a catch. If you catch it cleanly, you've got all day to take the bails, and that would have been the end of May, so that has to go down as a missed opportunity. It's also the end of the 14th over, and the score is 117 for 3. It's a bit like stumping sometimes. Good keepers know that there's 2 types of stumping, one where you have to rush and one where you don't. And the kind of the same applies in that situation. If sometimes it's worth risking dropping the ball for speed, so almost getting a bit snatchy to get the bails off quickly. But then there's other times where the batter's out comfortably enough that you just have to kind of make sure you do everything right in your technique to catch the ball in the first place. And that's one where I just think Siddhasan moved towards the stumps a bit early. Rucker Afridi comes back, 2 for 5. We haven't seen him for a long time. And caused a few issues for Mays early in this first one. Would have knocked out another stump. If there was the 4th stump. He's coming from the city end this time. Get deep in his crease, but basically a Yorker bounces between his legs. Another one whistles past the bat of Mays. We haven't seen Afridi for 10 overs. Slow ball this time. Slight rolling off cutter. Mays gets away for 1. Yeah, see, Afridi is certainly causing a few issues for Mays. That's why I probably would have brought him back a few overs ago. I mean, he's still got 2 to spend, so you could still just kind of spend him 1, see if it works. Maybe keep 1 up your sleeve. So Malta started well. Malta started well. Luxembourg fought back. The Malta have the opportunity, I suppose, to close well. From here, Luxembourg at par, 8 and over. I still think that's par, 8 and over, 160. That's what I'm on target for at the moment. It's not bold. Bends back late, and Vitch actually plays it pretty well. Keeps it out, gets a single. You get the lineup. No Imran Amir in the lineup today for Malta. He was quite a character yesterday, wasn't he? Another ball. And Freedy, well, how about that? Freedy says, come on, what do I need to do to get this guy out? Yeah, it's full straight. Just misses the stump. Saying, come on, give me a break. And he's doubled over. Love the emotion. Freedy, oh, great over here. Last ball of it coming up. Can he get his man? No, in fact, he's cracked away. Won't go all the way, but he will get a couple. And so, but nonetheless, pretty good over from Makar Afridi Ahmed. And it's also the end of it. It's 121 for 3. Nice job, though. I mean, he's obviously bowling his heart out for his country at the moment. 2 for 9, including that double wicket maiden to start us off, and that was a pretty good over. Just 4 came off that, and that's coming off 6 overs in a row that were double digits. So that's why I just think they waited. They let the game drift too far because they were 34 for 2 off 8, and over by over since then, 16, 10, 11, 12, 22, 12. Got to bring back Mucker a bit earlier, I think. Having said that, still got 1 to bowl. Abbas going to bowl out here. And then you've got some issues. Who do you bowl? I mean, that means you've, assuming they continue with Makar Afridi, which they may or may not, but then you can have 3 overs. And so far they've used Yash Singh, Eldos Matthew, and Bikram Arora, and all of them have been expensive. So maybe go for another option. Prasath hasn't bowled yet. Pitch it straight at Prasath. Maybe that's a sign. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen Prasath with the ball. He's actually looked pretty good with the ball. We haven't seen bowling so much lately because of some persistent injury hassles. Yeah, but I think I'd probably sign him up. Vidge goes back, tries to muscle it, doesn't quite carry. Nafi Khan, he backs off it in the end. It's one that, I don't know, like, if you can turn that into a catch, it's probably not going to go for 4 if it gets past you, because it'll probably plug at this time of the day. But Afi kind of was hunting it, but then last moment said, no, you know what, I'm going to come back and take this on the bounce. This has worked their way around the corner, and that's going to be 4. Mays moves to 70. Abbas, again, just giving a bit of length here to Mays. And I think if you watch the last over from Makar Afridi, you'd know where he was exposed a little bit when they were full and at or just outside the off stump. I think you're banging it in. And the guy who's 6'5", he's saying, yeah, I'll definitely take that on. And he straight that away to the leg side boundary. Slower ball this time. Eventually it's picked. It'll just be a single. It's an option, I suppose. At least Abbas is trying something there. But how do you manage your bowlers here? Let me think. So you've got Makar Afridi to bowl 1 after this. And to be honest, he's still got 3 other overs. I might go Prasath, Afridi, Prasath. Assuming Prasath's over isn't too bad in the 18th. Don't know if you can bowl Yash Singh again to Mays. You get 2 here. Very good running. And actually, it's bowled away. Now they're going to get an overthrow. I mean, it's bowled in from Waka Afridi, but it went so high that when it bounced, it went over Sudasanan. Oh boy, there's nothing going right at the moment. It means that Mays gets the strike back. Look at this. He bowls it in, and really, just like, you know, when one goalkeeper bounces it over another, and McGull backing up couldn't handle it cleanly. So yeah, I don't think he bowled Yash Singh the way it's gone. Matthews been a bit unreliable. Aurora got smoked as well. Abbas is hearing things. But, anyway, is entitled to ask the question. That's the end of the over as well. Score 130 for 3. Yeah, so if you were going to do that strategy, it might involve having to change ends with Waka Afridi, who just bowled really good over from that top end. 74 days to go to the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. All 5 nations you see this week will be taking part. 31 nations in total. Biggest ever event internationally for us with 31 nations. And you won't find a bigger international event in world cricket. That's the long and the short of it. 31 teams all descending on the Cartermore Oval from September 25. And will culminate in our 3rd ever champion, who will follow on from the England 11 in 2021 and the Netherlands 11 last year. Now, don't forget, Netherlands qualifying for the World Cup. That could affect their pool that they can choose from. Quite a few players we saw last year in the ECC turning out for the Netherlands and qualifying them in the recent Zimbabwe qualifiers. Hey, what does it tell you, though? Playing the T10 cricket, playing under that kind of pressure, it's such a good grounding for the big stage. Okay. So they're going to go back to Matthew. They're going to say, all right, did the job yesterday. And they're keeping Waka Afridi up their sleeve. Why they don't want to bowl him out here is they've got 3 overs in a row. They feel that they've got pretty thin options. Still, you know, I'm still pretty surprised we haven't seen Prasath. Considering they've used 6 bowlers. But Matthew round the wicket to Vikram Vij. Vij is just super happy at the moment to take one. There's some thought of it too, but backup fielder comes in pretty quickly. Plus, I just think the whole idea of that was to get Mays on strike. So they're not super keen for the second. So you know what? Over to you, skipper. All right, I think it's showtime now at the Master International Cricket Ground. Matthew is going to have his hands full with Just, who's on 71. One way, bowls around him. Seen that thought of as a bit of a tactic now. A ball that you kind of even know is going to be a wide, but you kind of hope a guy like Just might kind of reach at it, maybe nick it, just spoil it, knock it out to deep point for 1. Kind of burns the ball. Just an idea. Anyway, deal with him sooner or later. Slow ball. I reckon that's a chance, you know. Tough one. I think he gets a fingertip on it. It's pretty well bowled by Matthew, to be fair. Yeah. Close, but not close enough. Luxembourg, what a good recovery. After they were 5 for 2 early on. Right, bit of a reckless shot this time. He's going to get away with it. Probably gets a couple here, Vikram Vij. As Abbas jumps on it. And the 3rd man back on the boundary. Even if there was, it was probably falling in between. Yeah. When they were 5 for 2, they would have dreamed about a scenario where got 3.5 overs left with 7 wickets in hand. Vikram Vij is going to only get one here. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's Afi Khan out there. To be honest, he doesn't know too much about it, but he just kind of tries to get as much of his body in the way as possible. It's regularly a keeper, but yeah, he just off the shot there, but he basically hurled himself to the left and just threw his body at it and ended up hitting him, which I suppose is what he was hoping for, but in another sense, you've got to be careful what you wish for. But here's a single, gets Mays back on strike. Takes on the pull, going, and gone. Maximo! Down towards the end of the bat, but Just is so strong. Even though it's a miss hit, it carries the short boundary and goes for 6. 78 now. Oh. I mean, do I dare utter the C word? He's within 22 of the milestone. Right down towards the bottom. Again, I mean, Matthew probably sees him coming, so says, all right, let's bang it in, see what you can do with that. Just showed him exactly what he could do. Last ball of the over. Goes leg side a little bit of the ball and can't catch up with it. Just eats the dot. Last ball of the 17th. Matthew is brought back, still having a bit of a tough time of it. 12 come off the 17th over, and the score is 142 for 3. Yeah, Matthew, don't forget me. Yesterday he was used for the first time with the ball, 3 for 27 off his 4 overs, and I did a pretty good job against the French side that are high ranked. But yeah, it just hasn't quite had the control today. Now I think we are going to see Prasad. I thought we'd see him at some point. And maybe he's thinking, okay, yeah, I'm going to bowl 18 and 20 here and probably bring back Waka Rafridi in the 19th. I think that would be the plan. That's unless Prasad's over goes horribly wrong so badly that he couldn't bowl the 20th. But then if he's not, then who? 142. I mean, from here, yeah, 10 and 10 gets you 162. Funnily enough, it's pretty much exactly what these two teams scored yesterday. Yeah, what a game that was yesterday between these teams. 164 to 163. It's 24 hours ago. It's a wide. Prasad, a handy bowler. It's very wiry, so most of the time when he's trying to swing the ball, swing it away from left-handed, he's also got this ball that he can kind of roll his fingers on and cut it in. It's more your archetypical left-hander. This is right off the end of the bat from Vikram Vij, but just get a single. All right, so Just, over to you. The Traveller enjoying Mays and his clean hitting. And now, really,
Come on.
if you want to think about it one way, he's 4 clean hits away from a century. Considering he did have a very slow start to his innings. Good ball by Prasad, though. He pushes this one across the right-hander. Here's Zishan. Well, he'll have the right to reply in the second half of this game, don't forget. Vikram probably has the license to throw the bat a bit now as well. He seems pretty happy just giving over the strike, but if he sees something he likes, I think he'll go for it. That's exactly what he does. It's called wide, and Prasad is saying, hey, didn't he move before I bowled it? He's got a little bit of a point, because that's straight over the tram line. It's a bit of a harsh call, I suppose, if there's doubt. Umpires tend to favour the batter. Talk a 2 here. Yeah, they'll take it. That's showing you they don't really care who's on strike. They're saying, yeah, we'll take every run that's there. And Vikram, obviously very, very capable with the bat. He's been a proven performer all week. He's been consistent for Lux. Now goes on the pull. He finds the gap. Oh, Zishan can't deal with it. That's 4. It took it a bit of a trampoline Tortuga, and Zishan, we predicted it getting up over his head, but he just was grasping at thin air by the end. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, I mean, it was stoppable, wasn't it? He tips it over the bar. He's frustrated with himself, and so is the skipper, who ends up getting hit to the boundary. 10 off the first 4 balls of this 18th over. First time we've seen Prasath. He's been used as a 7th bowler. Now Vikram goes, but he goes high. Wasim Abbas comes in and to his left, and he drops the catch. And well, Abbas, I hate to say it, but the Wasim Abbas drop counter clicks over again. I think that's 4 that he's dropped, and he had forever and a day to think about this one. Went miles in the air. And it went so high, they get 2 and they walk 2 basically. 20 overs can be a long time in cricket. Prasath, if he was mad before, I don't know what he is now. Last ball of the over. And step across and heave Vikram Vij, who may unknowingly be costing Mays a shot at the 3 figures. But anyway, I don't think Luxembourg mind, because they're cruising. 18 overs through. It's 155 for 3. Okay, Sam saying that 79 not out now from Mays, the highest individual score for Luxembourg in the format. That's a great milestone then for Just, and it just shows you sometimes you just need a bit of luck early. You know, he could have easily nicked one of those balls whistling past his outside edge. And like I said before, batting's 90% skill, 10% luck, but don't dare try it without the 10%. You know, he's stuck around, and then bowlers changed, and kind of changed the feel of the game, didn't it? He's looked pretty comfortable ever since. Matthew is going to get a 4th over. Well, interesting, because you got Afridi up your sleeve, and so you'd be sure that Afridi is going to get a 4th over in the last. So Prasath basically saying, hey, well, I don't want it anymore, because I don't think we'll see Prasath come back. So, I mean, again, I feel like they could have managed their bowlers a little bit better during this innings. Matthew has had a real rough time. He's gone none for 34 off 3. I would have thought you go Wakar this over, because he bowled really well from that end. And then, okay, then make your decision. Do you want to bowl Matthew or do you want to bowl Prasath? But now, you already made that decision. You've made it an over earlier than you probably had to. Anyway, let's see if Eldos can turn things around. So far, not too bad, just a single. It's a tough one though. The captain, you've got to think on your feet. You might have all these plans you had coming in, and then see things happen in the game that force you to make some in-game adjustments, and then sometimes you have situations where you're like, who can I bowl here? I'm out of options, out of good options. Mays just smashes this one over cover point. What a shot. And that's almost gone over the fence. Maximo. And we're still on the way up. Mays to 85, and he's probably saying, I've got time yet, don't you worry about that. It wasn't the worst ball from Eldos Matthew, but he had some length to work with. Bit of width, and he's done that a couple of times, hasn't he? Just throws the hands through the ball, and this ground is not big enough for him. Bang. Bullseye time. Just into the 80s. Oh. Matthew, penny for his thoughts now. He's in the naughty 40s. 4 balls still to go. Luxembourg looks certain to eclipse the 164 that won the game against Malta yesterday. He's got that off the very last ball. What a recovery from 5 for 2 after 2 overs. Now he steps across. Has he got enough though? Zishan back to the wall and catches it. And you can see the frustration. Zishan Khan, normally a very safe pair of hands. He's grappling with the sun there a little bit, but Just Mays won't get the 100, but he'll bat very, very well. As he's going to have to walk back for 85 valuable runs for Luxembourg of 51 balls. 6 big sixes and 6 fours in that innings. And he was a central figure in turning things around. Well batted Just. Came to the crease with his team in all sorts, 5 for 2. He leaves with the team 160 runs better off. This is how he went. Matthew finally gets one back. Slower ball, I think. It's that classical slog sweep that Mays has played so well. It's a risky shot if you don't get it quite right. And it goes higher than it goes long. I think he knew straight away he was in trouble. But nonetheless, such valuable innings, and now they can really throw the bat, whoever's there, in this last 9 balls of the innings. KSM saying that the oldest player to score a T20 international half century is actually also from Luxembourg. It's Tony Whiteman. Well, Tony, I bet you're watching. Hope you're well. Tony's the Benjamin Button of cricket. Just could probably go out there right now and do a pretty good job. Anyway, Tony, hopefully you're well. And Oscar as well. Rare father and son combination that we've seen play for Luxembourg in the same team. Anyway, not a bad time for this guy to come to the crease. He's a bit of a late inning specialist, isn't he? Elias Jabakel. He's the man that hit the winning runs yesterday, and he hit 15 off the last over against Malta to win that game. Here he is facing Matthew. Oh, he's hit something. I reckon that hits the bat. Super late. Let's have a look. This went the other way on Sudasanan. Let's have a look. This hits his bat on the way through. Look. Here. There. Yeah, it's the old double hit. That's what it was. That's why Sudasanan's completely bamboozled. He might have hit his body first, or his glove, and then his bat on the follow-through. So anyway, that's one way to get off the mark. Vikram Vij now. He takes the steering wheel. He gets one off the bottom of the bat. So Matthew slow ball working out. Credit to Matthew. You know, he's had a pretty tough time with the ball, but he's fought back and he's still doing the job he's asked. He's got the wicket of Mays, and then the next couple haven't gone for too many. Followed up by a 1 and a dot. Louis Bruce in the chat. Great knock from Mays. Hello, Louis. Hopefully you're well today. Staying out of trouble. Last ball of the 19th over. Probably angling down the leg side, but Vidge gets in the way of it anyway, and he'll retain the strike. Luxembourg, they've hit the 164. That was a famous score yesterday. Broke the tie. Right now, still an over remaining, 164 for 4. Shuvo in the chat saying he hopes one of the Malta players makes 100. Well, Zishan Khan, he already made 100 in the series, but I suppose when he's failed lately, Malta have had other batters picking up the slack, and so they got to 163, which looked pretty good yesterday. In the end, it was overhauled. Keanu saying maybe Aurora or Zishan, they'd stand up. Yeah, Aurora, certainly a guy, it's a bit out of nick, but a bit like Mays. I mean, Mays looked like he couldn't hit a beach ball in the first 5 minutes of his innings, but just look how good he was through the middle and by the end. You know, it can change really quickly. So someone like Aurora, I mean, he could click at any time and be a force again with the bat. All right, Wakar Afridi gets the last. Can he try? Well, he will be trying. Can he keep Lux in the 160s? Last over coming up. Oh, really good shot by Vidge to dig that out, but he picks out the fielder. Now they're going to go for 2, and it's going to be a sacrifice. So I think that Waka, he's happy that he gets the run out, but he's saying, hey, why don't you just throw to the keeper? Because that way you get the guy that's in, you see? So he's saying, yeah, okay, I'll take it. But when you're sideways to the pitch, it's pretty much the same distance, right? So, yeah. Jabakel, that's pretty unselfish from him. He's keeping his established batting partner on strike. Considering Jabakel, he was the hero yesterday, and he can actually do some damage off his own bat. But, I mean, that earns you a lot of respect from your teammates. And he ends up with a golden one off one. And he is the 6th wicket to fall, 160, the 5th wicket I should say, 165 for 5. Vidge. He says, oh, I wanted the strike back. I've got it. Let's see what I can do. Nice throw from Gopal Thakur. I suppose the question was, did he go to the correct end strategically? William Cope gets a bat. Not facing, of course. Vidge, it's a full toss, muscles it. They'll probably go for 2 here as well. Rafi, he doesn't really choose an end in the middle, and they do get back for 2. And to be honest, that throw was neither one nor the other. I mean, it was always going to be tough, that one, to go to the keeper's end because of the extra distance. So that's time maybe you fire it into the bowler and just try and prevent the extra run being completed. But you can see both batters had a pretty good understanding that they were going for 2 from the get-go. Oh, good shot. Vikram gets across, executes the wrap, and it's time for party shots now for Luxembourg as they swing their way into the 170s. Showed what he's going to do here. To be honest, that's one occasion that I think that Waka, he follows him, but that's exactly what Vikram wants. He says, yeah, follow me, because that's where my bat is. I think if he fired that in at the stumps, I have a feeling they might have disappeared. But instead it was the ball that disappeared for 4. Good batting. Hindsight's 2020. Vikram, what's he going to do this time? Repeat it if he wants. Steps across, misses. Come through for a bye. In fact, they might get 2. Now it's good backing up. Waka again cops it in the left hand, and we know he took a blow there yesterday late in the piece. 20 overs, such a long time in cricket, isn't it? I mean, after 2 overs, Malta were all over him like a rash, 5 for 2. They probably just can't wait to get out and get under cover. 2 balls to go, 172 now on the board. Keanu talking about the tank. Love some runs. Well, unfortunately he's not in the 11 today, Keanu. I've seen him sub-fielding briefly. Played a nice shot yesterday, but just the one boundary as he nicked off soon after. All right, well, Cope gets the bat. Good to see him back in the side. I think they're running on anything here with 2 balls to go. He's facing Waka Afridi Ahmed. Oh, shot. Out. Poor William Cope. He's got so much of that. But, well, Afridi does get the wickets, the 3rd for him. Cope. Tell you what, when you look up Golden Ducks, file that one under impressive. Because I reckon he's taken on a bowler who's having a great day. And he smacked that. And probably was going for 6. He just picked out Zishan Khan. Poor Will. I'll tell you what. It's easy to swallow a Golden Duck when there's only 1 ball remaining and your team is in pretty good shape, which they are at the moment, 172 for 6. Yes, opened the face. Picked out Zishan. He robs it of the Maximo. Anyway, that's cricket. Last ball coming up then. What it does do is it means the new batter has to take strike. It's James Barker coming out. Okay, if I'm Barker here, I'm ramping. I mean, I know that's a way he can manufacture a boundary. He's done it before. That's what I would do. Let's see what he does. Yep, does. That this time following him works. Probably going to go for 2 here. Should be run out. They go to the bowler's end. Don't know why. The keeper's end would have been an easier option. But anyway, Barker steals the 2 and Luxembourg are done. 174 for 6. And there's a few people in the chat. They're confident Malta can chase it down and they'll feel they're capable, but they're going to have to bat well because Luxembourg really back themselves out of a tight corner. And they end up with 174 for 6. Let's have a look back to the beginning, and it was a very different story early on though. Shiv Curran-Gill, he started brightly, didn't he? As he stroked McGall through the offside for 4. Tim Barker, though, mentioned he could use some runs instead. He just hung the bat out to dry. Afrikaan into the side, took the catch at a floating slip. And then Halbavi, well, he joined Shiv Curran-Gill, who continued to look good, cracked another one through the offside. But despite these early blows, it was Halbarvi that would be the next to go. But then Just Mays, he came to the crease and 5 for 2. Essentially turned this game around. We looked at a little bit suspect early against the movement away from Funyan Magal, but once the bowling changed, it was just a whole different story. Yash Singh was particularly expensive. This is probably one of the shots of the tournament so far. Back straight as you like, into the sight screen. Came back with interest. Eldos Matthew bowled well last night, but he just couldn't get it right early on, and he was expensive as well. All these overs in the middle of the innings. There were 6 overs in a row that were all double digits. 16, 10, 11, 12, 22 and 12 as the score climbed from 34 up to 117 in those 6 overs. So yeah, it's a big burst. 83 in those 6 overs, going about 14 and over. Now, Mays reached his half century and he was keen for more, and he's going to get more. Cracking the grandstand. Aurora went magical. Not often you see magical overs in T20 international cricket on a ground like this. It's a rare 3. I've seen a couple of them this week. Matthew came back, still couldn't take a trick. Maybe got a fingertip on that one. Mays just has unnatural power because of his God-given attributes, and certainly used it to full effect. Vikram Vij was a pretty useful foil for him as well towards the end after Shivkar and Gill went. These two put together a pretty good partnership. But I mean, Malta, some of these issues were self-inflicted. Abbas, unfortunately, on a bit of a run of drops during this series, couldn't hold on to that one. And Mays eventually would hold out for 85, but certainly got a warm reception from his teammates. They were happy to see the skipper getting amongst the runs. Fitch thought it was time to party, pulled out the funky shots. Like that one, well executed, went for 4, and then late in the piece threw a couple of run-outs. We saw a pretty good golden duck from William Cope in there as well, but in the end, I think Luxembourg's super happy to end up with 174 after their start. They lost 2 wickets early, Barker going for 1, Halbarvi without scoring. Shivkar and Gill started brightly, ended up with 40 off 34, but the real star of the innings was Just Mays, 85 off 51 with 6 Maximo, 6 fours, also well supported by Vikram Vij with 33 not out. As far as the bowlers went, it was a case of the haves and the have-nots. The top 3 doing the job, but they struggled for other options, didn't they? 3 for 18, Waka Afridi Ahmed, without doubt the best of the bowlers. Even had a double wicket maiden to start his day off. We saw Magal go for only 17 of his 4 overs. Abbas, serviceable, 32 off the 4, but apart from that, they struggled for other options, didn't they? And left scratching their heads as Luxembourg turned things around, turned 5 for 2 into 174. We'll take a break and we'll be back fairly shortly. Looks like we'll have the resumption of play in around about 10 minutes, and we'll see if Malta can chase down 175. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. We'll see you for more action from Malta after the break. This is the Valletta Cup T20 Internationals here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company Thursday morning. And I tell you what, being a weatherman in Malta would have to be one of the easiest jobs at this time of the year, because you just stick at something in the 30s and hot and you'd be spot on. And it was pretty hot out there in the middle early on. Luxembourg losing 2 early wickets, 5 for 2 after 2 overs, but then a big partnership between Shiv Curran Gill and Just Mays, the skipper. And then after Gill went, it was Vikram Vij that took over, but Mays 85 leads them to a very healthy score of 174. Having a look at the ground, you've got some footage here of the Master Sports Club, and you can see the cricket ground there. You've got the tennis courts, got the paddle courts as well. Got football, you've got rugby. Got a whole bunch of sports here. Got the aquatic centre, which actually is looking pretty appealing today. Right now, we're almost ready to get going. And you can see all sorts of surfaces there. Golf course, of course, enveloping this cricket ground. And the umpires just heading out there. Luxembourg, well, 174. They'll be feeling pretty good about themselves after that fairly shaky start. They saw Tim Barker nick off for just one. Halbavi top edge an attempted pull to the keeper without scoring, but it was partnerships that got them out of trouble. That's what we've identified a few times. Difference between scores that are kind of 160s and above versus kind of 120s, 130s scores. Just batters going on from the start, not just making 15 to 25, but actually turning it into something more. It certainly does seem like, once you're comfortable, it's a completely different game. It's pretty nice batting conditions, really. It's just you've got to get through the start. We saw the ball moving around a little bit early, but really already the outfield is pretty much bone dry after it retains a lot of moisture earlier in the day. So, very nice batting conditions for Malta to come out and bat in. And they have stuck with the opening combination of Zishan Khan and Fanyan Magal. So it's been pretty interesting. Zishan's going to be pretty aggressive, we know that. But Fanyan Magal, I think he'll be uber aggressive. He's there to get them off to a flyer. They're happy with him getting kind of a 20 to 25. So he's kind of the exception. I think that he's going to really try and take the game away from Luxembourg early. They're almost ready to go. It's going to be Ankush Nanda to get us going. Zishan, the only centurion this week. Has missed out in a couple of innings as well. Seems to have adapted to this new pitch better than almost anyone. Welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, and of course everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, don't forget, click the thumbs up. It's important. It allows us to share European cricket with more and more people. Clock's ticked over and we're ready to go. Zishan to face up to Nanda. 175 to win for the Maltese. Start with what I think is going to be 4. And it was an interesting shot, wasn't it? It wasn't quite there, but it went through with the shot anyway. We've seen Zishan favouring that leg side pretty heavily. This is a ball that's a good 4 stumps outside off, but he just kind of swats it sideways. Well, results-wise, it's a good start for Malta. Probably not going to win any beauty contests. Zishan won't care. He's off the mark. This is a better looking shot, but without reward this time. That's 3. This is giving us the information. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday a little bit, about Luxembourg holding a T10 tournament to determine who will compete in the ECL in 2024. I know Star CC have competed in the last 2 years. Maybe tell us a bit more about the details of that tournament, when it is, how many matches, how many clubs, sorry. I know a lot of our viewers are interested in following that as closely as possible. I've heard the ground in Luxembourg is very, very nice as well. It's a good Yorker that time. Well kept out by Zishan, good option. Yeah, so ECL, of course, Champions League of European Cricket. February and March 2024. Already getting a bit of an idea of who will be there. Zishan goes over the top, hangs a long time. Fielder goes back, can't quite catch up with it. Timothy Barker did everything right there, Tim. He turned around and he put in put in the hard yards. Zishan didn't quite get out of the screws. He was a bit concerned, but yeah, gets just enough. Classic power play batting, really. So Zishan moves to 6, living a bit dangerously early on. Now he just clubs it down straight past the bowler, and that's 4. Clatters into the sight screen. Now, Zishan likes to kind of target that area. And this is the ball that a lot of batters would try and hit through cover, but Zishan, it's got a very modern approach, kind of like a range hitting approach, saying, look, I'm aiming at the sight screen, that's my zone. It does have some risks because I suppose he's playing away from his bodies. Means that there's a big gap between bat and pad, but he's got such a good eye. He's raced to 10 in the first over. Now he does go over cover. He's going to get 4 more. So they push the long on back. They change the field. And Zishan changes his approach. So he's showing he's a multi-dimensional cricketer, isn't he? He's always thinking, he's targeting the gaps. This is the power play. And it's Zishan bringing the power. A very good first over for Malta. 14 without loss. Amanda probably scratching his head how that over went for 14. Anyway, one thing we're really looking forward to, more cricket at the Carlton Oval. We talked about the ECL a moment ago. That'll be early 2024. But before then, don't forget, we've got the ECC. So this is the Euros of cricket, 31 nations taking part. We'll get to see Malta taking on Romania and Switzerland, as well as Cyprus and England in Group E. But look, 3 of those 5 teams will be playing today. We'll see Romania, Switzerland the next game. And don't forget, we'll see France in Group A. We'll see Luxembourg in Group F. Each group has 5 teams. They'll play over 3 days to determine who wins the group and who gets to come back. 16th of October for the Championship Week. 7 teams making the Championship Week, the 6 group winners, and the reigning champions, Netherlands 11, who I can't wait to see their squad, to be honest. And it'll depend heavily on who's picked to go to India for the 50 over World Cup. Anyway, it's Elias Jabakel who's going to bowl over number 2. First chance look at Magal. And he is a guy who really does like favouring the leg side whenever possible. And well, didn't need any help that time. Lucky they had Mays behind the stumps because that was down leg side, just swinging further down. But he makes sure there's nothing except the 1 run for the wide. So we'll keep an eye on the run rate. I mean, you kind of want to be going about 9 and over to be on target, obviously. That's probably what you're looking at. So obviously got a few extras in that first over. A bit of a buffer. And Magal also has shown he doesn't mind having a look at the bowling. 1 or 2 balls at least before he launches, but he won't wait too long. Yeah, so Zishan, because he can go offside, he can go leg side, can go straight. I think a lot of the time he's kind of picking areas. So there's deep mid wicket, back, and they've just put the long on back. So deep mid wicket, deep long on. So I think this is where he won't necessarily target straight. He might, if he gets width, he's kind of go over cover. That's where the gaps are in the outfield. Party gets one that bounces a bit. And drops the gloves, doesn't offer it this one. Probably smart. Not a bad bouncer. Opening batters, they secretly love that kind of thing. You can only bowl one of those in the over though. One over the shoulder. Let's see how willing Jabakel is to challenge Zishan on the front foot. It's good Yorker. It's the old classic bouncer Yorker. And Malta went down by 1 run to Luxembourg yesterday. That went down for the final ball of the game. 164, 163. It was Jabakel who's got the ball at the moment. He's the one that was able to hit the winning run. And he hit 15 off his own bat in the last over to win that game. Dramatic finish 24 hours ago. Oh, this one bounces a bit more. Zishan can't quite adjust. That's well bowled. Jabakel bending his back here. Hello to Julian. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. Great to have you with us. Good game here. Pitches up, blasts it through cover and gets a piece of it. Probably just a single. Shivkaran Gill puts his hand up. I suppose at least he got some of it. Otherwise, I think that was probably going to race away for 4. Pretty hard, but I think at this level, you'd hope that gets fielded cleanly. Yeah, good morning to Bucharest Army team. I wonder who we got there. Might be a Teef. Oh, genuine hook shot this time, and that's going to go for 4. So, Jabakel dicks it in. I mean, is this over the shoulder? The way he hit it, it was pretty close. It'll be the end of the over, 21 without loss. But, yeah, McGarl gets his first boundary. Probably just below the shoulder. Lucky, otherwise it would have been a no ball because he's already bowled a bouncer in the over. Yeah. Touch and go. But anyway, pays the penalty anyway. 21 without loss after 2. Jamakel's over. And it starts okay. Kind of goes off the rails a bit towards the end. Looking at the table, yeah, well, Bucharest Army watching from Romania. We'll see Romania taking on Switzerland in the second game of the day. That's about an hour and a half away or so, about an hour and 40 minutes to be honest. 2 teams that we haven't seen yet this week. And then later on in the day, we'll get to see France for their only game today, taking on Romania, who are backing up. Well, it has been pretty hot in Romania. So that's probably good training. Change bowling straight away. Mohit Dixit comes on after Nanda. Got a bit of tap in the first over, so just trying something different. I don't mind that. I think you've got a number of options if the batters seem like they're having the run of the play. Just, you know, try a few things out. Don't let them settle against one particular bowler. And Dixit, handy left armour. Occasionally cut the ball away. And just angles in to Zishan. I think this will be a leg by. Yeah, great to have everyone tuning in. And like I said, it's a super exciting day because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we just saw Malta, France and Luxembourg. But from today, we'll see Romania for the first time. I know they've been working really hard on their fitness, for example, so we'll see whether that holds up over the next few days. Switzerland as well, a very talented team. Wow, this is very McGarl. He just kind of mooses it despite the ball being outside of stump, but he picks out the deep mid-wicket. So just a single, good shot for 1. Yeah, that's a ball that, again, a lot of, I suppose, orthodox batters would try and stroke through the covers, but he's kind of going for his strength. This pitch is bouncy, but it's pretty consistent bounce. I think you can trust the bounce most of the time. Zishan nails it down the ground and gets 4. Well, he's looking on, isn't he, so far? Dixit, that's kind of a challenge length, isn't it? Zishan puts his big front foot down the pitch and hammers it back. 4 runs. Very keen to get forward. I mean, got to judge that right, but he did. The sight screen doing the fielding. A long way to go. That's what they hear in the field. Just reminding Zishan, one mistake and it could all be over. The importance of getting him here because he's the one guy, you know, he's established he can play a big innings. 115 earlier in the week. Of course, that was against Luxembourg. On the clip yesterday, got caught at square leg. Oh, now it's been rock and rolled and Dixit gets the big wicket. Slips through a slippery Yorker and Zishan goes for 19. Jammed the bat down, but it wasn't in time and Malta have their man. It's 27 for 1. Maltese opener goes and Luxembourg with the breakthrough. Oh, Mohit Dixit just slipping that one through. I mean, Zishan's footwork was slightly away from the ball. Just slightly. Really, what footwork. But it's a perfect Yorker. Look, it bounces right in between his legs. Bang. He might have even got the corner of the bat. squeezed down up and into the stumps, and Dick said, well, he knows that's a big moment in the game, and it is. 27 for 1. Big, big wicket. Keanu's talking about a couple of players he's looking forward to seeing. Yeah, Ali Nair and Fahim Nazir for Switzerland, and Taranjit Singh for Romania. Well, I haven't seen the teams yet, so I mean, Taranjit was planning to travel, so I guess we'll know when we see the teams listed. Stay tuned. Let's keep you on our social media at European Cricket, and don't forget also, you can also look at our website, europeancricket.com. Toss news and team selection, things like that. End of the over, 27 for 1, but what a finish for Dixon. Luxembourg gets Zishan before he hits 20. Jamakel. Oh, now McGall tries to horn across this, and certainly kind of high risk, high return start. McGall, I mean, does the wicket of Zishan change his game? Probably not. Gopal Thakur comes out at 3, and he actually looked pretty good yesterday. He just kind of hung the bat out and got caught in the pseudo cordon. Well, McGall picks this up over mid-wicket, and it will be 4. Has a good effort out there on the boundary, but to no avail. It's William Cope who's into the lineup down at deep mid-wicket. But yeah, McGall, this is bread and butter. This is the ECS end, and we do see him kind of playing this shot a fair bit. Stepping across, kind of playing it on length. He's got that natural right-hander's swing arc to mid-wicket. And he gets 4 there. Oh, now he's going to get more, and I think that's going to be 6. It is. Up the fence. Maximo! McGall gets the challenge length from Jabbar. And McGall's doing McGall things. 16 off the first 6 that he has faced. Look at this. Look at the line of this ball. Okay, bites back a bit off the pitch. That helps him. But a short boundary. Yeah, he's pretty clear-minded at the moment, McGall. He's batting without fear. I like that as well. Because he doesn't go to the well again. He says, okay, I'm happy enough to kind of play this one in a bit more of an orthodox fashion. Got long on and deep mid-wicket. So I might have been tempted to have them long on up in the circle as a mid-on and have a square leg back. Just the way he hits. A bit wide. Hits the tram line. He's one of those things, sometimes you leave a gap, for example, you leave a square leg gap to encourage a shot, but I don't think you need to encourage him. I think that he'll play it anyway. And so maybe you just got more protection in that area. I'm talking kind of dead sideways, still only 3 on the leg side. Nice looking drive this time. Finds the offside ring. The difference here is these balls are a bit fuller. Once they're a kind of good length or less, I think it's going leg side regardless. It's pitched up. He's more willing to kind of play with a more orthodox shape. Does again. Finds a fielder again. And so it's the end of the over. A couple of blows in there, but a good comeback from Jabbar. 4 overs in. Malta 38 for 1. They're just fractionally ahead of the rate at the moment. 9 and over. It's kind of what I'm looking at as to the health of the chase. Right now they've got the rate required in the 8s. So I think they're pretty happy if it's there. So obviously trying to build a partnership was the key to Luxembourg turning around their horrendous start. So thanks, Sri, for the information. We had 5 First Division teams are competing in the T10 tournament in Luxembourg. The format is similar to the ECL group stage. Well, that's very good to hear. So I assume they'll play each other, and then there'll be a finals kind of either day. Would it be Final 4, just a final, the top 2 or top 3 playing in the finals. Maybe 3, but yeah, that's great. It's great grounding to play in the ECL. It's a good seed, Nanda's back. Zishan's gone, and Takua faces his first ball. He plays and misses. Yeah, I think we're seeing a bit of a trend around Europe. Still a bit of a mixed bag, but quite a few countries having T10 tournaments to determine who goes to the ECL, because the ECL is T10 cricket. And other places it's the T20 champion. Used to be the 40 over, 50 over champion even in some countries, but bit of a false shot, but he'll get a couple here. Takura off the mark, slices away over the backward point. Yeah, so I think it does make sense. I know in Sweden they do it on quite a big scale. Huddinge have qualified from Sweden after they won the qualifying day there, which featured the top 2 teams from the ECS and the top 2 teams from the Swedish Cup T10. Czech Republic just qualified Prague CC. That was based on T20 results. Goes over the top, and he's going to get it into the gap as well. Runs away, 4 runs. Takua. He's only playing his second game, but he's looked pretty comfortable against the bowling so far. And he's up at 3. He's in the power play. That was all about the placement, really. Hit it pretty sweetly, 4 runs. Yeah, so I just think T20 and T10, they're similar, but obviously the T10's a bit more chaotic, I think, for the most part. Maybe even a bit more strategic in the moment. 2-all in this battle with Nanda getting this one past Takua. But yeah, best of luck to all the teams competing in Luxembourg. And if you speak to any of the Star CC guys that have been to the ECL a couple of times, they'll say it's a great experience. You know, the crowd, the atmosphere, just the experience of being at the hotel and having the matches broadcast to such a wide audience. This is the full toss tucked away. I think it's probably another 2. Try and go for power there. Happy to take a couple. I think smart batting, fairly low risk. And yeah, we get viewership and many, many tens of millions around the world for the ECL and the ECC, because it's on a lot of kind of mainstream TV channels, not just our YouTube channel that a lot of people know about if you're already following ECN, but the fact that it's on so many different external TV channels just opens you up to a wider audience day after day. Now the full toss, almost picks out the fielder. Shiv Karan Gill grabs it, throws. That was pretty well to stop it. End of the over, Malta. Decent first quarter from them. 47 for 1 after 5. I suppose the story of the first 5 overs is that Zishan Khan is gone for 19. Looked good, but then good bit of bowling by Dixon. Was able to remove him from the equation. You can see here, the red line is basically the ultimate run rate of Luxembourg. 8.7 and over. At the moment, Malta's slightly above that. Dixit's going to be swung around to the golf course end now. After he removed Z-shot early. The wind's not really a factor here, so as far as which end you bowl, it shouldn't really matter too much. But it's funny, sometimes you just feel more comfortable at one or the other. Time for over number 6. Last over of the power play. Cool, watches this one, and it's certainly an end where we've seen a bit more pop, maybe off the surface. Watercourse of France has gotten a lot. There's an area around about there where I've seen a few balls taking off. They're not really short deliveries. Sri saying the top 4 teams will play in the finals now on the 5th of August. I'll put that in my calendar, Sri. Dixit. Play we've seen a fair bit of, actually. It's called wide. Just, let's go too far. I suppose pretty harsh. In ECS, that's probably a wide. Grabs a bit of the line. Could see them starting to apply it in T20 international cricket then. Anyway, this is going to be gone. Oh, and how's he got out to that? The cool be wondering. It's a low full toss. He kind of clunks it down the bottom of the bat and it skews away into the offside, and Malta have lost a second. Dixit with the golden arm again. He's got 2 for 6, and Malta 48 for 2. Oh, Takur again. He just looked so accomplished while he was there, but he's found a way to get out again. Low full toss. Slightly loses his shape, loses the front leg, and loses his wicket. Nice catch taken by Halbavi, but it was a pretty elementary opportunity. Had to back a bit and take it two-handed over his head. Saying the sun was a bit of a factor. Probably was. Oh, Gopi will be frustrated because he looks in good form, but he's found a way to get out before he could really do some damage. 48 for 2. Yeah, so Sri, maybe give us, I know you're doing a lot of work for us behind the scenes here. Tell us who you think, if it's not Star CC, who do you think might make it to ECL? Are Star CC the favourites again? I imagine they would be after coming the last 2 years. But give us another club to watch out for. August 5th, finals day of the ECL qualifiers in Luxembourg. Oh, in the air, fortunately for new batter, Afi Khan is into the gap. Afi is into the side as an injury replacement. They've had a few issues. We know that the most recent one was Justin Sharju, went out with a broken thumb. So a mixture of fatigue and injuries. Malta calling for reinforcements. I suppose they're in a bit of a better position to do that, of course. Already been here in Malta. McGarl pushes runs, gets it past the fielder. Karan Gill, he's been pretty busy in that position, hasn't he? Can't stop that one, but it's only a single. Big Mervyn umpiring the bowler's end here. Good Yorkerish ball. If he's keen for it. McGall's not. Interesting because, it's his call really. McGall, they're just having a bit of a chat about it, so they should. 50's up, by the way, for Malta. Afi hits this, to be honest, McGall, it's not his business to decide to overrule what Afi can see. I think this is what this conversation's about. He says, yeah, there's one there. McGall's saying, hey, you know what? I know you think there's a run, but I'm going to say no. Objection overruled. Yeah, really, Afi Khan gets run out. If there's a run out off that, it's his own fault, I think. Probably a run there if they've gone straight away. Anyway, it's the end of the power play. 50 for 2 after 6. It's Malta for the first time just dip slightly behind the required rate. Yeah, a bit of history here. Got the 4th ever edition of the Valletta Cup in 2019. Czech Republic with the winners. We had Hungary, Malta and Iceland playing in that 4-team tournament. 4 teams again in 2021. Switzerland, in their only previous appearance here at the Valletta Cup, were runners-up to Malta in the 2021 edition. Bulgaria and Gibraltar playing in that tournament as well. Now, last year, Malta, they topped the table, but Romania beat them in the final. And Romania will be here very shortly. Malta runners-up, Czech Republic featuring, along with Hungary, Bulgaria and Gibraltar. So France playing for the first time in the Valletta Cup. Luxembourg playing for the first time in the Valletta Cup. So a great opportunity for them to get involved. Anyway, time for a new over. McGall horns it away and gets 6. Maximo. Wananda comes on and McGall uncoils himself to the leg side, targeting that short boundary. End of the power play, but they hadn't really, I don't think they've really thought this field out to McGall, who you've got to have more protection on the leg side because that's where he's going. You don't need to encourage him, he'll do it anyway. They've got a deep cover. That's pretty useless. Anyway, back to the action here. And now the next one, up in the air. Another ball pops in the leg side. Yeah, I reckon you'll see them change it now. Well, maybe not now because they've changed the batter, but next time we see the goal on strike, you've got to have a deep square leg. And the guy will say, yeah, deep square leg, no problem. I can hit it over you. Probably. Rafi Khan then will take strike to Nanda for the first time. SO3 is saying the Valletta optimists as well as Star CC and Heritage CC all have equal chances. After the first day, Heritage leading the table. Okay. The Valletta actually is the location of the ground, 3, if I'm not mistaken. I think Luxembourg actually hosted Switzerland a couple of T20 internationals 2-3 weeks ago now, I think. They split the series 1-1. Thanks for that info. Anyway, McGall. Yeah, now they've made the change. I knew they would. So they've basically shuffled all the outfielders around. So they've got an extra fielder to the left of screen now. So he says, okay, can't go offside. And he's one guy I would... Sometimes you're trying to basically fool someone or tempt someone into a stroke. I don't think with him you tempt it. You know he's going to do it. I would have a deep square leg back as well. It's still, for me, the field's a bit too straight for him. You know he wants to go sideways, so just try and protect there. And I'd probably have 5 on the onside to him. Why not? And just protect the areas he's targeting. If he can't. He wouldn't have been expecting to play in this series, to be honest. But just some of the personnel issues they've run into. Finds himself back in the side. 3 saying that Just plays for the Valletta Optimists. Got to say, I love that name. Vikram plays for Heritage and Shiv from Star CC. We've seen Shiv at the ECL before for Star. Edged and gone. And so, wow. I'll tell you what, I heard that from here. Well, he's saying he hit the ground. Oh, I'm not believing it. Oh, just seemed like a regulation caught behind. Yeah, I just think that's the regulation. Yeah, he goes back, to be honest. I reckon that when Affy turns his back, he's expecting the next thing he's going to turn around and see his umpire's finger going up. I don't think his bat hits the ground at all. I just think he's nicked off, and the umpire doesn't agree. I suppose give him some benefit of the doubt there. He's a lot closer than we are, but he just felt. This is what we saw from behind, and there was no doubt from Luxembourg saying, "Hey, come on," and Nanda, he's boiled up about that one. 59 for 2 after 7. So a controversial moment. The umpires, give them credit, they've been very good in this series. That's one that you can debate, I suppose. Umpire in the best position. Rafi survives. Ooh, close. Maybe just going down the leg side. I mean, if this is missing a leg, it's only just missing. Yeah, he gets a long way across. Let's have a look. Hits him kind of middle and leg for me. Oh. I'll be reviewing that. Might have been an umpire's call on whether it's hitting or not. Back pad. A couple of lucky from Alta, really. Now he gets across and probably going to get a boundary here to the short boundary. So just a few things running against Luxembourg in the last couple of minutes. And that one was taken off middle stump. That's Miguel's technique, isn't it? But you see, he does open himself up for LBW. Dingra is on, by the way. He's targeting the stumps. Basically saying, look, we know you're going to try and hit us leg side. Everybody knows it, but we're hoping that you miss one. So, you know, rather than trying to drag him outside the off stump, he's saying, yeah, look, I'm going to basically gamble that I can get you to miss the straight one here. Grabs a bit of pad this time. McGall won't get off 29, but he will get a leg by. Sri saying that he heard that from Luxembourg. Yeah, well, there's definitely a noise. But I suppose the debate is whether it was an edge or whether it was the ground. And really, to be fair, we can't tell. I'll give the umpire a break. In the end, when you're umpiring, you can only really call what you see. So if you have doubt, and obviously there's an element of doubt, he might have suspected that he hit it, but if he had doubt, then umpires will give it to the batter, and that's exactly what happened. So you're not being critical at all. I suppose I had the same reaction that the Luxembourg keeper and bowler did there. It just seemed to me like there was an edge on it. This is hit, and it's hit pretty hard. Nice fielding though, down there by Tim Barker. We'll get back for two, but he cuts off the boundary. This is where I had the idea yesterday. Okay, we don't really have the resources for the full DRS, but I suggested maybe we get the lie detector out there, like the polygraph, and we ask the batter, did you nick it? And then the needle goes all over the place, and he has to play in marching orders. Anyway, this is a full toss, and this is not a good delivery from Dingra. Gets hit into the gap and gets hit for 4. Nagal moves to 35, but they feed him, getting it slightly wrong. Tempted Yorker. Just shade too full. McGall, even though it's smashing the stumps out of the ground, full toss he can deal with. And so it's the end of the over, 72 for 2. I think we're going to see some spin here. Or something with the keeper up to the stumps. I see them calling for the helmet. 35 for McGall early. It's been a difference maker in the first 8 overs. Yeah, but I mean, Crew made a good point yesterday. If we have the lie detector as the DRS, his suspicion was that batters would spend more time practicing for the lie detector than practicing their batting. So, probably a fair point there. Dingra goes for 12 in the over, probably not his best effort, but he's a guy I do think is pretty valuable in the short form of the game. Normally good at nailing those Yorkers too. Anyway, Afi Khan, 3 off 7. Survived a confident appeal for caught behind. Shiv Curran Gill is going to bowl. It's not spin, but it's the kind of slow mediums of Shiv Curran Gill. This pushes the first one a little bit too far away. It's a wide, I think it's a good call. The Shiv didn't bowl too much yesterday, but it's a handy option to be able to turn to. Try and take the pace off the ball here. Loses it again even further. He's annoyed with himself, but he's getting some good movement. Here's Jan. A couple of fairly easy calls for him first up in this over. This time he goes straight, but mid-off. Oh, pretty close to each other. Pretty fortunate that that doesn't roll into the rope. It just stays inside. So it'll be a long single for Afi Khan. Look at this one here. It looks like it very close to the rope, but that's a really good example of how the camera can kind of lie to you a little bit. You might say, oh, look, that's touching the rope, that's touching the rope. But remember, the camera is so far behind, it's a bit of an optical illusion. I think there was a little bit more space between the ball and the rope than the camera suggested. Hello to Tech Ghost. And thanks for your comments. I will say, no one's deleting your comments. Sometimes YouTube filters things in a way that we don't really understand. Keep the comments coming in, please. We love having them. Love having that interactivity. chopped over Shivkar and Gill. Now they're going to go. Chance. Doesn't release it in the end. This pitch is so hard. If you do hit it straight into the surface, it just hangs up for ages. So they're saying, you know what? Once it gets over the bowler, why don't we just take a run? It's a tight one, but they get there fairly easily. Could see these two now a bit more on the same page with the running between the wickets. Nice looking shot by Afi Khan. I mean, Afi, he starred. The first times he saw him playing for Super Kings here. When he whacked a big half century, setting up a score of 200 in the ECS against Gozo that then were bowled out for 6. Oh, McGall. Oh, trademark slog sweep, and that is sent into the car park. Maximo. Ah, crew from String Productions have been kept busy in many ways, but now having to do the fielding as well. That's very, very well done. And McGall has moved to 42 in very quick time. He's continuing this attitude. This is why, I mean, I would have had a fielder there. Not that it would have mattered on that occasion, but he just sees a big open space, square of the wicket. He's won every time though, has he? Fanyan takes one there. Smart batting. Raza likes the idea of the lie detector. What do you think? Anyway, it's 84 for 2 after 9. Bowling figures. Dixit 2 for 8. It's worth giving him a third at this stage. Shivkar Gill was tried. 2 options that we haven't seen yet. Vikram Vij, the obvious one. But right now, McGall, a bit more than a pinch hitter, isn't he? 43 off 22. He's batted through 9 overs. And it is going to be Dixit that's going to bowl a third. Hello to Wayne. Nice to see you in the chat as well. Welcome to Malta. Got to say, it's hot, but it's maybe not quite as oppressive as this time yesterday. Slight breeze, and I mean slight. But anyway, right now, McGall faces up to Dixit. He needs a third wicket here. He almost gets one. McGall predictably tries to hoik him away. This time he misses. Just sorting out their field here. So you're allowed 5 outfielders, and so you've got 9 available fielders if you take out the bowler and the keeper out of your 11 players. So 4 have to be in the circle, 5 can be out. And McGall takes it on. Gets a fair bit on that. And now there's pretty good work out there from Javakel to at least make the stop. He was more concerned about making sure it didn't go for 4 rather than preventing a 2. They do get a couple in the end. McGall to 45. Oh, that's 6. And he's taken on the fielder and 1. And that's going to bring up his 50. And Fanyan, he brings it up off 25 balls, and he brings it up in emphatic fashion. There's nothing too wrong with this ball from Dixit again. They kind of laid down the challenge to him, and he's uncoiled that one out of the ground, sends it into the trees. Right now, he's been more than a bit part player at the top. Now have a look at that wagon wheel. I mean, it's pretty heavily skewed one way. This is a ball, it's good 12, 18 inches outside of stump, but it doesn't matter. It has to go, and it does. 92 for 2. I think there's a degree of batting by numbers to Fanyan. I mean, that's a ball that's probably even a bit closer to him that he could have gone for, but he just says, no, I think after a 6, I'm happy to consolidate his version of batting sensibly. He's playing his own game, you know, credit to him. Afi, Kaja, come. As he gets that through for 1. Partnership building. These two came together at 48 for 2. So, I mean, already they put on 46. Put that on in 27 balls. And now worked away intelligently by Fanyan Magal. He'll retain the strike as we reach the halfway point of this chase. And Malta are 95 for 2. And they'll be looking for some answers here, won't they, Luxembourg? Who's going to step up for them? It's the mid-inning summary. If we hit 10 overs here. Magal with a half-century through the first half. Been a bit of a masterstroke putting him at the top. You know, he's going to take chances. He's not always going to come off, but if he does, especially a chase like this, he's going to score really quickly. So, 11th over about to begin. Players taking a chance to have a quick drink, makes sense. Now look, Fanyan Magal, before this game, his highest score in a T20 International was just 20. So obviously he's done a lot better than that already. Congratulations to Fanyan on his first ever T20 International half century. PCS cricket, we have seen him score 650s over 73 matches in the T10 format, including a best of 79 not out earlier this year against the Bajiba Blasters. Anyway, right now he's on strike. 80 required off the second half of this innings. It's going to be Dingra. The city end. Oh, it's going straight through his legs. It's been an interesting replay to see if there's any pad or anything on this. Yeah, leg bite. Let's have a look. See what this hits. Yeah, just flicks the flap of the pad. And gets away from Mays behind the stumps. Full toss. His partnership has been so useful. I mean, Afi Khan only kind of 7 to his name, but the partnership 49 now. It shows you it's a slightly different game, isn't it? I mean, you don't need to be going all guns blazing. Mafi can do that if required, but at the moment he's just saying, look, I'll be reliable, I'll give you the strike. You just keep going while you're going. Keeps this one out. Dingra with a good one. Oh, looks like we got some company. Romania and Switzerland. Oh, there's Chris. There's Cosman's Voy as well. Oh, it's good to see Romania and Switzerland arriving. They'll play in about an hour's time. Yeah, got a bit of action. And you got company. I'll excite all our Romanian and Swiss viewers. Magal pins his ears back again. Still think they could have one more over there. They've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside. And they got 4 on the leg, including 3 in the boundary. I'd have a 4th out of deep square leg. Pull him from the offside, doesn't really matter from where. Probably the deep point. Oh, very, very fine glance. This probably doesn't quite go. Probably get a 3. And in fact, it just gets there into the rope. And so, oh, it was perfectly judged, wasn't it? It was a very good chase down there from Vikram Vij. But it's going to creep into the rope. Let's have a look at this. And he almost wins this race, doesn't he, Vikram? I didn't think it had what it took, but it just got there. 100 comes up for Malta as well. Nice shot by Afi Khan. Last ball of the over. A shot. He's absolutely nailed that, Afi Khan. He's grown in stature in the last 2 balls. He goes 4, then 4, and it's the end of the over. And Malta, they're firming in this chase, aren't they? 106 for 2 after 11. 9 overs to go now. And Afi Khan going up a notch as well. So, I mean, both these guys looking very good. Luxembourg, a bit like Malta earlier, just searching a way to break the partnership. And so, yeah, who are they going to turn to? I think they're just going to keep mixing it up here. I mean, McGall, it always looks like he's 1 ball away from getting out, but it just hasn't happened, has it, so far? It's one thing I love about cricket, people with different techniques and different approaches. You know, there's more of this these days. You know, if you've got something that's a bit unusual, if it works for you, just do it. Just stick with it. McGall, he's playing his cards face up, isn't he? But it's working for him. Louis saying Fanyan playing a gem here. Could say that. It's a long way to go. Let's not talk about botched chases, because there's been a few of them this week where chasing teams have squandered winning positions. Vikram Vij is going to come on and bowl for the first time over number 12. Where's this required run rate at? It's under 8 now, 7.66. So here's the thing. You can kind of get 7 or 8 runs and over without even hitting a boundary on a field like this. So really, you're happy to bat with a minimum of risk now, I think. Bat on ball, and it's only really dot balls that get you in trouble, or kind of runs of dot balls that get you in trouble. Run hard. Travellers enjoying Fanyan's innings so far. He's playing a blinder for Malta as well. On the cut, this should be 4 as well, so a little bit short, a little bit wide from Vikram. And that one is sent to the backward point boundary. Malta is methodically knocking off these runs at the moment, and Luxembourg need to change something, and change something quick, because this game's getting away from them. This is where, I mean, one of the issues with the Luxembourg attack, we talked about it before, there's a little bit of a sameness about their attack. We haven't really seen a lot of spin from them, or any spin from them. Similar pace even, a lot of their bowlers. Right now, Malta in the groove. That one comes back. Good comeback from Vikram Vij. Well held by Mays behind the stumps as well. Wicket changes everything here. Where's it going to come from? Again, you've got a fairly defensive field, as you'd imagine at this stage. So you're hoping for a bold LBW, maybe caught behind. Maybe the batters lose their heads and sky one out to the outfield. Another one that Afi misses out on. Frustrated with himself. Yeah, doesn't nick it, that's the key. Good comeback after getting hit for 4. Just talking about the field, saying, hey, should we put a guy back on the cut? And Vikram's saying yes, and I would too, because I think he's bowled consistently in that channel. There's not too much else you can do with that ball, and so let's protect the boundary. Still got kind of a short third man in case he top edges the cut. You see, pretty unattended on the leg side at the moment. He slices this to that man we were just talking about. That turns out to be a good idea. Dixit does the fielding. So 6 on the left of the field and 3 on the right at the moment. And Vikram has a definite tactic to not really attack the stumps, but to be wide of the stumps. Now, here's where I think it's interesting. You've got just 3 on the leg side for Fanyan McGall, who will not care about where this ball is. He wants to go leg side where there's no fielders. Next to no fielders. Last ball of the over. He has to change his mind at the last moment. Slower ball does him in. So, like I said, you know, he's saying, all right, this one's going over here. Actually, no. I don't think I've got that quite as much. Remember, it's the first ball he's faced for him, so you've got to get the pace, and Vikram not really coming onto the bat there. 112 for 2 after 12. Yeah, Wayne saying it'd be great to see Louis Bruce in the ECC. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen this year. And Louis saying it is what it is. And Wayne, sensibly, he just says he blames Corey. Yeah, I blame Corey as well. Corey definitely was tuning at the start of the day, and I said, look, Corey, you're a good 6 hours away or so from being on the air, and then probably a 3-hour game, and then long after that, I'll still be here at the end of the third match in Malta. 11 or 12 hours of cricket beginning to end. But you know what? If you love the game, then you'll love the opportunity to see the cricket live here in Malta. I mean, it looks great on TV. It's probably even better live. I'd love for you guys to be here and soak up the conditions. It's like paradise here, really. Paradise is hot. Jabakel coming back to bowl third over. Oh, he's a bit too short first up, and it's adios pelota Maximo. Oh, so Jabakel comes in, just gets a little bit too short. Afi Khan to 22. He's taking things up a notch. Pretty handy guy to be able to include in the side. It was partly the length, but also the line. It was kind of at him, and he was quick enough to get his hands through. And again, targeting shorter boundary. Jabakel, I can understand why they went back to him. He's kind of had that X factor, hasn't he, for Luxembourg? Certainly showed that with the bat yesterday when he took 15 off the last over to win the game by a single run against this side. And now this is going to be 4 more, and this is a class shot really from Afi Khan, who reaches, he gets down, he gets dirty, but he gets a good result. So leg side, offside, doesn't matter. Jabakel pulls it wider, saying, okay, get this to leg side. He says, I don't need to. He gets down on the back pad and strikes it away. It's that Maltese limestone. Afi Khan, 26 off 19. Remember, he had a pretty slow start. Just played his role in the partnership, but this partnership's out of control now. It's worth 74. Now, this isn't a memorable shot, but it will get a run. Trying that kind of sweep again because there's no one back on the leg side. So in Luxembourg, they've kind of hitched their wagon to this tactic of stacking the offside field and bowling outside off stump. But, you know, against these kind of batters, particularly McGahl, don't know that you can set the kind of field you'd set to a quote-unquote normal batter in this situation. They do put a deep square leg back now. There's still only 3 on the leg side or on the boundary. Like I said, McGahl hasn't done absolutely everything here. 7 over required or so. So, like I said, you don't have to be going looking for trouble. You know, you can just kind of bat. I think you both faced a lot of balls at this stage, 33 and 20 respectively. Most bat on ball shots that are going to see you get at least 1 run, and that's fine. Two's the call first up. I would have got it, I reckon, but I suppose you can also understand they'll be a little bit cautious at this stage, not wanting to create the opportunity for an unnecessary run out. So it's fair enough. Wayne also makes a very good point about Louis having a good head on his shoulders, mature outlook. Obviously not being able to play in the ECC, but we'd love to see him in the ECL. Louis, and maybe some ECS tournaments around the traps as well. I've seen him playing the Kartma ECS last year. Unfortunately, that one was curtailed by rain. Right now, it's the end of the 13th over. Malta, 125 for 2. 50 required off the last 42 balls of this game. Be a good chase, wouldn't it? The Traveller saying you have to have playing some amazing shots. Wins on the card for Malta, but guess what? If you've been watching this week, you'd know this is far from over. You had 2 wickets to the score now. You see that rate creep up to 8 or 9 and over again. There's plenty of time for Luxembourg to turn this around. Again, it's all about creating a chance and taking a chance. And you just feel, even when someone like Miguel is batting pseudo-sensibly, he's still going to give you a chance at some point. You might need a bit of luck, but he's, by his very nature, he's an unpredictable batter. He's risky. You don't know when he's going to go, when he's not. Vidge is back, over number 2 for him. Kind of sweep shot. I think a 2 here. Probably would have got it. Jabakel ran around it and kicked it, but the batters didn't really run the first one hard. I know that Affy's had some issues with injury. We saw him actually survive a pretty nasty collision in the ECL when he was playing for the Malta Super Kings back in 22, and he just had a few issues also with leg injuries and running style injuries, so he might want to do himself a disservice here. Good slow ball. Vidge has got a good kind of variety of offerings. You know, we've seen he bowls a good kind of leg cutting slow ball. This one looked to me like it might have been the other one. But, you know, he's not quick to start with. And, well, it gets a bit of respect there from Affy, who says, yeah, that was well bowled from my end. I'm going to say well done. I'm going to see that kind of sportsmanship on display. This one sneaks under the back. Good take by Mays. Had to get low down for that one. I mean, I want to harp back to the point. We'll bring up some skeletons, but let's not forget Affy Khan survived a very, very confident caught behind appeal. I think he was on 2. Nanda. Right. Umpire had doubt, gave it not out. Affy now is built to 28. This partnership has grown to 82. All right, this one is the chance, I think. It's miss-hit, it's going back, and he's going to catch it. Oh, well, it was more good luck than good management for Jabakel, who misjudges it, puts up the periscope, the left hand, hits it, it comes back, he fumbles it, he catches it though, and he stays inside the field of play. So it's going to be the end of Miguel, but not before a spirited half century. 56 for him. Luxembourg maybe can turn this around with that wicket. Malta now 126 for 3. Now, how about this for a catch? Goes up in the air. Yeah, look at that. Left hand, fumble, both hands, and then I mean, he's just looking down with a bit of panic, saying, please, please, can I be the right side of the rope? But it was the bit of cricket that Luxembourg needed. It goes back, goes, whoop, fingertip, and then, yeah, he's literally one step away from stepping over the line. So, well, Luxembourg, they might have had a bit of bad luck. They get a bit of good luck there, don't they? And it's the end of Fanyan Miguel. Still, Malta, even with that wicket, they're in the box seat, aren't they? Not too much required from their batting unit. Rate required in the 7s. So Malta going to send out the skipper, Lauren Prasanth, now at number 5. Obviously, new batter faces up. I don't want to take all the credit or anything, but I think you probably would have seen that rule in the ECN before you saw it as an ICC rule. About not crossing on catches. Just makes sense. You shouldn't penalise the fielding team for taking a catch by crossing the batters, because they didn't get a run, because they can't get a run if the ball's caught. Anyway, Prasanth. He's a pretty good striker with the ball. He's just seemed a bit tighter technically during this series. He can just be solid here. Doesn't have to do anything crazy early. 49 off 38. Kravic is driven. Tell you what, had to hustle there, and somehow Prasath drops his bat. I tell you, I don't even think there was a run there because the cover was in pretty tight. Tell you what, this is a pretty interesting replay because he loses his bat. Is his foot down? Oh, you know what? I know he's not going to give it because he hasn't. But I reckon if you really slow that down, I reckon he's out. I actually reckon he's out. His bat's jammed, and I don't think his heel's quite down. It's almost a dead heat between the bails going and the heel coming down. Yeah. Anyway, now a dot ball to follow up. You can just feel things have changed a little bit in the last couple of minutes. End of the over, 127 for 3. Umpires just calling the runouts on the field though, so I mean it's one, I think live you really not going to have any confidence to give that out. But anyway, Afi Khan in the driver's seat now, 28 off 23. And that's the wicket that matters though. Megal going after a very nice half century, 56 off 37. Prasath might want to tie the bat to his hand so he doesn't drop it again. Dixit is going to come on, and he's been brilliant so far, 2 for 19. He's just had the knack of getting the big wicket. And Prasath is a big wicket. Still batting to come though. I mean, Malta bat all the way down. So 8 and over required. So let's have a look at that. Okay, 8 and over. Let's see if they get more than 8, Malta win the over. If Luxembourg are able to restrict to 7 or less, then they win the over. 8's probably a draw. Obviously, they'd love a wicket as well, Lux. As we get ready for over 15, here's Mohit. They bowled first up, and I like to the new batter Prasath. They've kind of brought in the field slightly to protect that one. I mean, when you first get out there, especially in a game like this, you're kind of cruising in a chase. You're looking, hey, let's get me out the way. A bit like Afi Khan did early on. Get me out the way. But they're making it a bit difficult for him to do that by having that field tight. So this is a full toss, and it's going to get stroked away by Prasath for 4. Cuatro carreras. Wasn't a good ball from Dixon. He's been pretty good so far today, but this is throwdown stuff, really. And Prasath takes full toll, gets off. So his first boundary in style. Now, hit pretty hard. Oh, he's gone. He's been run out. Would you believe it? And Luxembourg gets something out of nothing. I mean, Afi Khan must have taken an age to take off there. And it's a sensational piece of fielding to hit the stumps. Well, they can't believe that. To be honest, neither can I, because even with a perfect piece of fielding, they needed Afi to get off to a real slow start to turn this into something. Look at that. Knocks it down, picks it up, and hits the stumps. And you can see here, to be honest, he hasn't even got his bat down, not even close. In it comes, and a really easy decision for the umpire. Afi Khan run out for 28, frustrated, and talked about some of the issues he's had with running. He's just saying, why don't you run your bat in? Even if he did, I think the issue was, he just didn't take off straight away. It was on his heels, took forever to get going. But that's Halbavi that's hit the stumps. He's knocked it down, he's picked it up, and then he's hit the target. And, well, Luxembourg, they've removed both established batters now. And to be honest, that one was no more than a half chance, really. Afi had to walk into the trap, and he did. I think the run was on. I mean, yes, it got hit hard to the short cover, but he fumbled it, got away from him. And, yeah, just a slow response, costing Afi his wicket. Waka Afridi, he's a pretty good guy to come out, but again, he's an aggressor. Bangs the first one into the ground. knocked down by Halbavi. Similar fashion, but this time they will get through for a single. Yeah, Waka has just had a really good week. The only, I suppose, disappointing moment, I think when he's pushed up the order in game 2, he went for a golden duck. But I mean, that's going to happen sometimes. But you know, he's hit the ball really well. He's bowled well, he's caught well. He's a good man to be able to bring to the crease at number 6. Prasanth on strike now. Edged and goes to Vikram Vij, who then shies at the stumps. I think Waka was home though. Vij was kind of in a 6 1/2 dozen position here, where he wasn't really kind of right back on the circle, but he wasn't really up at slip either. Kind of got it on a couple of bounces and allowed a single. So, end of the over. What is it? I don't think it is the end of the over, actually. It looks like just getting a bit of attention there. Still one to go in the over. Everyone taking the opportunity to have a bit of a drink. I can understand that. And one thing I will say is, next game's meant to start at 12:15. I'd say there's 2 chances of that happening, slim and none, because we've still got 5 overs to go here, which means I think it's going to be at least kind of a noon finish. So I think we're almost certain to have a bit of a delay, assuming a 15-minute delay, but there's nothing official yet. Just setting everyone's expectations. On the cut first up, Akra Afridi just knocks it out to deep point for 1. That is the end of the over. Dixit finishes with figures of 2 for 26 off his 4. With 5 overs remaining. It's game on in Malta. Malta, 134 for 4. Rohit Dixit, the only multiple wicket taker, and wicket to Vikram Vij, who's done a pretty good job, and keep him on here. Still got 2 to bowl. Vikram is probably not a bad matchup against someone like Akra Afridi, who I think likes a bit of pace on the ball. Like, he likes to whack it. I think that Vikram might give him too much time to think. So we're talking about like 8 and over required. Still around that. I mean, the last over went for 7, so that's a slight win to Luxembourg. The over before that went for just 2 from Vikram Vij. And had a wicket, so that's a huge win to Luxembourg. So they're still around the 8 and over required though. And so let's see if they can get 8 off this or not. So Akra Afridi gets ready to face up. Push and run. 1 off 1. I suppose when you're trying to organise a chase like this, I mean, now you're having to get a little bit strategic. You've got to work out what risks are warranted and what aren't. And have a certain degree of aggression in your mind of how aggressive you want to be. But then also you have to react to the ball that's bowled to you. So I think we might have another cliffhanger the way things are going. Having said that, both these guys have got immense power, and they could just unleash a flurry of boundaries that could see Malta across the line in quick time. Edge round the wicket to Prasanth. It's a good tactic we've seen used to effect before. It's an edge. A sideways hop to Dingro. Does knock it down. Just a single. 2 off 2. Tension at the moment. Luxembourg playing their first game in this Valletta Cup. Malta coming off a loss, 30 runs they went down to France by last night. Vikram, they held him back to the second half of the innings, but he's been really good here. To be honest, Akra Afridi. Waka by name, Waka by nature. He's wanting it after the bowling. He's looking for something in his zone. He'll unleash him. I'd like batting from this end as well. Strikes this really hard, but he's drilled it straight to James Barker. Just a single. Singles are slight wins for Luxembourg. Having a look at what's required. The difference is 11 between runs required and balls remaining. Some of the Swiss guys that are here, including our very own Ashwin from the ECN office. Goes back, punches. Just another single. He's got to give here. And they get the 8 off this over. We got so far 4 singles. Vikram doing the job. There's another aggressive shot. Should just be one. Clean stuff from Barker down there. Kicks the can forward again. 5 singles off 5 balls, and that's fine. For Luxembourg builds the pressure. Trying to force them into a situation where they have to play a big shot. The other thing is they haven't been able to get any 2s here. They're almost hitting the ball too well to the sweepers. Out. There's the pressure reliever as he heaves it into the car park. Maximo Varun Prasad goes and fetches that one, and now security's got to do the fetching because that one is all the way up to the clubhouse. End of the over as well, 145 for 4. It's a good time to update your social media profile as well. Well, there's big Canado. Canado Fletcher. He can hit a long ball. It's like this guy, Prasad. Look at that. Round the wicket. Thing is, if you're going to get round the wicket, Varun's a bit of a funny one because you almost want to get into his leg stump because he's got a bit of a blind spot there. We've seen exposed in the past, but that time he could free his arms and he got plenty of it. Takes it down to 30 off 24. So, I mean, that over was super interesting. 1-1-1-1-1. We're talking about 8 and over required. That was 5 off 5, but then they end up getting 11, don't they? Because of that 6 off the last ball. Gopal in the chat saying what's the difference between T10 and T20? Well, I mean, obviously, one's 20 overs long, one's 10. I think T10 forces you to kind of change your strategy quicker or reassess more often, probably twice as often as T20. What you're doing, who you're bowling, how you're batting, what your level of risk is. You'll see T10 cricket as well on ECN. Boundaries in a little bit, so it also changes the way you bat. Anyway, right now, 30 required off the last 4 overs. And they go back to Dhingra. Oh, he delivers a full toss and he gets hit up on the roof. Maximo! Well, follow that ball if we can find it. That one's gone all the way to the golf course. Might be teeing off for the back 9. Oh, Freedy gets a hanging full toss. It hangs up in the air. To be honest, pretty high as well. Let's have a look. Probably waist high under these regulations. It has to be above the waist to be a no ball. But what it was smashed. There you go, off top of the roof. 2 6s and 2 balls, relieving the pressure. And Malta got it back down to about a run a ball now. Tell you what, once that gets on that road, it could take some finding. Might need to call a cab to go get it. That's the way this is going. Maybe we will be able to almost start the next game on time. Don't think so, though. I think we're kind of heading for a 10:30 a.m. GMT start with the 12:30 in Central Europe. And it would be 4 p.m. in India. That's match 3, Romania-Switzerland coming up next. Toss news. Well, we won't have it until it's done, which will be just after this match finishes. It'll be on our website, europeancricket.com. Don't forget to keep checking our social media, European Cricket as well. Teams will be out shortly in Romania and Switzerland. What will their tactics be? I've got to say, I'd rather bat. It seems often in the first game of the tournament, they like to field, kind of all get out there. I don't know. The runs on the board. Probably doesn't matter too much. Conditions won't change too much. It'll be hot. I can tell you that much, though. Still trying to find that ball at the moment. They might be bringing on the box of balls. They've lost that one forever. Yeah, so if you want to have an idea about the 5 teams here in the Valletta Cup and their rankings, you can see Romania, Switzerland, yeah, 2nd and 3rd respectively. Switzerland, back from the wilderness in international cricket, to be honest. So, I mean, they're still finding their way. I think I wouldn't say there's that much between Romania and Switzerland, to be honest. France, the top-ranked team out of the 5 we'll see here, but I mean, we've seen them pushed. We've seen them losing to Malta earlier in the week. Luxembourg, yeah, punching above their weight as well. You can consider the size of their country. They're just holding on in this one. Malta trying to get revenge for yesterday. Remember, 24 hours ago, Luxembourg won off the last ball by a single run. Right now, Dingra delivered a filthy full toss. What's he got next? Oh, he gets edged away, and he'll probably get 2 here. Afridi runs hard, gets a couple. That takes it back to literally a run of ball required. Keanu saying, hey, Vinny, how have teams been with the over rate and time? Well, it's kind of hard to tell, Keanu. And one of the reasons is that, you know, there's all these stoppages for drinks and things like this. So I'll give you an example. They're meant to bowl the 20 overs in 80 minutes or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Pushing on this time from Afridi. But this innings has been going 80 minutes now, and there's still 3.5 overs to go. So if you're going to even give it an over allowance, you'd say that's probably 10 minutes behind. But then I suppose if you add up, for example, that time for the lost ball and drinks come on and for legitimate reasons, the umpires are policing it. But if they actually are behind, then they'll only get 4 outfielders for the rest of the match. Anyway, Prasad steps across, and the rest of the match might not take too long the way this is going. He steps across, and he whacks that over the short boundary. Maximo! As Malta hit 160 and just 15 required for victory now. What a good chase this has been. Yeah, it's been built with partnerships, and this one's developed pretty rapidly, hasn't it? These two came together as he felt the game might be turning. 2 wickets that went within the space of 5 runs. All right, the idea of 2 here, but it's not quite on. But now they've put on 30 in the blink of an eye. In just a couple of overs, 14 balls, they put on 30. Malta really should cruise home from here. Afridi now wouldn't be feeling too much pressure, I think, in this situation. Just play his game. Smart batting. He's not just a hitter, Rucker. I think he can be that, but I think he also is a very intelligent cricketer. Sums up the situation pretty well. And now Malta closing in. 17 overs down. It's 162 for 4. It's funny, we talked about the run rate being quite low on the first day at least. I had a feeling around 8 and over as par. Kind of still stick to that. Last year's Valletta Cup would show that. It was more like 7 in the Medina Cup. Par score 141. I think we're seeing scores go up. We're seeing batters that maybe haven't played on this new pitch in Marsa, adjusting to it and feeling a bit more comfortable. Jalakel is going to bowl his final over here, alternating 13. So, Afridi faces up, first ball of the 18th. Luxembourg need a real tight over here, and probably they need to remove these two. First ball knocked away for one. Shuvo saying if it was 220, it still would have been chased. Pretty confident about the Maltese batting and their ability to chase. Yeah, well, to be fair, there's been quite a few of our viewers have thought Malta would be able to do this. I wonder if they felt differently when Zishan got out early. But I mean, one thing about Malta, when Zishan has got out lately, other guys have stepped up to the plate. This has been no exception. Like round the wicket to Prasath. They're trying to jam in a Yorker at the leg stump. And it's tough because you don't really have the field to protect for that either. So we're a very heavily offside oriented field. Well, he tries, but he gets it wrong. And guess what? That's more. Maximo! The end is nigh. He tries that leg stump Yorker, but it turns out to be a knee-high full toss. And Varun's having none of it. Some big fans over there. I think that Varun's got some big fans out there in the cricket world. And yeah, it's not a bad line to try to him, but he can't bowl it that high. He's just going to help it on its way. So just 6 required now, and I think all hope's lost for Luxembourg. Better. Can be bothered by the ball, just kind of shaping him late to him. He's not huge on footwork. Some batters aren't, but I think that was a better ball from Jabakel. But he hasn't had too much to celebrate today. He was the highlight. He was the hero yesterday in that last ball thriller. I don't think this is going down to the last over somehow. Prasath. He gets 2 here if he wants. He does. He runs hard, and Waka runs hard as well. They're creeping up on the target now, just 4 required. Luxembourg just have the 1 game today. They're able to take a bit of a rest later on today. They play early tomorrow as well. Yeah, that's the spot, see? But still, no credit to Prasath. He gets back down on it. And knocks it away for 1, over to Afridi. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, in the last couple of years, Varun's missed a lot of balls that have gone between his body and the stumps, which you don't see good players doing that often. That's obviously something he'll be working on. 3 to win. You know, they start bringing guys up. To be honest, not quite sure what the strategy is here. Maybe just saying, look, bunch of dot balls, that's the only way we're going to do this. Let's really try and put the squeeze on here. Waka's probably licking his lips at this. Everyone up in the circle. And I mean, everyone. Anyway, 3 to win. Could this be it? Won't be. It goes to one of the 9 infielders. And Waka says, well, you tried to stop the single. But bad luck, you didn't. So I'm going to have more. I'm just going to go to the 19th. Malta now, 173 for 4. Just 2 runs required off the last 2 overs. Keanu just noticed the ECS Switzerland up on the website. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, Switzerland should be great. Have a look at this partnership and how important it's been. Not just surviving through a few overs, but the fact that those big shots have just raised the run rate ahead of the red line, and that's why they're going to get there. So it looks like Dingra is going to try and perform the miracle. And they're going to stick with this idea of, I suppose, trying to create dot balls by bringing everyone up. But Afridi loves to go over the top, so that's why I think he's probably licking his lips. But he also knows he can still punch her into the gap and run. It's going to be hard to get him out. Okay. That's got to be frustrating as a captain when you bring everyone up and you've got literally 3 guys there in a row and they still can't defend the single. So that ties the scores. It's all academic now. do it with plenty of time to spare, to be honest.
3 here, 1 there. All of them are like.
Prasath, I think he's closing his briefcase. He's ready to leave the office. Any score wins it for Malta. And, well, to be honest, they're going to do it. And well done to Malta. And well, they do it with a scramble. And Luxembourg unable to prevent the winning run. Let's have a look at this one here. Prasath. Yeah, gets there in the end. And so, yeah, congratulations. It's a well-engineered chase. I mean, 175 is a decent-sized target, but they will chase it down with 10 balls to spare. The final score here in match 2 of the Valletta Cup. It's Malta 175 of 18.2, defeating Luxembourg 174. Commiserations to Luxembourg, who tried their hardest to be competitive, and they backed themselves out of a corner with the bat, didn't they? They were 5 for 2 at one stage, ended up with 174. But early on, it was Zishan and Magal that were going big guns. Magal taking on the hook. And that was just the first of many more in that direction. Zishan looked dangerous, got to 19, but then chopped on, got a slippery Yorker from Dixon. And Mr. Dixon was able to remove the danger man, but there was more pain to come, and Magal then took off all the way to his first ever half century in T20 international cricket. His previous best was just 20, but he's been asked to do a job at the top of the order, and he did a very good job, didn't he? Meanwhile, Halbavi was able to take that, and Afi Khan joined after the wicket of Thakur, who's kind of squandered a couple of good starts. Afi Khan survived a really, really confident caught behind peel early on, and then got into his work and then expanded his stroke play. That one endangering some of the spectators. But yeah, Magal just was pretty selective, but when he went for it, he certainly hitched his wagon to that leg side plan. Afi Khan had a bit more variety to his stroke play, cutting that one away nicely. And yeah, that one was a nice one, wasn't it? Down on the back knee, just cracking it through point. Magal, late in the piece, he would go, and it was a pretty good catch by Jamakel. I think it was more good luck than good management, to be honest, but Prasath came to the crease. Afi Khan then found himself the victim of a run out. It was great work by Halbavi, and Afi was stuck on the treadmill. He was gone by a metre or so. Something out of nothing. Throwing the hat with glee. Luxembourg thought they might be able to turn things around, but Varun Prasath and Waka, they put pain to that line of thinking with a couple of big hits, getting it down to run a ball and then below. And really, when it came down to it, Luxembourg, they just weren't consistent enough with the ball. Talk about the fact there's a little bit of a sameness to their attack as well. It's a waist-high full toss that was put onto the roof by Waka. And Prasath, with the pressure gone, he just kind of eased his team over the line. And you can see here, I mean, trying some Yorkers, but just getting too full and making it a bit too easy for Malta, who get there in the 19th over. Malta, their first points of the Valletta Cup. Another tight contest between these two teams. But this time, Malta get their revenge after the one-run loss yesterday to Luxembourg. And that makes it 2-1 to Malta in the 3 contests these teams have played this week. 56 for Magal, his first ever T20 international century, scored off 37 balls. Well, he might be a guy that plays his poker face up, but I tell you what, he had all the answers, didn't he? And that was after the early loss of Zishan, who made a brisk 19. Middle order firing, though. Kopal, he'll be disappointed to only make 9, but 28 for Afi Khan. 31 not out to Prasath, along with Waka Afridi, 18 not out. Saw them over the target with 10 balls to spare. 2 for 26, Dixon. He got some big wickets early. He was the best of the bowlers for me. Vikram Viz, though, a close second. 1 for 19 of his 3. But in the end, they weren't quite able to defend that score of 174. We'll take a break. Almost certain now that, and yeah, I have official confirmation. That it'll actually be a 12:25 start, so 25 minutes away. The toss will happen very, very shortly. We'll see you then in around about 20, taking to match 3. Romania and Switzerland here for the first time. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. See you shortly for more action right here. Valletta Cup, T20 Internationals on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to the Master International Cricket Round. A lot of commotion here because we've got 5 teams in action today over 3 T20 internationals. And coming up next, really exciting time because we'll see the 2 newest teams to the party. It's Romania versus Switzerland here in match 3. And let's see what happens at the coin toss. The officials out in the centre with the 2 captains, Ali Naya of Switzerland and Ramesh Satheesan of Romania.
Welcome to Valletta Cup, Team Romania and Team Switzerland. You are the home team, you are the away team. So you toss and you call. This is the head, this is the head, and this is the tail, okay? You toss and you call. Tail is the call, and it's tail. Switzerland wins the toss.
You're gonna bowl first.
Switzerland elect to bowl first. Good luck, boys.
Thank you. And these are the
Good luck,
chapters
boys.
for the officials
Oh, thank you very much.
and for the other team as well.
Thanks, we've got something for you also. I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Switzerland win the toss and they elect to bowl first. So I was wondering if teams want to battle bowl. I do say that teams that are coming into a new tournament, often they do like to field first. They can all get out there together. I mean, fireworks going off once again. They always are here, and we're going to see some fireworks in the middle, no doubt, because Romania, they like to go hard. They're defending champions here. Watch out for Taranjeet Singh. He was the player of the tournament last year in the Valletta Cup. And Romania, well, they only finished second in the round robin stage, but they beat the hosts in the final to take that trophy. Switzerland do have some Valletta Cup history themselves. 2 years ago, they were runners-up to Malta, so they've been here before. Switzerland, obviously, after some time out in the wilderness, working their way back into international cricket and up the rankings. They'll hope to be able to make a bit of a jump. Both these teams, they are in the 50s. Let's see who gets the better of this contest. Just quickly for Switzerland, Ali Naya, watch out for him. The captain is a very talented all-rounder, and Fahim Nazir, certainly one player I always love to watch on ECN. So New Zealand toss in match 3. Second match of the day is that Switzerland. They've won the toss and they are going to bowl. So we'll see the Romanians first up over to the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, really exciting moment of the week as we get to see the 4th and 5th teams to appear in these Malta T20 internationals. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and yeah, Ali Naya winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Have seen a couple of epic chases, haven't we? But you wonder if Romania can do that. Do the business first up. And Romania defending champions in this tournament. Switzerland were runners up 2 years ago. As we look at the 2 sides, Satheesan up the top of the order with Romania with Taranjeet Singh. Pretty strong opening combination. Now Gotler will have the gloves at 3, Sain at 4, and Siva Periawa at 5. Shakur's in the side as a bat. Bowling-wise, you've got Vashisht as well as Kohli. Raj Kumar's in there, Sudip Thakur. Hingorani rounding out the 11. First time we've seen him. For Switzerland, though, Ali Naya listed at the top of the order with Arjun Vinod. Hassan Ahmed is playing for Switzerland in the number 3 spot. And previously, we've seen him playing for Italy. So it's great to see him turning out for Switzerland now. He's qualified to summer mood. Watch out. And watch out for Hurricane Canado, who is a real beast with the bat. Also sends down some fiery medium fast offerings. Fahim Nazir, mentioned him in the intro at 6. Murali Nanasekaram, I'd be surprised to see him batting that low, but he's listed at 8. Ashwin Vinod as well, someone we know very well at ECN. And Asad Mahmood rounding out that lineup. Is a Hussain in there as well. So 10 minutes behind schedule here with the players out there and ready to go. Yeah, there's Hassan Ahmed. Nice to see him in a red shirt. Give me a little wave. But yeah, so nice to see rules say obviously you can play for 2 different countries. Once you play for the second, you can't play for the first anymore, and you still have to fulfill the same criteria. So Hassan now, having fulfilled the 3-year residency criteria in Switzerland, he'll be behind the stumps. Also a stylish left-hand batter. It's a bit of a commonality of some countries between some of these players. You've got Fahim Nazir, has also played a fair bit of cricket in Italy. We've seen him in Swiss colours. Also got Nish Kumar out there, listed 7 in the Swiss lineup. Let's see what that looks like. Romanian lineup, I think their batting order seems pretty spot on what we saw in the introduction there. I want to say hello to all of our viewers watching from Switzerland and watching from Romania that might be just joining us for the first time in this tournament. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and yeah, hopefully you stay with us because it's going to be a big few days. I mean, still we've got 4 full days of action here, 3 matches a day. Sun's out, 30 degrees, feels a bit warmer than that. It should be good. We got Arjun Vinod who's going to get us going. It's the Thiessen facing up. 2 new sides to the action, and it's a bit of a misfire first up from Arjun Vinod. Now, Romania certainly would have played here before. I think a few of the Swiss guys would have 2 years ago as well. A sense of anticipation about this contest. Oh, down leg side. I think this is off the bat. No, it's leg buys. Well, I'm way off. Thought it was a bit outside the leg, but no, it must have been off the pad. Actually, that one shows a lot better. I suppose I'm behind, so thinking optimistically. No, it's off the pad. It does well to make the stop. Just leg by to get Romania going. Here's Hassan Ahmed behind the stumps. Charanjit Singh, player of the tournament last year in this Valletta Cup. Romania pinched it off Malta, who topped the table undefeated after the round robin stage. Taran lets the first one go by. Keanu says Romania have a good side. So does Switzerland though. I mean, bit of a trend earlier in the week that teams on their first day, all 3 teams we've seen so far, struggled to make runs on their first day. Took some time to adjust. You'll have the better of the start here. Swinger there from Vinod. Taranjit organised. Gets off the mark. First run off the bat. Romania ranked 50. Switzerland ranked 57 in the ICC T20 International Men's Rankings. Hello to Faisal as well. Good chance to say hello to me if you like. ECN European Cricket Network. Got Dave B doing just that. Hello to Keanu. Was excited to see Ali Naya and Fahim Nazir. So Thiessen goes back and punches, but Gully's in pretty tight there. It's Osama Mahmood. And some questions about some players that aren't in the side, but I suppose you've got to realise as well that these players, they can have a big schedules. For example, Romania, they'll play twice today. Back-to-back matches. So you've also got to kind of manage your squad and your rotations a little bit to keep people fresh, I think. Sneaks down leg side, but this will be a wide. Seen it a couple of times with Thiessen getting a long way across his stumps. Probably a few questions with the Swiss abbreviation, the CHE down the bottom. That is the kind of international standard for Switzerland. And it actually comes from the Latin name for Switzerland, which is Confederatio Helvetica. And the reason they use that is because in Switzerland there's kind of 4 official languages, so it doesn't favour any one of the official languages. So often you will see it in English-speaking countries abbreviated as an SWI or SUI sometimes. But yeah, for this tournament, using the official international 3-letter abbreviation of CHE, Confederatio Helvetica. So Thiessen goes down, picks out the cover, kind of boots it back towards the pitch, unintentionally. But it will be the end of the over. So both sides kind of feeling each other out so far. Vinod, pretty tidy. It's 4 for no loss after 1. Hello to Danny Pinsuti, nice to have you with us. And if you just joined us, we've got a lot going on the European Cricket Network at the moment. We've got 3 matches here in the Valletta Cup today. Started last night with France defeating Malta by 30 runs. This morning we saw Malta getting over Luxembourg in the last game. This match just starting 10 minutes behind schedule. Hopefully we can get back on track. Romania, the double-header, taking on Switzerland and France. Well, it's got their only game later on today, but France got a very good attack. France, their first Valletta Cup, so you can see them taking on Romania. That should be a good contest. Don't forget, we're also covering cricket from the Netherlands today with Thailand, Scotland going head-to-head in the T20 National Women's match from Kampong in Utrecht, in the Netherlands. Well, that's a little bit concerning. I hope that that's on purpose. Well, it's hot, but I don't want it to be that hot. Ali Naya to bowl over number 2, and first one a bit short of a length, worked away to the leg side. Remember that show Lost? And the black smoke appears. That's not a good thing, is it? The 4 languages of Switzerland, it's quite a diverse country, you know. No ball called. Would have been a wide anyway, but Naya must have overstepped here. Let's try and check it out in the replay. It must have been just. Yeah, so German, French, Italian and Romansh, all official languages. Fair bit of English spoken there as well. Sometimes there's a kind of neutral language. Free hit then. Taran. And he gets the thick outside edge down for 1. So, and also those languages, German, French, Italian, they're kind of Swiss, I suppose, adaptations of the language as well. So yeah, Switzerland is obviously a beautiful country. It's actually where the ECN headquarters are now. So hello to everyone, if you're watching at headquarters, and I bet you are, because got one of our ECN crew, Ash from Vinod, in the side. You've already seen him in action. This one is pushed a little bit too wide. Ali Naya getting some good movement here, but just losing the handle on it a couple of times. It's a great opportunity to say hello to us though in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and join the conversation. Oh, might have hit this. And if he didn't, I think he was gone. I've got to say, I thought it scratches the bottom of the bat on Satheesan here. But it's lucky it does. Again, he gets a long way across, doesn't he? And if he hasn't hit that, it's gone. But I've got to say, I believe him. I think he passes my human lie detector. There's just a little bit of bat on that. But that's what saved him. He looked confident, like he was no chance getting given out, but I bet his heart was racing. Now, this is when you're taking it to extreme. You're saying, you know, that's actually hit the bottom of my bat so hard, I think it's cracked it. So I'm going to change the bat. Don't often see the bat changed after a miss. But Satheesan just wants to feel something different. Oh, well, this is going to work because it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Oh, the fielder was right there, wasn't he, Arjun Vinod? Right there on the right line. Well, probably should have used that bat from the start, Ramesh, because this one goes over the deep point and it goes for 6. First Maximo of Romania's campaign. Good one. Hits the ground on the way through. Yes, Satheesan is a class player. He's led the side for a while now. Seen him make some big scores in the ECS as well. He's had a bit of an up and down couple of years, I suppose, in a Romanian shirt. This one gets a bit big on him, gets him above the pad. Also, will take us to the end of the over. So Romania, after 2, 14 without loss. A beautiful day, 30 degrees, but like I said, feels a lot hotter out there. Bit of a breeze though. Notice today isn't quite as oppressive as yesterday. Romania last year, they were able to hold on in the final against Malta, 171 to 162 in that game. That was all the way back on the 15th of May, 2022, so about 14 months ago now. Knocked back to Ashwin Dodd. Just angles the ball in naturally, doesn't he, Ashwin? Works quite hard to keep European cricket ticking along. Oh, Taran's after him. Has he got over the fielder? He has just. And it's Kenardo, who is one of the taller players in this competition, who went back. He went back as fast as he could, and he launched himself. Taran has a scare, but he gets away with it. I've got to say, I thought he was going to touch this. I don't think he does, though. In the end, wipes himself out. And there is Ashwin, searching for his first wicket. And now the next one is going to be over him by a lot more. It's high, and it's going to go all the way. Maximal! Taranjit Singh this time, more of a fully fledged pull shot. Last one was kind of half drive, half cross bat, but this time it's a straight pull. And to be honest, it's quite a remarkable shot. It's gone pretty straight. But he gets all of it. He loves this ground, doesn't he? Taranjit Singh was really important for Romania last year. It's actually Vasu Saini in the final with a half century that saw Romania through to that 171, which turned out to be enough. But Taranjit was the leading scorer for the week, 357, including a century. Top score of 110. Now backs away and tries to go over the offside. So Taranjit not wasting any time here. Only 6 overs in the power play. Romania certainly have made a conscious decision to try and professionalise their setup over the last few months. They've been working really hard on their fitness, and that could be quite important in these conditions at the moment in this schedule. Down the side, so Vinod will have to bowl that one again. Yeah, but I think that's very admirable. I mean, Switzerland, same thing. I think that they playing a lot of different formats now, playing a lot of short format, even playing some T10 domestically. We'll have European Cricket Series in Switzerland for the first time in 3 years. It's actually only maybe 3 weeks away, so I'm super excited for that. 2.5 weeks away even. Go down the leg side, I think. The natural movement of Ashwin Vinod. Taran, maybe a bit dangerously. That's why this one here is just trying to whip it away. There is a deep mid wicket out there, so even if he hits it, he has to make sure he doesn't get himself into hot water. It's right on target. It's pretty smart to keep it out, I think. Into the third, as Romania continue with this opening partnership. It's 23 without loss. Yeah, Keanu mentioning the World Cup qualifiers last year. Yeah, T20, same format. Switzerland got over France when they met, but France won 3 out of their 4 games back in that 2022 tournament. 2022 qualifier. Having a look at the table, well, finally, we get to see Romania and Switzerland. There's Malta already, having played 2 games. Each team will play 4, playing each of their opponents, and that'll take us through 10 games, which takes us through to the end of Saturday. On Sunday, it'll be finals day, so the top 3 teams have a chance to win the tournament. The top team qualifies for the final automatically. The second and third teams will play a qualifier for the right to meet that team in the final. 4th and 5th will have a game. They'll play first up in a 4th place playoff. So don't forget, all of these, they are fully fledged T20 internationals. Ali Nair's back. He sneaks this one past the decent. Yeah, last year was a little bit different. Last year, because there were 6 teams, it was only the top 2 out of 6 that made the final. So I suppose you've got a bit more leeway this year. Because there were 6 teams last year. It was just they were split into 5th and 6th playoff, 3rd and 4th, and the final. This year there is a qualifier before the final. So Thiessen tries to move it along, steps across, tries to open up leg side, but just inside edges it onto his body. A bit of pressure building on the captain. Love to get one away. So I suppose the thing, if you finish second or third, it means, okay, yes, you can still win it, but you're going to have to win 2 games in a row in the heat on Sunday afternoon. So I think teams will be scrambling for that top spot. Well, that's a shot and a half from Thiessen, who breaks the shackles, and he goes bang, straight over, mid-off. This is just fast hands, bang. Gets plenty of it. I don't think it's a bad toss to lose. Romania looking pretty relaxed. I feel like teams, they like the idea of fielding first, a new tournament. Having said that, saw a big chase earlier on today from Malta, so maybe it doesn't matter too much. I think it settles the nerves a bit if you can go out to field for the first time, though, with a big score on the board already to defend. Oh, come back from Naya. They had that slip in place for something like that. So Thiessen flirts with it, doesn't catch up with it. So one thing I like about both these two teams, their uniforms are magnificent. Look at these bright colours. This one doesn't really bounce as much as Thiessen was expecting. Yeah, look at the bright red of Switzerland. Speaking of bright, the Romanian team looking pretty good in their national colours of yellow and royal blue and red. Last ball of the over for Ali Naya. Oh, it goes with it and he hits it so well. Maximo! Suffering a bit of width. He beat them a few times out there, but that is the short boundary. And Romania, I know this ground pretty well from last year. They lifted the trophy then, and right now, their main business, 4 overs in, 33 without loss. Hello to Gary Wheeler, who's saying hi everyone. Hi Vinny, hope everyone's well. Too many ECN choices, haha. Wonderful coverage as always, thanks. Well, you know, Gary, a little bit like me at the buffet, have a little bit of everything. I mean, right now, you only have to choose between us here in Malta and Hungary. And yeah, Hungary rapidly drawing to its conclusion because it's finals day tomorrow. And then, obviously, ECI, it's Saturday, Sunday. That should be great. But don't forget, yeah, in about an hour and 15 minutes, it'll be time for Thailand, Scotland from the Netherlands in the T20Is. So yeah, have a little bit of everything. If you can multi-screen, and then multi-screen, line up your devices. Anyway, Ash from Vinod to have a third over here. Thailand works them away to point. And wicket's the key, but in Romania, let's have a look at their batting lineup. Nadagotla's listed at 3, the keeper. Masri at 4, mentioned his half-century in the final here last year. Sivakumar Periyawa, pretty talented player as well to come in at 5, and they've gone for Abdul Shakur as a batting option at 6. Interesting they have, I mean, they've left out Gaurav Mishra, who would provide a bit more of an all-rounder role, maybe batting 6 and delivering some in-swingers maybe to open the bowling, but they've decided, okay, for this game, we're going to go Abdul Shakur and go kind of heavy on the batting. I think it's almost certain we'll see at least 1 or 2 changes for Romania in the second game. Thiessen steps away and can't catch up with this one. Vinod's getting some good rhythm here, isn't he, Ashwin? Just waiting for a little edge. And seems like a really interesting field here. Oh, this is just what I was about to talk about, because they had 2 guys in kind of protecting this little dab or wanting to pounce on a nick, but Thiessen teases them, carves it through. Just have a look at the field here. So they got 2 guys, it's kind of floating slip. It's a little bit further back, more like a flyer slip, and then kind of a genuine gully. And just hoping that that you can get the batter hanging the bat out, maybe presenting a catch in that opportunity. So you see them there. And they're obviously facing the batter and not too far away. It's a decent 22 off 18. Hasn't always been convincing, but he's got the runs to show for it so far. Cracked a couple of sixes. Yeah, you see there. You've got 17, that's Anish Kumar there. You've got Sama Mahmood hovering for a little nick. Oh, nicked. And I don't think it quite carried. Into the over 38 without loss. But this is a little inside edge for Satheesan. Big inside edge. I don't think it carries, judging by that. Behind me probably won't tell, but I think it just bounces. Yeah, just bounces before it gets Hassan Ahmed. Good stop. Would have been a sensational catch. Probably needed to be about a metre closer. Anyway, 38 without loss after 5. Romania, 38 through the first quarter. If you want to talk par, I still think that 160, so it's got a 40 per quarter. By quarter, I mean 5 over, a little segment. So I suppose in Romania's favour, they don't lose a wicket there. They've got 2 batters that are key batters that are both kind of in and going. They've faced 19 and 12 deliveries respectively. As we're going to get some Canado here. And Canada's a player that we first saw playing in the European Cricket Series back in 2020. I've got to say, I was a fan back then. I'm a fan right now. We've even seen him in the chat from time to time. He's playing for St. Gallen back then, and I assume we'll see him there again. I've also seen him at the ECC before. He's a fun player to watch. Also, we saw him earlier in the field, grasping one-handedly at a chance that wasn't quite a chance in the end, just went over his head. Over number 6, last over the power play. I wonder if that's playing on Taranjit Singh's mind. Here he is facing up on 11. That's a cracking shot. Absolute cracking shot from Taranjit Singh. And he punches that behind point for 4. It's a little bit of width and a fraction short, but only a fraction. And he just waits and violently stabs down on that ball, and the result's a boundary. Canado, big burly left armour. Got to try and force Taranjit to come forward and maybe force him into an error. Very confident start to the 6th over from Taranjit Singh. Now, flat bats almost picks out Naya, who, if he was a metre closer, probably gets this on the full. I think the intention there from Taranjit is actually to go over the fielder, so he's kind of lucky he doesn't get it that well, because it doesn't quite carry to the man at mid-off. Length. Soft hands, knocks it down, gets 1. Romania applauding every run at the moment. And both teams, interesting to see how they handle the heat. Figuratively and literally, because it is super hot out there. Romania will get their chance to field a little bit later. I mean, that could be something as well. Maybe it's better to field a little bit later in the day. It's probably still going to be pretty hot though. 10 to 1 local time at the moment. Second innings, you'd imagine, will be about 2:15. Maybe 2:30. It's a decent, let that one go past. Here's a look at Canado. He's recovered well after getting punched for that 4 first ball. some indecision. But they decide against the run in the end. I think that's pretty smart. It's a better ball, I think, from Fletcher. Just gets kind of semi-prod forward and defensive strokes from Sathieson. Last ball of the power play coming up. Forced away. Get into the gap. And that's Fahim Nazir doing the fielding. Nice to see him back on ECN. Another player that starred in St Gallen in the ECS Switzerland in 2020. Right now, here's the end of 6 and the score 44 without loss. A bit of history. You can see Switzerland have played before. They were runners-up to Malta in 2021. Romania only played once and they won it last year in 2022. And they had an interesting time of it while they were here. We saw that Romania cruised through, but they didn't have it all their own way. Went down to Hungary along the way. And yeah, they also went down to Malta. So in the final though, when it counted, Romania batted first, made 171 and held Malta to 162. But yeah, recent history is good history. I just think all these teams will enjoy it, the fact they're getting out there playing for their country, playing for ranking points. Don't forget that. These two both in the 50s. Romania the higher ranked team. So Switzerland, in a sense, have a little bit more to gain if you can defeat an opponent that's ranked above you. There's certain benefits to that over and above just the regular points. Ashwin's going to bowl out here. And he's going to get hit away over cover for 6. Maximo. And that one's into the archery range. What a shot. And yeah, well, absolutely tattooed by the Romanian skipper. Well, that's a bullseye. And well, this is probably the most thankless task. And now, how many shots to get it back over the wall? He's going for it. And he's done it. Well, a throw in one. We've seen a few mishaps, but that ball will take some fetching. 50's up for Romania and the 50 partnership between these two. Sathieson 29, Taranjeet 16 and 5 extras, bringing up the 50 in 37 balls. Dave saying slow start for Romania, but I don't think so. 8 overs pretty par. And more importantly, these guys are probably getting more comfortable with it, more that they're batting, and you can kind of sense a slight dip in enthusiasm in the field when there's a few overs without a wicket. That's an arm up to the stumps now to Ashwin Vinod. Might just be about changing something, maybe trying to make Ramesh feel a bit claustrophobic, make him a little bit conscious, staying in his crease, not letting him bat outside his crease. Oh, popped up just over there. Now we might have a run out here. Sathieson in trouble and gone. I got to say, Sathieson, he runs because he's concerned about getting caught, but there's never a run there, and he knows it. It was a leading edge that, I mean, looked, for all intents and purposes, like it might pop straight back to Ashwin Vinod, but it didn't. And then Sathieson had just watched the ball too long, and he was running as he was watching. And he just got too far from home. In the end, he's gone by miles. See here, he basically runs saying, yeah. And Taran kind of rightly saying, well, I know it's your call, but even I can tell that's not a good call. Look, straight at a guy. So what are you doing? Get back there. So, Hassan, this is another kind of benefit of being up to the stumps, that you're already there for a run-out opportunity. So he doesn't have to run towards the stumps. He's already there. And so the 50 partnership is only 50 run-out, causing the first wicket against Romania. And it's 50 for 1. Brings Satwick and Nadigodla to the crease. He's the keeper himself. Yeah, just a misjudgment, really. Well executed though, Ali Naya. The man just had to have any sort of a good throw back to the keeper. He was ready and waiting. He sat back for the first time. Good hands again from Hassan Ahmed. Nadigotla himself, who's a very proficient wicket keeper. This looks like an excellent leg side stumping in the ECI T10 in Milan in early May. But that wasn't the last time we saw the Iranian team because they played at home. Really recently, actually. Yeah, that was only about a week and a half ago that we saw the Romanian team. And they won their home ECI fairly comfortably in the end. It was Croatia and Slovenia. Looked a bit too good in home conditions as well. Taranjeet, 16, more or less run a ball so far. Here's the last ball for Ashwin Vinod of his 4-over spell. So electing to bowl him out. So we'll have a bowling change at that top end, the city end. Good one to finish. Kind of holds its line, and Vinod can hold his head high. Doesn't take a wicket, but only goes for 24. Run a ball pace of his 4 overs. Romania 51 for 1 after 7.
No.
See who we get down this bottom end now. Probably go with Fletcher again, I imagine. Yeah, they will. Nadigotla again. He's a pretty destructive player. He's a bit hit and miss, as most batters are. I like the way he's wearing his purple Cluj helmet, which I think it's from one of the ECLs. Cluj represented Romania in 2019 and 2022. The Cluj club's kind of expanded so much that now it's spawned Giamata in the Romanian domestic setup. And Giamata and Cluj actually played the ECS final, and that was only 2 weeks ago. So we've seen a lot of these guys pretty recently, haven't we, on ECN? Just shows you how strong that club's become. But I mean, United from Romania, they were the representatives in the ECL that just happened. And, a few good clubs there. New clubs as well. UNEFs were pretty impressive. Gladiators have been up and comers in the last couple of years as well. Anyway, they are going to change the bowling. Instead of going for a second over for Fletcher, they're going to go for Anish Kumar. So change your pace here with some left arm spin. It's going to be the weirdest quick singles you'll ever hope for. And now they're going to get 2. Wow. Let me talk you through this one. It gets drilled at short cover. It hits his shoe. That's Hassan Mahmood. Comes back to Hassan, who picks up and sniffs an opportunity to run out Nadigotla. So he throws, but then with no one backing up, field's gone back now. And they turn out to get 2. It's the old 2 off the shoe. I don't think so. Not really turning back. Kumar kind of bustling around the wicket, threatening to turn one down the line. Nadigotla, got time to get himself in here. That run rate, I do feel that 8's par or so. As he is a bit too strong. Throws that one back over Hassan's head. These two know each other really well. They starred for the Zurich Nomads back in 2020. What a fun series that was. Still really early days. I think that was the first series where we had the camera up in the tower. We have it now. Alton won every game, but then lost the final to the Nomads. Taran carefully plays around his front pad. Fielder in there nice and tight. Prevents a single. Just gets one down the ground, so yeah. Run out, unnecessary run out of Zathison's just kind of thrown things for a bit of a loop, hasn't it? goes all around. Madagotla. End of the over. Kumar pretty tidy. As it's 55 for 1 after 8. Let's have a look at the shape of this ball. A little bit of turn, but only a little bit. Madagotla plays down the wrong line. Well, Rob Thompson in New Zealand, I think he's off for the night. It is pretty late over there. I'll give you that. Late-ish. 11 o'clock. But Rob, look forward to seeing you again soon. One of the great things about ECN, you can watch cricket round the clock, really. Saini listed next, and Periawa at 5, Shakur at 6, Raj Kumar at 7. Vashish, who's a sensational field. I always love watching him at 8. And really, you know, someone like Kohli at 9, he's the guy we saw opening the batting and doing a pretty good job for the Gladiators in the ECS. So that shows you they've got some depth in there. But soon, maybe you wouldn't be aware if you're just joining us, but you'll literally be able to watch cricket around the clock because we're planning an EC marathon, European Cricket Marathon, 24 consecutive matches through the night, through the day, through the night, through the day. So stay tuned for that at the end of the year. Anyway, Canado, the reason they didn't bowl him then, they've swung him round to the top end. And here he is to bowl over number 9. And Taran's after him, but it's high. Fielder comes around and takes the catch. So big moment in the game. Taran tried this before and got away with it a couple of times. He teased Fletcher himself earlier. But again, it's that straight pull. He's fighting the angle, gets it high. These longer boundaries, it's one of the longer boundaries on the ground. Fielder had plenty of time to come around and take the catch. So a big wicket in just the 9th over. Taranjit going for 17. And the score now, 55 for 2. Hussaini comes out at number 4. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to hit that shot, you better hit it right in the middle. Because if you don't, even if it's a little bit off, I think it's going to balloon and it's going to go so high that fielders at this level, they can have time to find the drop zone. And I've got to say that Ashwin Vinod took a very, very good catch there, running around to his right, and holding on to a critical chance. Hussaini, though, to be honest, he seems like he's been hitting them pretty well lately. Hussey's also a pretty handy bowler. Being used more and more as a kind of death bowling option for Romania. Canado Fletcher, though. Hurricane Canado doing the job and removing the other Romanian opener. So 3 and 4 at the crease at the moment. Cluj teammates as well at the crease. Saini faces up. And he gets one that pushes him back, but that's good running. It makes such a difference, that being a 1 versus a dot. And these two, you'd imagine as club mates, they'd have a good understanding of batted together a lot for Romania. Having said that, I do remember that they were involved in a disastrous run out in Milan where it took about 10 minutes to work out who was out. They were both stuck at one end. But anyway, that's history now. And now they got Loft to the races and takes pressure off his partner, gets him a run, gets him out of the way. Now flicked away nicely off the hip, but they got a man covering that. That's a traditional fine leg down there. Fahim Nazir hurls it back in, just a single. Yeah, that was kind of a strange one. There's an excellent piece of fielding on the boundary. I think it was Jasprit Singh, and then against Italy. And there was just total confusion. Both were at one end. And they got left the end, then came back, but so he was out. They didn't realise that straight away. What a mess. Thick outside edge this time, and again, field's back. No, it's kind of a traditional field with the fine leg and third man back, saying, look, rather than just put our outfielders back straight, we're gonna keep them up a little bit and challenge you to hit over them, and maybe we can force a mistake. And we'd rather cover the boundaries for kind of, I suppose, luckier shots like that. It comes off the edge rather than off the middle. Fletcher has good pace on the ball. Squares up Madagotla, but again, you can see Romania hustling in. I think they look pretty conscious to avoid dots here, and I think that's smart as well. If you go straight away, you're ready to get run out. Have to go around Fletcher, dives, even though the ball ends up hitting the stumps. And Nadagotla, he's safely home. The infielders, I mean, they're not right back on the circle. They're trying to stop the one there, but yeah, I just think the lack of hesitation allowing the batters to get through most of the time for one. Mid-off up in the circle, interestingly. This is going to be called a wide. Seemed like it. One for the over, which is allowed to be over the shoulder, but if it's over the head, as this is, I think, yeah, easily, then it'll be a wide. One run to the total and re-bowled. Switzerland just choking this innings a little bit with those 2 wickets. Shortish, Saini works it away. Oh, it's pretty fine. I think in the end it's okay. He's able to make the stop. Falls over the boundary, but he already slapped the ball away and cleans up. But yeah, it was a bit finer, and in the end, Saini gets 2, and it's the end of the 9th over Romania, 62 for 2. Raza asking about who are the best batters in Romania. Well, Tanjit Singh often steal the headlines, won't he? And he was the leading run scorer in this tournament last year. Had a very good series, including that century we were talking about. But I mean, Sathikson, you've got to put him in that calibre as well. Nadagotla, very, very capable. Saini, likewise. Got a pretty strong order. Periawa at 5. I think it's dangerous. So yeah, take your pick there. If you want to go on last year's results, which is probably not a bad way to go. As Anish Kumar comes back for his second over. It was tidy in the first. Yeah, last year Taranjit with 357. He was their top scorer. 225 to Sathikson. Saini with 150, including 69 out in the final. Periawa was next, and then Abdul Shakur. But to be honest, he had top 3. Taranjit, as well as Ramesh Sathikson and Saini. All 150 plus.
Come on, Anish, your weekend now, boy, come on. Go, lads, let's go, lads.
The gaps here. Going for cover. Oh, he's going to kind of angle into more than anything.
Yes, boy, yes, boy.
Knocked back into the ground, straight back to the bowler here. So sometimes when you're facing a bowler like this, you're looking at, okay, where the outfielders aren't. So I'm trying to look over cover here. Probably, let's say square leg. If you can get it behind, this is more or less straight at square leg. That's Murali Nanasekaram out there. Nice to see him. I've seen a fair bit of on ECN as well. It's good to see a few familiar faces out there. Nanasekaram. Can open the batting. This might carry, but almost. Down to Arjun Vinod. Nanasekaram is a guy I saw playing for Alton in ECL earlier this year. Alton had a weird time and had a great first day, and then kind of fell off the wagon in the second, missed out completely. This could be trouble. Does it straighten enough? That's the question. Umpire says no. So for me, it hits me in line. The question is it going on to miss the leg stump, or is it straightening enough to hit? And it's pretty close. Yeah, I mean, umpire's call for me there. I don't think you could conclusively say that it was missing, but you also couldn't conclusively say it was hitting. So I think benefit of the doubt going to the batter, but it was a tight one. End of the 10th over. We're halfway through the first innings of match 3 in this Valletta Cup. The score is 66 for 2. Hello to Celeste Mikhail in the chat saying, I'm so desperate for cricket. I'm watching this as a South African. Well, are you watching this from South Africa? Are you watching from somewhere else? Maybe let us know where you're watching from, Celeste. We've got viewers all over the world. And yeah, you see the mid-inning summary. We're halfway through. Only got like 8 not out. Saini's there on 6 as well. Opener's got in the first 10. That's a little tick for Switzerland, I think, to get those guys both out before they could do too much damage. Zathisan 29. Tarjit Singh 17. So to Gary Wheeler as well. Anyway, Fahim Nazir gets the ball over number 11. Again, they've got that tightish cover there. Ali Naya, the captain, doing the fielding. So trying a bit harder to stop these singles. I think they know these two. They've dropped and run a few times. They've basically, Switzerland are saying, look, we'd rather you hit it past us and risk going for more than one than just let you get a sneaky one. Third man comes up in the circle. We've seen Saini kind of angling the ball away in that region on a couple of occasions. Nazir probably a bit more pace off. So I don't expect as many to go in that direction. Some of the mood goes back. Deep mid wicket. Slow ball. And knocked away for 1. No, they can't stop the one here. Leg side still has a few gaps and exploit one there. Nazir being used in the second half, I think, because he's got a good change of pace. Few adjustments at the moment. Another slower ball. Saini picks out the fielder. And even these two, they're not going to get a run this time. Another slow one forces Saini to make the pace. That's Izzah Hussain, who came in, kind of had a pop, now they got luck. Nazir's got a good set of hands, says, no, that's not going to give away any runs unnecessarily here. It's been a good over, really putting the brakes on. It's been a bit of a boundary drought here. Well, they try and break it, but they'll find the fielder. And that's an excellent over from Fahim Nazir. Just 3 off it. And the score now is 69 for 2. Yeah, so let me count up how long it's been. I think it's 29 balls in a row without a boundary. So more or less 5 overs. That's a quarter of the innings without the boundary. We're talking about quarters, 40 being a par quarter, or 38 off the first 5. 28 off the second 5. So Switzerland doing a good job just holding Romania down. One thing Romania do have wickets in hand. They do bat pretty deep, but you can just feel the squeeze on at the moment. Nice looking drive from Saini. I suppose the other thing is they haven't really been able to turn 1s into 2s that often as well. And that's kind of what you're hoping for. You're not getting the boundaries, that's the next best thing. This is another one you might think about it, but I mean, the fielder's been pretty good at cutting off these angles, and he sends a signal with a strong throw that they shouldn't be taking it to there. Kumar fouls this one onto his foot. Well, Celeste, it was a weird experience hearing me say her name. Well, guess what? This is ECN, and this is a two-way conversation. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. You're part of the community. Wants to elevate slightly. So he'll just get one. Yes, I watched from South Africa. Got to say, I played a bit of cricket in South Africa. I loved it. Played in Johannesburg, played in Pretoria, played in Cape Town as well. Beautiful country. I haven't been back for a few years, but, well, I like eating. And so if you like eating, South Africa is a pretty good place to go. Dances at this one, hits it pretty well. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder. But Arjun is up to it. They'll get two. That's excellent fielding. It just matters so much if you can find outfielders that have that lateral range. You can protect the boundary so much better. I mean, that was hit pretty hard. And I'm pretty sure probably feels like he could get four here, but yeah, not able to find the gap. Now this will just be a single, so another tidy one. Anish Kumar has now bowled 3 overs. He's only conceded 14, so it's not even 5 and over. And after 12, Romania 75 for 2. Yeah, Celeste, this is one of the cool things about ECN. You can ask us any questions you like. You can make comments, and I'll read quite a few out on air. Looking at the table, early days, but France lead it with 2 points. Malta 1 and 1. Lost to France, but beat Luxembourg so far, who are still searching for their first points. And one of these two teams will join France and Malta on 2 points. So it's probably one game that you know you're not going to have rain issues. If you look at the sky there, I still have not seen a single cloud since I've been here, and been here about 5 days now. But got Dylan saying, "Come on, Romania," in the chat. Got comments in the chat saying they like to play T10. Well, all these players do actually. As you have the start of a new over and a different spin option with Arjun Vinod coming on. So, the brothers both being used from that top end. Down the ground, hangs in the air a while. Never going to carry though to the man down there. Hit pretty hard, but again, it's good fielding out there. That's Murali. Make sure it's only one. Goes up and into the gap. And this one could be the first boundary wall, but it won't be. And once again, excellent fielding down there. Asad Mahmood this time keeps it to 2. Sneaks past. A real turn back. Let's have a look at this action. Gets nice and high. Kind of slides on to Nadigotla. Nadigotla trying to get things moving. It's going to be another ball that doesn't quite carry. Out there to the outfielder. It's the end of the over, and Romania still struggling to find that elusive boundary, and the score is 80 for 2. So how long's that been now? I think that's now 41 balls without a boundary. And it makes such a difference in the boundary dimensions, doesn't it? I mean, we've seen Romania a fair bit in ECI cricket and ECS cricket, you know, with the 50-metre boundaries compared to these ones. The straight ones here are about 60, and the square ones are still about 50 to 53, let's say, from the middle. The straight ones are the long boundaries, and so if you're smart, if you bowl cleverly, you can, I suppose, force the batters into trying to hit towards those long boundaries. I'm going to say that was a good over from Arjun Vinod. Anish Kumar's going to continue. That's kind of strangling this innings with spin at the moment, aren't they? And to be honest, run rate kind of peaked after 4 overs. Since then, not a lot going on. Yeah, so, I mean, the highest over is 10. We saw 10 in the second, 10 in the fourth, but since the wicket of Satheesan, overs are 474, 365. And these two who are, they're attacking. I mean, Natagotla's more and more an out hitter. Just struggling to get going, and something's got to give here, really. Tries to make something happen, Natagotla. Kind of yorks himself. Could beat the bowler and feel the tension rising. Now they know they have to up the rate here. Got the wickets in hand to do that. And gets a waist high full toss, swings it away and swings it out of the ground. Maximo! The rare error from Kumar, who's been so good so far. But this one just hangs up. And it's waist high, isn't it? In ECN T10 cricket, it's probably no ball. It's waist high or above. Here, it's got to be above. So I think the umpire's correct in not calling it, but still has some work to do because he has to signal the 6. Natagotla, what's happened here? Maybe he's got a slight cramp in his foot or his leg or something like that. Or maybe when they ran. Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, saying something about his foot. So it's either how he's landed or he's something's hit that foot. So yeah, obviously using all available sunlight. There's Gaurav Mishra though, looking pretty cool. How do you make the yellow uniform brighter? You add the fluorescent vest. Gary's asking what's the temperature there today. 31 degrees. And I will say today it only feels about 35. I think the 31 yesterday felt like about 39. But we've got a little bit more of a breeze today. And it's still pretty hot though. But yeah, hopefully there's nothing too serious. When you hit a 6, that's probably the last time you want to have a bit of a timeout, because really, Switzerland, they've been all over Romania here, and Romania finally break out, but then it gives Switzerland time to say, come on guys, we've done well so far. I mean, that was the first boundary in 44 balls. So it's a bit of a drought that's been broken by Natagotla. More or less it's because of a bad ball more than anything else. Still, I will say as well, big thank you to everyone here. I've been given an ice cream. And look, that's great if you got 2 commentators, but we don't have 2 commentators, do we? So this is going to be a little bit complicated, but I will have a go at eating it out of respect to my hosts. Yeah, Natagotla, I hope this isn't too serious. I mean, they have a backup keeping option in Shakur if they need it. Kumar. Gives him a chance to regroup as well, doesn't it? Yeah, good to see a fair bit of young Romanian talent in this side, in this squad as well. They'll use a variety of options along the way. Valletta seems reasonably serious. If he's still down, he's just kind of pulled something or something's gone in his foot. Can you see him saying, yeah, just maybe when he was running that he felt something. Putting the shoe back on with a bit of discomfort, but I find it hard to believe he wouldn't continue unless it's really serious. Medic's giving his expert opinion. Let's see if we pick up anything here. Steps across. Right foot, that's fine. And when he goes off to run, it seems fine. So not the execution of the shot, maybe just when he's running down the pitch. Might have landed funny on one of the steps, that's all I can think. But he's going to continue, so that's good to know. There's a slight delay there. Hello to Chris, who's joined us in the chat as well. Gary says where he is, it's a chilly 19 degrees. Well, actually sounds pretty good to me at the moment. I will say I prefer hot than cold. You kind of dress for it. And this is the only tournament of the year, well, so far, where I've left the suits at home. I said, you know, I'm going to stick him into the dry cleaners because I will not need them in this week in Malta. And I haven't. It's been roasting. Anyway, good seeing Natagodla is good to go. Well, we think he is. Like I said, you know, for some reason he couldn't keep. They've got Shakur as a backup. He's a pretty good keeper as well. Anyway, back to the action. We're going to run here, so don't worry about running on that foot. We'll keep an eye on Satwick because, yeah, of course, no runners in cricket anymore, except in extraordinary circumstances. Goes down the ground and he absolutely nails it. Maximo! When it rains, it pours. And, well, it's pretty twinkle toes for a guy that just had a busted foot. Natagodla goes straight as the day is long and goes over a pretty long boundary. And he clears it with ease.
Come in, boy, catch is coming, come on, lads.
Well, maybe thinks, you know, it doesn't really matter if I get out now. I'm not 100%. I'm just going to go for my shots. Now on the cart. Pierces the gap. I didn't even know there was a gap there, but Satwick's found it. And that's going to go for 4 as he moves up into the 30s. Well, if I was Saini, I'd go and tap him in the other foot maybe, because this is great stuff from Natagodla, who's providing the over that Romania needed to try and spark a turnaround after they've been kind of dawdling through these middle overs. That's the end of the over. 16 come off it. 3 dots and 3 boundaries. It's 96 for 2 after 4. Yeah, Chris, saying got a good memory. Haven't been here for a while. Well, I need to have good memory in this job. I think I just ticked over 2,500 matches. Hey, I've got to say congratulations to Rico, though. While I was on vacation, he brought up his 2,000th match on ECN, and he's still plugging away right now in Hungary with Charlie. Yeah, so congratulations, Rico, on reaching that milestone. Right now, it's going to be Arjun Vinod. Gets driven away first up from Saini. And Natagodla, because he's done his foot, I think he's thinking, look, you know what? We still got 7 guys below me that can bat. I think it's time for me to go. Well, he said that. Has a look at Arjun first up. Doesn't get a run. And I wanted to ask Celeste where she's from in South Africa. Because you haven't been there. All cities have a slightly different feel. I've got to say, in South Africa, I was introduced to a certain delicacy. And look, yeah, we do food chat sometimes here on ECN. Normally last game of the day, but I'm going to make an exception. But bunny chow, look that up. I think it originated in Durban, in Canado. He's going to go off for something now. Hopefully he's not too serious because they probably still want him to bowl a couple of overs, I'd imagine. Yeah, bunny chow. Basically, it's like a loaf of bread hollowed out and then curry put inside and then the crust put back on the top. Who thinks of these things? I don't know, but it was delicious. I actually had it in Johannesburg, but I heard it hails from Durban. So yeah, try that at home. Oh, he gets a little edge that saves him, otherwise he's going to be stumped by a lot. Had a got luck. He's not running great, but he does run too. You can see they're still bothered by it, isn't he, Satwick?
Big shot is coming, boys. Ready for the catch.
Yeah, you can see he's got a bit of discomfort, doesn't he? Now next ball goes for it. Fielder comes in. Oh, he spills it. He'd really taken a good catch out there, Ashwin Vidod, but in this one I think he gets to it. Satwick, you can clearly see he's got a more aggressive approach since he's picked up that foot injury. Hundreds up for Romania as well. About a high 130s pace at the moment. Nice shot from Saini. Has he got enough to get to the boundary? He does. That's good placement. It's just a proper cricket shot. Timed it, spotted the gap at deep cover. Slightly inside out, straight over the infielder's head. And normally if you do that, there's a gap behind. It's good effort out there, but to no avail. Sasad Mahmood knocks the flag out of the ground, but the boundary's just starting to come. And after, what was it? It was something like 43 balls without a boundary. We've had 4 boundaries down the last 9 balls. Now the next one isn't one. And yeah, Saini, next ball. Frustrated, because that was there to hit, but just threw the shot a bit too early. End of the over. And into that one. With 3/4 of the way through, Romania, they're 104 for 2. And we're talking quarters, so 5 overs. Par, I think, is 40 so far. 38 off the first 5. 28 off the second 5. But that was the best so far. Well, actually, it was the same as the first, 38 again. I thought it was the best so far, but that's because it was heavily skewed by the last 2 overs that went for 16 and 8 respectively. Keanu talking South African food and asking what's the boar sausage. I think you're talking about boerewors. Boerewors is good. There's boerewors, there's droewors. They do some good things there. And also, pretty friendly exchange rate in the last few years in South Africa as well. Chris is comparing it to a cob loaf. Yeah, similar. I think spicier. Bunny chow, look it up. Get a recipe. Fahim Nazir swung around now to the golf course end. Straight over the stump, so it won't be wide, but pretty good keeping from Hassan Ahmed to cover the line of this. So we just wanted something on that. I don't think we've got a fine leg in plate. And so if he had something on that, probably a good chance of getting at least 2, probably 4 if he makes decent contact. Try it again. Yeah, I think he wanted to, and then he didn't, and then he did. He steps across like, okay, I'm going for this fine leg, if you're going to leave it open. And then he goes, it's not there. And he says, well, you know, I don't know if you don't try. And so he's like, all right, throw my hands at it. In the end, he just wears it. I reckon you're going to go for it, you've got to commit to it 100%. In fact, now they've forced a field change. So he's kind of done what he wanted in a way, except for score runs, because the finder goes back. So now you can kind of hit straighter. Dad turns around the corner. Big gaps on the leg side because they just have outfielders in front of square. Clever bowling by Nazir. He's a good cricketer, isn't he? We'll see him with the bat, I'm sure, throughout this tournament as well. Very stylish stroke maker.
Good boy, keep it up, playing lovely boy.
Pitched up again. And Nazir, I think the key to his bowling is he's not trying to bowl too fast. you know, on this field, sometimes you don't want to give the batters a lot of pace to work with, but he is accurate and he's little subtle variations.
Good for him. Keep it up, buddy, Alex.
All right, takes this on. It's got to be a chance, surely. So many fielders back there. Oh, he's dropped and it's gone for 4. Wow. That was a regulation chance. Well, Nadigotla, ever since he's been hitting the foot, he's had all kinds of luck. I mean, he's given a couple of regulation chances. I mean, this one, this level, should be catching this 10 out of 10, really. And it's probably just the camera tower that saves him being shown up on TV. But that one goes straight through the hands, into the ground and across the rope. Nadigotla probably saying he was opposite number. Can you believe I'm still here? Moves to 41. Tries it again. Surely he's not getting luck this time. Oh, he's gone. That's way harder than the catches that were dropped. That's Murali Nanasekaram that takes it, and Nadigotla's gonna have to go shorter boundary. I thought this might go for 6, and it probably would have, you know. Murali Nanasekaram probably wouldn't have gone for 6, but it would have gone for 4. Kind of turned around, and Murali's not the tallest man, but he judged that one perfectly. Nice work, and so Raheem Nazir gets the breakthrough. And I think Nadigotla gets a few bonus runs there. He goes for 41 in the end. But the real question is, will he be able to wicket keep on that foot? We'll have to go for a reserve option like a Shakur to take the gloves, because he's looking in a lot of discomfort. Certainly hoping Satvik isn't too badly hurt. Plays a handy knock for his side. 110 for 2 in the 16th. This is a player I always like to have a look at. Sivakumar Periyawa comes out with 4 overs remaining. Always nice, I think, to come out and be able to just cruise at the non-strikers end for a little while, because it is the end of the over. So on a catch, the batters go back to the original ends where they were. So you go out to replace Nadigotla, who's at the far end. I'm just going to have another look at the rankings of these teams. And these are the recent rankings, between 47 and 64. And these two, fairly close together, both in the 50s. And gives teams a lot to play for now that all ICC countries are playing official T20Is. And it means that there's ranking points up for grabs when they play each other. Also, there's kind of rewards if you can beat a higher ranked opponent. So, I mean, Switzerland hoping to maybe overtake Romania in the not too distant future. Romania desperate for that not to happen. Ali Naya, the captain, going to come back for over number 17. Good ball first up. You dial that up a few times, you'll be happy. Who's forced to just keep it out. Speaking of food chat, actually have been a little bit. Solid looking drive from Vasu, gets him 1. Siva will take strike for the first time. Yeah, speaking of food chat, if you want to know how long it takes to eat an ice cream while you're commentating a T20 International, it's approximately 6 overs. Yeah, you'll be happy to know I'm just working on the cone now. But I'm not rushing. Periyawa just opens the face, looks pretty comfortable. Works away 1 first up. Okay, what can Romania get to here? I mean, should be getting 140 from here, minimum. If you kind of go 10 and over, you can get closer to 150 maybe. Bit of a trend so far of low-scoring matches when teams are first in the tournament. Soft hands from Vasu, sneak through for a single. So, I mean, what they're doing well here, they're getting at least 1, so that's something, but I mean, partly it's the Swiss bowling that's been pretty tight, not really allowing them the opportunity to get more. Switzerland got some good batters in their lineup. Hassan Ahmed's one of them. He's listed at 3. Behind the stumps at the moment. Powerful left-hander. Another ball which Periawa hits inside out. Great take by Hassan. As a keeper, you act annoyed with these, but you're quite happy because you got a chance to show off. Took a nice catch above his head, one-handed. Sony again, just one. Alinaya, pretty tight over from him. Good job at the death. 5 singles off that over. The score 115 for 3 after 17. I want to say big hello. Just spotted. And Oscar and Tony Whiteman are in the chat. Wishing me and all the ECN team all the best. Looks like a great tournament. Currently they're driving to Bath for Oscar's university graduation. Cheers, Oscar and Tony. Well, Oscar, big congratulations on graduating university. If you've got time, let us know what you earned your degree in. I think that's awesome. And big hello to Tony as well. You know, Tony, as soon as this innings is finished, I'm going to drop and do 20 push-ups in your honour. Okay, so you guys, hope you're staying safe. Have a great journey, and it's great to have you tuning in. I'm sure you'll be tuning in for the rest of the week. Vasusani probably wants to go up a gear here. 20 of 24 tries. Misses. Nazir's been clever. He's bowled accurately. Chris is asking, am I the only commentator here this series? Well, I might have a few guests from time to time, but the truth is we're a bit stretched at the moment because we're doing 3 matches at a time. It is kind of crazy, actually. So we've got Rico and Charlie in the ECS in Hungary. We've got Corey doing the T20Is in Netherlands, and I'm here at the moment. Sony knocks this away. Again, there haven't been too many twos out there. They've been pretty good at squeezing the gaps. Now they're going to get it to on an overthrow. Well, seems to give them a wrap. It's so typical, isn't it? they do get an extra one. So it looks like, unfortunately, in the Netherlands, they're going to have a late start there because the match has been delayed 15 minutes due to rain. All right, well, guess what? They put the fine leg in, and they couldn't have put him any better place to take a catch because Vasusani stepped across and he's tried to move things along. Trying to beat the fine leg, but he kind of clunks. It's high up on the bat. Simple catch taken. So Nazir, once again, breaks through. Romania trying to accelerate, but it's not easy at the moment. Swiss team putting the choke on. The score 117 for 4. Vasu, I mean, he had a role there and just kind of, I suppose, protecting the wickets in hand so they can really have a dip at these last 3 overs. But it's one thing to be able to do it, it's another thing to do it. And I think Switzerland have been pretty tight with their bowling. So Siva, he is out there, and now he's got some company. It's Raj Kumar coming out to face up. Plays this cricket for United. Gets a piece of it down the bottom. This is where they're going to go for 2 here. It's a tight one. And they're going to get there. Longer boundaries. I mean, you can try and leg out a few twos. I mean, perfect throw would have had him there, but it bounces. Took a bit of pace off the ball. So that's good running. If you're not getting boundaries, you want to be at least looking to get twos. Perfect piece of fielding. Would have done it. I mean, you can see he just didn't quite get the power. 2 runs to Romania. Well bowled again from Nazir. Dangles the bait out there. And they're doing a good job at the moment. Chris asking about Rhino being only a part-time commentator. Well, he's better than a part-time commentator, but yeah, his availability is an issue. But I'm sure he's watching, so hello, Rhino. Andrew Ryan. Had a great time with you recently in Sweden. Let's go for 2 here. Oh, let's not. He wouldn't have made it. Would have been close. End of the over. So Raj Kumar will retain the strike. 120 for 4 after 18. It's so funny. Another first innings for a team which is a little bit below par. We saw it with Malta, France and Luxembourg, to be honest, when they first took part in the series. In Switzerland, they'll have their first innings after the break. Yeah, so Rhino does a lot of work with basketball. I know he's got a lot going on with the World Cup and a lot going on at the moment in that. So we're always happy to get Rhino when we can. You'll probably hear from him a little bit during the ECS in Switzerland. He'll be playing, though, for Cossonate. So I'm looking forward to that. But hey, don't worry. We're working on it. Canado is back on the field and he's ready to bowl. So that's a good sign. I've got to say, don't feel alone, though. There's some great company in the chat, and also it's great to have so many players around. I mean, we'll get the occasional guest in, but you've got to realise the players have already got a pretty big schedule in this heat, so I'll be pretty selective about when I ask people if they'd like to come in, because I know that they're trying to conserve their energy. And so maybe being in the cube boiling isn't what they want to do between matches, but certainly hope you're enjoying the action. Oh, looks like they are undelayed in the Netherlands. Okay. That's a good sign. Anyway, it's a good shot from Raj Kumar. Cuts it away and he's going to get a boundary. Just spotted a gap out there. Fletcher, a little bit of pace about him, but a little bit of width as well. And Raj plays a perfect cut shot, to be honest. Gets away from the infielder, and there was open space behind him. 4 runs. All right, will he be as lucky this time? Probably not. Oh, he's dropped him. Oh, you wouldn't believe it after the Nanastrakam took a way harder catch. He's dropped a sitter. Okay, maybe at this stage doesn't hurt you that much, but still, he saves your run and gets rid of a guy who's just whacked a boundary. Look at that, almost too easy. Siva. Takes over, deflects, gets 1. Romania kind of fighting 140 on the board, asking questions of Switzerland. Romania, I suppose, typically one of the question marks is their bowling. Is it as strong as their batting? Historically, probably not, but they've got some good bowlers in there. I've got to say, I like Manmeet Kohli. I think that he can do a good job for you. Taranjit Singh with some off spin as well. As you sign, he's a clever bowler in the second half of the innings. Wild swing from Raj Kumar. So let's talk about the Women's World Cup earlier this year. I was going to say one of the things I've enjoyed the most this year is the fact that we're getting more and more regular women's cricket on ECN. We have had some in the past, to be fair, but the fact we've had ECIWs, women's ECIs, the fact that right now we're showing the T20IW in the Netherlands. It's hanging in the air, but it won't carry. And they'll get 2, I think. Powerful throw, but it's a long throw, so it's an easy 2 for Raj Kumar. And so I think it's really important for the development of cricket. I know there is hope still in the planning phase, but we'd love to have an ECCW or a Euros of cricket for women at the end of this season. So watch this space. If not this year, then soon. Wild swing from Raj, but end of the over. And Fletcher in the 19th ends up going for 8. They're about par for the course, and the score is 128 for 4 after 19. So, well, 6 wickets in hand. You might as well go for it. Partly that's shots, but also they're running 2s to the outfielder, I think, pretty much all the time now. You don't really have an established batter at the crease here, Romania, so you don't think everyone's dispensable. Sometimes you're trying to not worry about a run out or not want to run out because you're trying to protect somebody, but I think you're just scrambling. See if they can get that 140. 128 then with 6 balls remaining. Here's Ali Naya. Oh, got a run. Hassan Ahmed makes the stop, but he can't grab it cleanly, and they'll scramble through for a bye. A ball by Ali Naya. This is hit pretty hard. Now they're going to come for 2 and they'll get there. Man, it's good running. Things will go. Ali Naya thinks about throwing those. It's not too smart. Leg by. Yeah, so speaking of women's cricket, not too long before we get underway. I thought that might get delayed due to rain, but the latest information I have is it's going to start on time. So that's good news. Scotland winning the toss, selecting to bowl. And so yeah, Thailand will be batting first. And both teams 1-1 in the series. So, might as well run. This would have been out. But I think it's worth taking it on. Hassan was forced to throw from the seat of his pants.
Good boy, Shabba boy. Keep talking, boys, come on. Lovely, buddy. Keep it up, Ellis.
Yeah. Again, probably they'll try it on. No, they won't this time. Just, too fast. Receiver wants the last ball. Get me a bit frustrated. I mean, that's the case sometimes. He's having a crack at it, but it'll be, time to get your running shoes on. Naya's been good. Only 6 runs off this over. To be honest, only 3 off the bat. Last ball coming up. Misses. Now the run anyway. Hassan gets it in the end. And so Rajkumar run out. I like this from Hassan. I thought he was actually maybe just going to concede it. He was just saying, you know what? Surely I can't miss from there. And he hits the middle stump. So, yeah, it's unselfish stuff from Rajkumar as well. They're trying an impossible run. We've seen them miss before, haven't we? But yeah, Ali Naya only concedes 3 off the bat and 6 in total off the last over. So they don't get the 140 in the end. But 134 is something for Romania to bowl at. Switzerland certainly have a batting lineup that they feel can chase down these 135 runs. 2 teams that have made a Valletta Cup final before, going head-to-head in match 3. Romania being asked to bat first by Swiss captain Ali Naya. They've completed their 20 overs. And so I'll pause for a second and gives us a chance to have a look at the highlights. And Ramesh Satheesan out there with Taranjit Singh early. And Taran was living a little bit dangerously, teasing the mid-on. Canado went back and wiped himself out. Couldn't quite get there. This one flew all the way over his head. Ali Naya bowled a pretty good opening spell, but Ramesh got that one away, cracking it for 4. And then this one, there were a couple of these actually, screamed over point for 6. Ramesh almost giving a chance there to the backward point. And even again, this inside edge almost carrying to Hassan Ahmed. But Taranjit Singh, again, he looked on. That was the first ball from Fletcher. Absolutely moosed through the offside. And so, yeah, Romania looked on for something big here with this start, making the most of the power play. But it was a pretty weird way to lose your first wicket. Satheesan lobbing the bowler. There was a fielder waiting behind. He was ball watching for too long. Ran himself out for 29 after making a bright start. Then Taran was the next to go. Mistiming a pull shot off Canado. Ashwin Vinod took the catch. Hussaini was in there with Sadwick Nadagodla. But this game went into a bit of a holding pattern where we saw about 43 balls, I think, without a boundary. Switzerland protected the field reasonably well. Eventually, when it rained, it poured, as Adigotla got a filthy full toss that he was able to whack away for 6. But in the process, looks like he hurt his foot, and we're yet to see whether it'll come out. We can keep for Romania. They do have Shakur up their sleeve as an able replacement. Got to say, Anish Kumar bowled pretty well. But just kind of let himself down on a couple of occasions. Sapwing Adigotla with a less than 100% foot. He just started swinging for the fences. And to be honest, he got a bit lucky a couple of times. And was spilt with a couple of regulation opportunities. Sometimes when you get nothing to lose, the universe repays you. Vasu Saini went inside out and got that one past the lurching Hassad Mahmood out there at long off. I've got to say that Fahim Nazir bowled really well in the second half. And after some really easy catches were dropped, that was a pretty tough one. Renanda Sakram that he was able to pouch. Vasu went trying to beat the fine leg. He wasn't able to. And late in the piece, Murali, after taking a real tough catch, dropped an easy one. That was a sign of the times for the Swiss. Now, like this, basically cheating, getting 3 extra metres like some sort of prison rules darts contest. Hassan Ahmed does the rest and has a bit of a laugh. Had nothing to lose there, going for that extra run. But anyway, Romania finished 134 for 5 off their 20. Look, for me, it looks a little bit less than par, maybe 20, 25 less than par. But it is the first time Switzerland will bat on this pitch. Remember, it is a new pitch. And every team that's played on it, they've been a little bit slow to pick it up, put it that way. Having said that, it was a pretty bright power play for Romania. 50 opening partnership, that was broken. Both openers going quickly. Then Adigotla with 41 off 33. Open his shoulders. Saini with 22. Could never really get going. Likewise, Periawa. Raj Kumar tried hard. He was run out off the very last ball for 13. And Romania, 134 for 5. For the most part, pretty disciplined bowling. Just 9 extras in the entire innings from Switzerland. Looking at their bowlers, got to say for me, I really enjoyed Fahim Nazir. He took 2 for 14 off 3 overs. 6 bowlers were used, so plenty of options, and they're all pretty consistent. Nobody going for more than 7.5 and over. 2 wickets to Nazir. The other wicket went to Canado Fletcher. Also, shout out to Ashwin Vinod, who I thought bowled pretty tidily. Just going run a ball, opening the bowling from the top end. We'll take a break, and we'll be back. When we do come back, it'll be time for the chase. 135, the victory target for Switzerland. Both teams searching for their first points in this tournament. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the action. Live from Malta. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more Valletta Cup T20 Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello folks, welcome back to Malta. If you want to see a cloud, probably looking in the wrong place because it's blue skies here. Great shot of the kind of architecture in the background here. Malta, beautiful place to play cricket, beautiful place to visit. I've got to say, if you've never been here, do recommend it. It's my 5th time here. Feel right at home. And 2 teams visiting for the first time this week, Romania and Switzerland doing battle in match 3 of this Valletta Cup. 10 round robin matches followed by 3 finals in this 13-match series. It's the 4th edition of the Valletta Cup, and it's the reigning champions, Romania, who are out there for the first time. Right now they've been tested, and we're going to see Switzerland chasing 136 for victory after sending in the Romanians and keeping them to 134 for 5. So, sorry, 135 will be the victory target. As Samik Nadagotla does seem to be out there taking his position behind the stumps. Some concerns for him and his foot, which he seemed to injure while he was batting. It's going to be Shantanu Vashisht to open the bowling for Romania. This should be good. Settle in. Switzerland embark on the victory target. Fahim Nazir opens up with Osama Mahmood, and Nazir just pushes the first ball back. Vashisht is a guy that I have seen a lot of in Romania. Talk about his fielding, but also a very handy bowler. Useful bat when he gets opportunity as well. Nazir reaches and gets this over point, and should get a couple. He does. That's Abdul Shakur doing the fielding. So Switzerland get their first runs. Oh, that's a shot and a half, isn't it, from Nazir? This one is out of the middle. And Vashisht gives him a bit of width, and Fahim, he's a class act, really. It's a very easy looking shot, elevating over the infield and racing away for the first boundary of the innings. Looks like Nadagotla wants to come up, and he is pretty good up to the stumps. Seen this here, just stepping it. Well, he was out of his crease at touch, so I suppose this is more about getting the batter to do something that he didn't want to do. See if it affects Nazir at all. Pretty straight, glances away. They go the long way, but they will get a single. It's all run by Osama Mahmood. Hustles through, gets the strikers in for the first time. Yeah, Azam in the chat talking about obviously a bit of a step up from club cricket to international cricket, but I think you've got to say the boundary size has something to do with it as well. You know, this is a fairly typical score you'd see in a T10 game in Romania, but you can't underestimate the effect of having those longer boundaries, particularly the straight boundaries. It's a lot easier to protect for the fielding captain. Oh, Osama, another left-hander to face up. Shantanu dives on a ball that tries to. He had about 3 or 4 fielders backing him up. Probably didn't need to do that, but that's a sign that he's an enthusiastic character, and she is. Saw him for United CC Bucharest in the ECL earlier this year, and also the fairly recently concluded ECS Romania. Underway, Mahmood gets his first run. And last time we saw the Romanian national team, they were sweeping their ECI in Romania against Croatia and Slovenia. But yeah, I think they'll find the competition a bit more challenging this time around. You know, all of the national sides you see this week will be taking part in the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. It starts in 74 days. The countdown's on. Well, remember we started that countdown at 100. I was there on that first day, and here we are. Almost a month's gone past already. And Romania and Switzerland, interestingly, they'll be in the same group. So Romania and Switzerland, and guess what? Malta are in that group as well. So a chance for these guys to feel themselves out. A different form of the game, granted, but a fairly similar player base that we'll see. So, 1 over down. It's time for over number 2 man. Coley to come from the city end. Early wickets the key for Romania. Oh, he drives on the up, drives pretty well. Oh, bit of a fumble from Seaver. He's normally a pretty good fielder, but makes up for it with a good throw. Just a single. All's well that ends well. You see one thing if you're watching cricket from Malta for the first time, this pitch, it's pretty unique in the fact it's actually 50 metres long. So you've got the playing area, the kind of 22 yards behind the stumps or 20 metres or so. And then you've got 15 metres run up / keeper area behind. So yeah, when you see keepers keeping back past that 15-metre mark, I mean, you know you're getting some serious wheels then. Most bowlers, they'll probably be just on. Coley to Nazir. Again, likes to about a step out of his crease. Bit of bat on this, inside edge of the bat, away for a single. So Nazir, we saw him batting out of his crease in the first over. Just kind of showing where he is here, step out of his crease. There's a couple of reasons for that. It makes it a bit more easy to drive more balls because they're kind of fuller for you. But also, you know, if you're hitting the pad, there's a bigger distance between the impact and the stumps and probably less likely to be given LBW in most circumstances. This time, it's up in the air, and it's just over the fielder. That's Hingorani who goes back and can't quite make a play on it. A bit like Taran got away with one early, but this time it's the summer mood. He gets the boundary. Switzerland, similar kind of a start, to be honest, to the Romanian innings. Summer mood. Again, player we've seen a fair bit on ECN. Although, the first time we saw him was back in 2020, playing for Power, who we'll see again. Power CC in the ECS in Switzerland. I think. The fixtures should be out pretty shortly. Good areas from Coley. Pick up, throw. That's a wild throw from Rashid Saini. He hammered that, and luckily it was backed up. Nice work there from Vashisht. Coley, 7 off the over so far. Last ball of it coming up. A bit of width drilled, but some more work for Seaver. And that'll be the end of the over. So 8 off that one. And Switzerland 16 without loss after 2. Yes, I suppose 7 and over. That's kind of what you're looking at, just to stay on target. You don't really want to let it creep out unnecessarily. First match for these two teams. Romania, remember, they've got to play France in a double header this afternoon. So it's a big task, to be honest. France, well rested. Okay, yeah, they've played 5 matches already over 3 days, so they've earned their rest, haven't they? But gives their bowlers a chance to kind of just freshen up a little bit before a big clash later on in the day in match 4 of the tournament. Vashish to continue sticking with Nadigotla up to the stumps. Oh, gets a bit lucky here, Nazir. Coley jumps on it, but yeah, this is a little bit of a leading edge. It could have gone anywhere. It could have easily gone to Coley at mid-off, but luckily for Nazir, it just kind of pops straight over the umpire's hat, and there was a bit of space behind there for him. I say hello to Jay Sin as well. Spotted you in the chat. How are you, Jay? Hello to Danielle as well, I think he's watching from Romania. Nah, don't think so. I think it's pad bat, but I mean, regardless, I think it's heading a long way down the leg side. It's going to be pretty tough to get an LBW on that angle. Yeah, Jay? Are you liking Switzerland's chances of getting this one 3-5? They've got to be favourites at the halfway point. And Cosman not in the 11, but creating a bit of chat at the moment. Yeah, Cosman just took a bunch of wickets in that ECS recently for the Gladiators. This one's on the hip, turned away, and that'll be 4. Timed that one pretty well, but she's just getting a little bit too close to Osama Mahmood, who puts it away. A nice shot. Gotta get fast hands, get the bat out in front of the body for that shot. That's what Osama Mahmood did well. Checking out the ball. I mean, it's a fairly new ball, obviously. It's only 2.5 overs old, but there's a fair few walls that can that can get a looking older than that pretty quickly here. I had a clue that that wasn't going to be given out, so they got straight away to protecting the run. Another one kind of cramps Mahmood this time. Just carefully make sure, get some bat on it. So yeah, breakthroughs will be important. And I'm going to say one player that I'm not so sure he's qualified for T20 internationals yet. It was Ali Hussein, had a really good tournament for Romania in the ECIs back in Milan, his first international tournament, but I think he may not quite have done the 3 years for T20s yet. This is driven away, and it should be a single. Will be. Vashisht 14 given away off his first 2 overs, and after 3 it's 22 without loss. Yeah, so ECI cricket, more international T10s. It's the same criteria, but there is an exception that if you would have qualified on residency by the ECC, you're allowed to play during that season. So for T20s, it's very strict that you must have served the 3-year criteria, but for the ECN international 10-over matches, as long as you would have qualified by the time that your team plays in the ECC, well, then you can play during the season. I think not super sure, but I suspect that's why Ali Hussein isn't in this lineup. Kohli to take over, still searching for a first wicket. It's incredibly similar to the start of this game, actually. Takes it on and out. So there you go. And it's Osama Mahmood that holds out. It was hit pretty flat. And Vashisht, well, he's had his work cut out for him so far. Just trying to go over mid-on. And this is why, you know, I like them staying up in the power play, because it's basically a catching position. You're going to have guys trying to go over the top straight down the ground. And that was well held. It was travelling. I mean, it was a slight mishit, but not a huge mishit. Still going at a good velocity to mid-on. Vashisht takes the catch shoulder high. Switzerland lose their first wicket of the tournament. And Kohli gets his first. The score 22-1. So Arjun Vinod comes out in the number 3 position. 2 Vinods playing here, Arjun and Ashwin. No cause for panic at the moment. And Switzerland also have a pretty long, strong batting lineup. I mean, they've listed Navasekaram at 8. He's a guy who's opened and done a very good job for for Alton in the ECL. Very attacking. So we might see Hassan Ahmed at 3, but we won't see him just yet. The big left-hander. Coley. I like what he brings to the table. He's probably the fastest of the Romanian bowlers. Worked off the hip. No fine legs, so I think we've got a 3 on our hands here. It's poor Nadigotla, who's on one good foot, is going to have to chase that. And when you hurt yourself, that's probably the last thing you want. To go on the 60-yard dash. And yeah, Nadigotla, to be honest, I don't even think he probably should have chased that. Maybe someone else could have done it. Yeah, he's really taking his time. I think that's kind of reinforced to him that the foot isn't what it should be. And you have to ask the question, I mean, with 2 games today, do they kind of bench Satwick for the second game and maybe put Abdul Shakur behind the stumps and just hope to get him right for the rest of the week? That is concerning. The ball sneaks past. Satwick's got a shoelace issue. His pads were coming off. He's had all kinds of issues out there. I was worried then the way he was walking. He was just going to walk straight to the bench, but he said, no, I need a bit of help here. Coley's going to come up to the stumps, and Coley's not an easy ball to keep up to, but this is all about trying to push Nazir back in his crease, get him closer to those stumps. Well knocked down. Abdul Shakur, veteran, back in the side. Works hard behind the scenes for the Romanian Cricket Federation as well. Nadigotla better than most up to the stumps in Europe. So challenging himself here. Oh, close, close, not out. Say this was definitely worth a shout. Maybe pitched just outside the leg stump. I think that's probably what it was. Maybe not straight on here, but I mean, it looks pretty good. But for me, I just think the first angle showed that it was just, and I mean just outside the leg stump when it bounced. The rest of it looked pretty good. And that is kind of one benefit of keeping up to the stumps, pushing the batter back towards the stumps if there is a blow on the pads. And you're kind of a bit more likely to get an LBW. But almost isn't the wicket. It's 25 for 1 after 4. Got over by Coley there. Did go for that 3, but that's all he really went for in that over. Started with a wicket as well. Sama Mahmood. That's flat batting 1-2. Mid on. Wayne with a bit of breaking news that he was just looking at the Master Sports Club on Google Earth, being a nerd. He thinks he spotted Corey driving on that roundabout near the racetrack. Well, I don't think we'd let Corey drive, to be honest. You know, Corey, can I say this? I will. Can't drive a manual. Stick shift. Can only drive an automatic. To be honest, I don't think I've ever seen him drive. In Europe, it's interesting. You can kind of get away with not driving. And I probably think that's for the best. That he's not on the roads. What he is doing right now, he's in the Netherlands doing the Thailand-Scotland game. It's a nice firm push. Break through the infield and they get a couple. Nice shot by Vinod. Got a 3 and a 2 so far. It wasn't it great to have Scott Edwards as well, the Netherlands men's skipper, as the guest commentator on the game yesterday. Yeah, did a very good job with Corey. They're actually housemates as well. And Scott was talking a little bit about what happened. As this one is leaned on. Archivanod's look good so far, very comfortable, just leans on this one. Through backward point, not a lot of footwork, but it's all about the head and the hands. Pushes at the right time and gets 4. There's nobody back on the third man boundary. Scotty was talking about some of the celebrations, or sharing some of them at least, in Zimbabwe. The Dutch men, don't forget, they will be part of a 10-team World Cup in India in 50-over format. The next one knocked away for 1. Yeah. Still in the balance, I think. Driven away for a single out-seat point. Switzerland been pretty workmanlike the way they've gone about this so far. Vishish, slow ball. Good call. Back flick. Clever fielding, but not catching. The non-striker napping there. Nice ball the over. And they will get through. So we talked about kind of, I suppose in this game, 35s per 5 overs. They get more or less that. 34 for 1 after 5. So you times that by 4, you get 136. That's pretty much the pace at the moment. Big warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in India, as well as all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. Hear the birds chirping. It's a great time of year to be here as well. Right, Vinod looks really comfortable so far. It's facing up to Kohli. Had he got this back? Oh, close. Close and gone. Yeah, well, the only question was it slipping past the leg stump? Looked pretty adjacent to me, though. And so Kohli gets a big wicket. And yeah, Arjun was looking good, but this kind of caught him on the crease. He was angling in towards the leg stump. I mean, we're behind, so you can never really tell as much as the umpire. But I got to say, I mean, this will kind of trick you. This will make it look like it's going down. But to me, he's caught on the crease there. For me, it looks out. Fairly full. Again, you can't really see the impact, but I've got no reason to think that the umpire's got that wrong. Kohli, he was sure as well, and I think Vinod, he's only got himself to blame. Couldn't get any bat on that, and so he's the second wicket to fall. 34 for 2. Yeah, Wayne in Australia saying, yeah, our generation didn't get a choice of driver's license. You had to learn how to drive the stick. Yeah, but times change, I suppose. And you know, in Australia, it's quite weird. It's pretty hard to find a manual car, like one where you change the gears. It's actually more expensive, which is the opposite of what it should be. We'll say hello to Daniela as well, watching from Romania. I'm pretty happy with that. Kohli, the glamour puss of Romanian cricket. Now he's going to have to deal with Hassan Ahmed. Hassan, first time I've seen him in a Swiss shirt. Let's see how he goes. Nope, doesn't go yet. We've seen him playing in Brescia before. Most recently for Gina Brescia there at the Brescia ground, actually. ECS in 2022. Kept smashing him into the helicopter pad. This one breaks through, gets a single. Yeah, so Ahmed is a good player. I've always enjoyed watching. Talked about the fact that he's played previously for Italy. Push and some thought of a run, but they won't get one there yet. Just don't think he played a T20 international for Italy, but we have seen him in the T10 setup. He's played a list A match against Hong Kong for Italy, but yeah, playing now T20 international for Switzerland. It's his third match. Played the games against Luxembourg recently. So, you know, that's what his plans have been. That's where he's made his home, and that's who he wants to be representing in international cricket. So, I certainly wish him the best of luck. Very handy keeper. Good fielder when he's not keeping as well, Hassan Ahmed. Wayne's got a good question. I answered it earlier, but I don't mind answering it again. Hassan knocks this back past the ball, but doesn't get a run. Yeah, so Wayne's asking, why does Switzerland have CHE? Well, that is their official international three-letter abbreviation. And it basically comes down to the Latin name for Switzerland, which is Confederatio Helvetica. So the main reason they do this, it avoids favouring any of the 4 official Swiss national languages. So that's why you'll see that sometimes. Hassan, lets this one go. Doesn't want to get a nick on it, so lets it go past. End of the over. Coley operating well. I wonder if he gets a 4th here, or whether they hold him back. 2 for 13 of his 3. And the score is 36 for 2 at the end of the power play. Yeah, so there's the ECC coming up. And yeah, the interesting thing about Group E, actually we're seeing 3 of those teams this week, with Switzerland, Romania battling here. Malta, of course, the hosts. The other teams here this week, got France in Group A, and you've got Luxembourg in Group F. But I think particularly it'll be interesting to see how these teams match up against each other, the Group E teams. So I think Romania versus Switzerland now, and a matter of time till we see Romania, Malta, and Malta, Switzerland matchups, which will preview what we'll see on the 9th, 10th and 11th of October there at the home of European cricket, the Cartermore Oval, the ECC 23 coming your way. 109 matches, as we plan to bring you over 1,700 cricket matches. You heard me right. Here in season 2023. And you know what? It's a lot. It's more than we thought we'd be doing at the start of the year, but that's only a good thing. Yeah. Okay, just giving us the French version, Confédération Helvétique. So yeah, that's the official international abbreviation. In English, you'll often see SWI or SUI, but hope that answers your question, Wayne. Nazir pushes, and yeah, these two have played some cricket together for the Zurich Nomads, if you want to go back to the ECS in 2020. And actually, they know each other really well. They've also played for Gina Brescia together, so I think they're pretty close. I think they'll enjoy batting together. Both left-handed, of course, as well. Taranjit's on with his off-spin. Probably feel like this is a good matchup against 2 lefties. Yeah, Tim Kluger, hello to you. Nice to see you. So that's why you often see CH as well as Abbreviation, two-letter abbreviation, maybe on car license plates. Swiss franc as well, abbreviated that way. Beautiful place, Switzerland. I think I mentioned it's now the home of our ECN headquarters. Driven, doesn't beat the fielder. Romania, they'll feel one way to take wickets is to build pressure here. They're doing that pretty well at the moment. Taran's only gone for a single in this over. Pushes this through. Hassan Ahmed throws the hands at it, gets a single. Hassan also is a guy that doesn't mind taking a bit of time to get his eye in. He'll retain the strike. 7 overs down, it's 38 for 2. That's a really good over. And you're just hoping at this stage you can push that rate up above 8. I mean, 8 I think is your kind of par rate here. The longer we go, I think the more we're seeing it turn into that. Starting a bit slower than that. I wonder if they go for some more spin. No. They're going to go for Raj Kumar. So they're keeping one for Kohli up their sleeve. Yeah, Raj Kumar, the guy we've seen playing his cricket for United. He loves his cricket, loves representing Romania as well. Scrambled at the end, didn't he? 13 valuable runs. Let's give them something to bowl at. Here's over number 8. Low full toss. Generates a lot of power on that. In fact, almost goes to the boundary, but Taran is able to get there in the nick of time. Hassan hits the ball really hard once he's up and going. I thought this was just going to slice away, but luckily, slightly longer pocket of the ground. Taranjit able to make the stop. Hassan does get 2 though. Takes the strike back. Push and run. Has to hustle. I think he's home there, but good pressure, Romania. You know, they've worked really hard on their fielding. You know what? If that was straight, might have had Hassan in some hot water. Now Nazir chops one off the inside half of the bat. Now Wayne's saying, speaking of ECNHQ, we should get the great man Dan back on comms one day. I mean, that'd be great, and I've loved commentating with Dan when he's available. But here's the thing. That guy is so busy. Good luck. I mean, might actually get a guest spot from him on Sunday, so stay tuned because I think he might be coming to the finals day here. All right, in the air, skews away, chance, dropped. Vashish, who's a good fielder, he's got turned around a couple of times there, didn't he? Oh, frustration. He kind of didn't know if he was coming or going here, Vashish. He's in a pretty unfamiliar position at backward point. And yeah, in the end, just kind of twisted and turned and down it went. Oh, that's trouble. Full toss, and that's gone all the way. Maximo! Raj gets a bit too full this time, and that hurts after the opportunity goes down. Nasir, I mean, he could have hit this wherever he wanted. He just caressed it over extra cover. Well, there's some of the Swiss supporters as well. And having said that, some of the Romanian staff there as well, the officials. So I know that we're expecting more and more spectators as the tournament rolls along. Another great shot. Oh, it's like trying to catch a bullet there. It's gone the other side of the field to 4 more. Nazir settling into his work. Raj Kumar, a little bit loose. He goes for 15 in the 8th over. Brings up the 50 as well for Switzerland to score 53 for 2. Yes, I know we're all keen to see Dan, myself included. Dan and I actually, we grew up back in the same place, playing a bit of cricket together, believe it or not, about 25 years ago. But we rarely get to talk in person or even on the phone. There's a bit of electronic communication, but yeah, he's a busy guy. But I'm hopeful we might see him here before the end of the week. All right, Taran's back. And yeah, I suppose that issue with that last over from Raj Kumar kind of counteracted the real tight over that came before it. Taran only went for 2 in the 7th. This is hit reasonably hard. Raj has got a chase on his hands. Does well, actually, to cut that off. Brilliant work. It's the longest corner of the ground. It's so long, can't quite get it in our camera shot, but Hassan Ahmed, powerful striker. This time, he's careful. Think about Hassan. This guy's powerful, but he's no slogger. He can build an innings, knows what he has to do here. Feels pretty confident. Switzerland are tracking well if they can just keep these two at the crease. But when he wants to go, he can go large, and that's exactly what he does here. Maximo! Well, Taran for the first time just gets a little bit straight to the left-hander. And Hussey was ready for him. Just drifting in towards the leg stump. And he knew the fielder was there, but he didn't care. Probably shortest boundary on the ground, and he clears it with ease. 6 runs to Switzerland. Wayne's asking that down again, but I can tell you he's working full-time on the ECN. He's probably more than a full-time job, to be fair. It's a very, very busy day that he has every day. And right now, the Romanian fielders are busy trying to stop these boundaries because the dam's burst. This is just dragged down a little bit from Taran, who was tight in his first over. His second one goes for 12. Switzerland in the box seat now. 9 overs down. It's 65 for 2. 2 for 13. Kohli was good. They probably don't want to use him up just yet, but they'd be tempted because this partnership is taking the game away pretty quickly. Clean innings as far as the extras have gone, so there's that. But yeah, not too much margin for error against these stylish left-handed stroke makers. Vasusaini is going to get a bowl here in over number 10. And yeah, Vasu's being used more and more as a kind of death bowler these days. He's got a good change of pace. Being used here in the 10th. I'd say he's Romania's answer to Usman Khan. Well, he doesn't quite have the same kind of slower ball as often, but he's used in that capacity. First up, just gets driven out to deep cover. So yeah, Romania needs to take wickets here, don't they? But how? This is Romania frustration. For example, the wicket of Sathisen was kind of handed to Switzerland on a platter. That was avoidable. He's a guy that could have probably taken him a bit more than 134. Let's have a look at Saini. He's happy to take one. Lakadot balls. That's the key here as well. It's just pretty much run a ball remaining, isn't it? 68 off 64. Low full toss. Another single though. It's just a bit of the old Chinese water torture at the moment. Nice throw. Probably wasting it on that piece of play though. And, especially the batter's watching. He's saying, no, I'm gonna get that bat down before the ball gets here, and I'm also gonna make sure the ball doesn't hit me. This partnership, building and building, came together at 34 after Vinod felt LBW. They've doubled the score already. There's that slower ball from Saini, picked and worked away by Hassan Ahmed. No real hurry in the Swiss batting at the moment. If they get a bad ball, they'll put it away, but I just think they're in cruise control. Field's back. Only one's out there. And this is to the short boundary as well, and it's going to make it. So this is what I'm talking about. Nazir hits the ball pretty well. Those square boundaries, they're not too long. Coley does everything he can do in his power. He's running after it, puts the full dive in, but just loses the race. Ball across the rope, 4 runs. Nazir, nice looking pull stop. Easy looking shot, wasn't it? And then happy to take it on after the boundary, end of the 10th over. Halfway through the allotted overs, Switzerland 73 for 2. So you could see some youngsters coming in as well. You mentioned it's a multi-sport facility. You get lots of people that come maybe to play some tennis or some golf. You get people stopping to watch the cricket, which I think is great. And so, yeah, speaking in quarters again, first 5 went for 34, 5 went for 39. So, I mean, it's not lightning pace, but it's certainly putting them ahead of where they need to be. At this stage, it'd be about just 5 ahead, but 8 wickets in hand. Now we're going to see Sandeep Thakur with the ball. Left-hander to left-hander. Sandeep, he's a guy who I've seen him playing before for UCCB. I know that's his club. We have seen him playing in the ECC for Romania. And this one is not going to quite carry. That's the luck factor, really, because that could have gone anywhere. Gaurav Mishra does the fielding out there. He's on the field. Abdul Shakur has gone off. Right, that's not too serious for Abdul. Might just be having a minor thing too. It is a hot day, so you know, expect things like cramp, for example. We saw that Gus Muskean had a bit of an issue with that yesterday. To be fair though, Shakur has only fielded so far, hasn't batted yet. Powerful looking strike, and it's away from the fielder. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Hassan Ahmed makes this look easy, just hits through the line. He's got green meadows in front of him when he looks at this part of the field. Over cover, gets it away from the long off, who tried his best to get there, but he had no chance. 4 runs, and Switzerland really looking fairly composed at the moment. Yeah, Jay is watching, probably from Switzerland, I imagine, Jay, right? Saying that he loves that he can support the boys from here. Great pull for him. Keep going out. It's not just the pull of Fahim now. You've got Hassan Ahmed up and going. He's such a boost to this Swiss lineup as well, isn't he? With his batting and his keeping skills as well. If you don't want to use him as a keeper, you've got him as He's a very good fielder as well. In the outfield, good pair of hands. And Jay, of course, took a hat-trick in the ECC last year, so a bit unlucky to miss out on this side, but we'll press your case in the ECS Switzerland, I'm guessing. All right, Hassan's after him, but this has gone up in the air. Fashist's got room to move, and he takes the catch. Very nicely done by Shantanu, who dropped a tough one earlier. Had him turned around that time. He skated around the boundary. Wasn't 100% sure where he was on the field, but he was just laser focused on taking the catch. Hassan picks out one of the longer boundaries here. And Shantanu makes good position and takes as a little look back, cursory look back to say, hey, am I okay? He's all right. Hassan, after taking the game forward, he's involved in a pretty handy partnership of 45, but he's going to have to go. Caught by Vashisht for 24. And it's Sudeep Thakur with the breakthrough. So, yeah, change your bowler, change your luck. Romania get a third wicket. And so, I mean, this game's not over yet, but you do need to keep turning over this batting order, don't you? Building pressure, stopping those boundaries. And Thakur. Pretty good job from him. Ends up taking 1 for 6 off the over, removing the dangerous Hassan Ahmed. New batter at the crease is Izzah Hussain. He won't be facing up. He's at the far end where Hassan was dismissed from. But change of over, everyone changes around him. Still getting used to that, to be honest. I think I've seen so much cricket now that's from one end. But Hussain is going to continue. So Nazir is the other one they want, and they want him pretty quickly. Oh, they almost get him. I mean, that'll change the face of the game right here if Nazir was to nick off there. Dave's asking, do I think the Cosman's bowling would be useful here? I think it'd be useful when you want to disrupt something. So yeah, maybe. Maybe. He's not in the 11 though. Certainly saw he's super effective at club level. The difference is, you know, you need to be uber consistent at international level if you're going to bowl that pace. But we have seen, you know, Pavel Florin in the past doing well for Romania, particularly on large fields, like when the boundaries go back at Moravlasia. Fahim angles this away for 1. So yeah, I think we'll definitely see Cosman at some point. Cosman also said he's got a little bit of an injury, probably from bowling so many overs and perhaps from celebrating so much. So yeah, hopefully we see him at some point. I mean, there's a chance he might be able to get on the field, but I guess we'll wait and see there. The young players in the side though as well. Luca Petre is one that's coming along. So we'll keep an eye on team selections. I do think we'll see some changes though for the Romanian side, match 1 to match 2. Ledge, knocked down. Nice job by Sudeep. He's been in the action the last few minutes. Yeah, team selections. Interesting to see if they pick Nadigotla again. I think they'll want to, but also, I mean, they're going to play 9 matches this week, so do you just give him a game off? It's pretty important, though. I mean, he seems to be keeping all right. Maybe it's the case that, you know, you play him and just don't bat him unless you have to. Maybe bat him 8 if he's really struggling with that foot. I mean, most of keeping is standing still. It's not completely about standing still, but as a keeper, it's rare that you're having to sprint, which has been his problem. It's that one ball he chased down a fine leg. Oh, this should be gone. Oh, he's dropped it. Thakur said he's been in the action. Oh, this was a chance to get Hussain before his innings got going. He's off the mark, but he shouldn't have been. Makes a late charge to change the changed the length, but he kind of just messed himself up. Slaney spotted him, bowled it shorter. Takua spills it, and it's the end of the 12th over. It's 81 for 3. I suppose the only saving grace there is it wasn't Nazir that he dropped. But yeah, Hussain kind of made a late charge, didn't he, at Saini? But 54 or 48, keep an eye on that rate required. They're pretty much bang on the money at the moment. In fact, they're exactly on the money. 6.75 and over required, and that's the current run rate. Let's see if the Cook can redeem himself. Yeah, but Nazir, let's keep an eye on him. He's at non-strikers end right now. He's the key to this chase. If he bats the 8, don't see any way they're not winning this. But if Romania can get him and then maybe get 1 or 2 more, then maybe they can gain ascendancy in this tight contest. Takua over number 13. Grabs a bit of the pad. They might look for 2 here, but it's actually a pretty good chase. Excellent work over there. Keeps to 1 leg by. I don't think Switzerland to worry too much. They've got Nazir on strike right now. So this is a big battle. Got Takua who's going to turn the ball into the left-hander. We've got 3 outfielders on the leg side protecting the boundary. Remember, that's how they got Hassan Ahmed moments ago. Vashish taking a very good catch at long on. Good looking shot. I think at the moment you can kind of handle Nazir at the other end and work on the new batter, and you can kind of indirectly impose some pressure on Nazir by continuing to remove his batting partners. Oh, gone. Oh, angled in, it wasn't really turning. And so Hussain gets lucky, but guess what? Takua, he's greedy. He says, I could have caught him, but I'm going to get him another way. And he gets him LBW. I think that Hussain is just playing for some imaginary turn here. It slides into the pad. I mean, the only question is, does it hit him in line? And I think it does. Yeah, but for me, it did seem to hit him in line, and it was certainly going on to hit. Let's have a look. Where does this hit him? Yeah, I think, to me, it's pretty incriminating. I think it's back. Don't think it's going over. And the umpire, well, he had the finger up pretty much before the ball had hit the ground. So that's a sign that he was very sure. But Hussain has 2 lives, survives one of them, doesn't survive the other. 83 for 4 now. Ali Naya, the captain, comes to the crease at number 6. Yeah, Wayne mentioning Pavel was in Montenegro the other day playing against Brett Lee. Yeah, not just Brett Lee, but his son, Preston, as well. Yeah, having a few adventures. Pavel's now, it's like, you know, when you have a county pro that's kind of done the circuit for 20 years and then they're playing kind of benefit matches. It's more just, he plays adventure matches now, I think, around the place. Anyway, right here, Takua's been good with the ball at least. You're always feeling better about spilling a catch if you can get the guy straight away. But Ali Naya is a pretty handy all-rounder. He's going to face up 3 to come in the 13th. There's Vashisht. He started it off with the catch of Hassan Ahmed. Sarabjeet watching. Hello, Sarabjeet. Of course, that's Taran's wife in the chat. Hopefully you're well.
Come on, Sudeep, one more yard, one more yard.
Yeah, hello to the whole family as well. Taran Summer's actually my youngest co-commentator ever. Say hello. Smartly keeps this one out. And one thing I do like about this attack, they've got options, don't they? They've got an off spinner in Taran. They've got a left arm orthodox in Takua. Different types of pace bowlers. Probably lacking a left arm pacer, but can't have everything. Naya gets off the mark with a single. Nice ball the over. Here's the man they really want though. I think it's wide open if they can get him. He's not going to give it to you easy though. Goes back, punches. Partially knocked away by a point. I think that probably saves 2 runs. It would have gone to the boundary otherwise. Coley comes and cleans up. So that's the end of the 13th over, and the score is 85 for 4. Hello to Prabjeet. Hello to everyone then. I know we've got lots of viewers watching from Romania. Sure they're tuning in and wishing the best to their team. Similarly with Switzerland, you know, I've got to say to all the viewers in Switzerland, I'm really looking forward to visiting for an ECN tournament. I've been quite a few times now, but never to commentate cricket. I did watch with interest that ECS. It was actually a game-changing ECS in 2020 at the beautiful ground there in St Gallen. And like I said, it was the first tournament where we had the camera elevated. So we had the camera right behind middle stump. It gives us such a great view of the cricket. We're still working things out back then. It was 3 years ago. We've come a long way, and I think you'll be excited to see kind of what the operation's like now when we come there for some ECS and ECI cricket the first couple of weeks of August. Over 14 then. Vasu bowls a 3rd. Got a feeling he won't bowl a 4th. Well, that's good running. Gee, some friendly fire coming in. And then Nazir wears it, but that could have been nasty actually. Vashisht and Siva, they were fighting up over the last cheesel there. Came in, herring in from different directions. So that false shot. They get 2 here again. You watch. They should. Oh, to be honest, there's more to there than last time. I just think that they thought, well, we got away with it last time. Let's just relax a bit. No real harm done. 7 and over, still cruising at that rate. No more, no less. Can Vasu get the big wicket of Nazir? Oh, nice looking cut, but Vashisht will cut it off. Just a single right now. Let's look at the runs required minus balls remaining differential. It's +6 at the moment. It's pretty friendly for the batting team, but Romania want to maintain or see that increase. Slow ball. Stroked away to deep cover. Coley covers it. But just singles will keep it static at +6. +6 looks a bit different if you get down to say 12 off 6. Obviously at this stage you feel it's a fairly comfortable rate for Switzerland, especially with 2 recognised batters still at the crease. Well bowled by Vasu. But I've got to say, how do you manage your bowlers from here? You start looking at ends, okay? You've got Kohli to bowl one over there, and you've got Vasu to bowl one over there. You've still got to bowl 16, 18, and 20. So who else do you bowl from that end? That's one question. Maybe Raj Kumar. Nice looking shot. Vashisht isn't going to cut this off. That's class from Nazir, who's lived up to top billing, hasn't he? He moves to 41. It's not that wide. It's just excellent timing and excellent placement. So he moves into the 40s. And Saini gets knocked for 4 into 14. It's 95 for 4. Switzerland close in this chase. Hello to Mukhtar Ghalami. Nice to see you. Well, the French are here. Okay, now we've spotted them. All right, we'll try and get them on the camera. Yeah, so, well, the French, I hope they've had a good day off. I mean, while they've had the day off, well, I've been here doing 2 matches. Takua comes back. Hiya. To run a tight single, but he gets away with it. Yeah, so the French, they're in good spirits, and I would be too if I'd had that long to to rest this morning. There you go. The French are here. They're ready. And they're grooving it. They don't look like a team that have played 5 matches in 3 days. They've got a bit more energy than when I last saw them last night. But yeah, the beast, Tagalami. He's there. He's in the chat. Also saying hello to the cameraman. I can't see through my wall who's up in the tower. Maybe Rivas up there. But right now, Switzerland in the box seat. Romania need 2 wickets fast and probably the wicket of Nazir. We won't get one here. Will just be a single down to long off. Yeah, so I think James from Estonia, hello James, talking about the old duct tape GoPro days. And when you're talking really early precursor to ECN then, a project called German Cricket TV through the mid-2010s. That some of the guys are still around from that. Dan West, obviously the founder, James as well. Bites back. And several appeals, none of them coming from the bowler or the keeper, but they were coming from around the ground. It's been such an interesting progression, evolution of the European Cricket Network. It's been around in the form that we now know it for about 4 years, which includes 3 years of continuous cricket. A one-off tournament in 2019, and then the plan was to get the European Cricket Series going through 2020. It was 1 week in Spain in March, and then the lockdown happened, and then that caused a couple of months, 2.5 months with no cricket on ECN. But then when it started, it just almost never stopped. 900 games in that season, and then 1,200 the next. About the same last year, even more this year. Oh no, this is trouble because that's gotten through the fielder, and that's going to be 4. So Nazir has just got this covered at the moment, doesn't he? He moves to 46, and once again, he's so strong at generating power through point. It's not that wide from Thakur. It's not a bad ball, really, but he's still able to put it away and got it past the fielder. But these two will meet in the ECC in October. It's a pretty good effort by Thakur, but he won't save the single. No. He's done a good job for his side. He's got to run a ball. 2 for 18 of his 3. 15 overs have elapsed. It's 103 for 4. So let's talk quarters. 34 in the first half. 39, so in the first quarter. 39 in the second quarter. And then 30 in the third quarter. Okay. So what do they need? 32. So, I mean, they've kind of paced it perfectly, haven't they? Yeah, but the fact that we've gone from 17 matches in 2019, about 800 in 2020, 1,200 the last 2 years, and then there's talk of 1,700 this year, which is a crazy numbers, really. I don't know if it'll be that high, but it'll certainly be a new record. Tarrant comes back, so there's the answer about who's going to bowl at that end. Nazir likes the idea of 2, but I don't think it's on. Just a single. Yeah, you're totally happy with 1s at the moment, and push for 2 when it's there, but you don't really have to go looking for trouble. It's only dot balls that get you into trouble here, really. Yeah, France versus Romania. That's going to be a good test. I mean, Romania, don't forget they're defending champions here in this Valletta Cup. This has worked away. Yeah, they like the 2 here. They're going to take it on. And despite a very good throw coming in, they'll still get 2. Again, these 2 have run really well together. Ali Naya grabs a couple. Yeah, so the defending champions, I mean, looks like they're going down here at the moment. Oof, that plug could have been ugly for Ali Naya. Yeah, but I mean, Romania then, if they were to drop the game to France, who I suppose we'll see if they're fatigued or played in. But they shouldn't be too fatigued after the whole day off. And Romania, if they were to go 0-2, they've got to seriously worry about missing out the 3. There'll be 2 here as well, you watch. Oh, they should have been, to be honest. Give him a wrap. I think for him, we got back. Maybe he's just starting to labour a little bit. No real harm though. Slight miss hit from Nazir, but he'll move to 49 with that stroke. It's been a good innings, really good innings. Naya's played an important role here as well. He's been steady, getting his run of ball. It's another one, see. It's a lack of hesitation that allows them to get through for that single. Romania trying to find something. It's kind of last roll of the dice time, isn't it? Got to get Nazir pretty much now. The next few balls and hope for a bit of a collapse. I mean, we saw two of them on Monday. Pretty dramatic ones. Nazir. And he's going to get a single. He's going to get his 50. Brings it up off 40 balls. That's a really good innings from the opener. He's looked very accomplished. He's timed the ball well. He's made intelligent choices out there. And he's put his team in a winning position. After 16 overs, it's 110 for 4. Yeah, it's been a real class innings from Fahim Nazir. I first saw playing for the Nomads back in 2020. Speaking of a bit of ECN history, but he's also played cricket in Italy. I've seen him for Ginebrescia. Have a look how strong he is through the covers there. He's got a really nice looking cover drive. Also, I've liked his shots that he's kind of caressed behind point as well. He's punched in that area really well. 5 fours and a Maximo in his 50. Half century coming up with 40 balls. Okay, last over for Takua. 25 to win off 24. The thing is, this pitch, there's no real gremlins in it, so, you know, if they only need singles, it's pretty hard to stop them. See that coach trying to zero in at the stumps, maybe hoping for an LBW, but yeah, pretty confident that Naya feels confident he can get it away. Yes, yeah, calls 2 straight away, but he might get more than that. It's going, and that's 4. So Switzerland really turning it on now. Just, again, timing. And these guys are going to learn. They've played here before, of course. Switzerland in 2021 and Romania last year, but square boundaries. A lot shorter than the boundaries down the ground. And this time he tries to go over everything, and he does. Maximo! Little bit short from Takua, lifted up and away. Fielder was there, but all he could do is watch it go over his head. Fraction short, only a fraction. But Nazir again showing he's got all the skills and a touch of class. He's good off the front foot, off the back. I like that. They're offering him water. He's saying, no, look, I'm fine. Just leave me out here. I'm hot. And while I'm hot, I'm going to finish this game. 13 to win now. Yeah, just keeps this one out. It's been a good innings, hasn't it? Tim Kluger sees a bit of Clive Lloyd in Nazir. It's a good wrap. Uh-oh, better not bowl there, because this game could be over pretty quickly. That's comfortably over the fence. Maximo Takua bowled so well, but he kind of lets the cat out of the bag in the last over. His overs had gone for 6, 5 and 8, but then that one's going to go for 18. And really, the next over could be the last. 17 overs down. The score is 128 for 4. Well, coming up, we have the third match of the day here in Switzerland. And the plan is that will start at 4 o'clock, and I think we'll be on target for that one. And so, yeah, match 4, France versus Romania. So stay tuned for the toss. That should start at 2 p.m. GMT, 4 o'clock in Central Europe, which is 7:30 p.m. in India. So that's approximately 35 minutes away. And Romania are going to have to back up. They won't have much time to do so. If you want that toss info, that sweet toss info, you can check out the chat. We'll always have that pinned at the top. You can also go to our website, europeancricket.com, or check out our social media at European Cricket. All right, all over bar the shouting now, really, isn't it? Kohli's brought back. It's a genuine last throw of the dice. Is there any way back? Not really. I mean, you'd have to get both these guys now and hope for... I mean, look, I say definitely not, but we saw France lose 5 for 3 in the last couple of overs the other day. We saw Malta completely fold, like a cheap suit on Monday as well. So never say never, but Kohli will be well pressed to get through this over without conceding the match. 7 to win. Oh, slight fumble hurts him. A slight fumble in the circle. It's Fasu Saini, I think. But then, you see here, Kohli. It's actually, got to say, bat bounces. You know what? I reckon that's out. If you're going to be letter of the law, it bounces just before and it doesn't bounce again in. But, I mean, to be honest, we just would have wasted time because this game's pretty much done. Put a fork in it because Nazir, he says, look, I'm not too worried about that. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And it's going to move him up into the 70s. Of course, they don't have the third umpire in this tournament, so it's just kind of for interest sakes only. I don't think the umpire could give that out because obviously couldn't be sure. That bat bounced before the line and it didn't come down until the stumps have been broken. 2 to win now. Nazir to put the cherry on the icing on the cake. Doesn't yet. But geez, it's been a good innings. He's certainly one to watch. He's just looked unhurried. He's timed the ball well. He's bowled well. He's head and shoulder above the rest in the player of the match. For mine, anyway. And that'll do it. He smacks it away and he finishes it with the Maximo. Well done to Switzerland. 8 places below Romania in the rankings, but this is how they finish it off. Fraction short, and Fahim Nazir, he's going to finish on walking stick 77, 48 balls, and he can walk off very, very happy with his first day's work in this Valletta Cup. Excellent work, and well, it was just a class performance, not only from Nazir, but Switzerland as a whole. I think they played pretty well. Remember, Nazir took 2 for 14 off 3 overs in the first innings as well. He put that with his 77. I think he's got that player of the match locked up. Romania, well, they'll be disappointed. In the end, they weren't really able to put a competitive score on the board, and that was all about the middle of their innings. They were just choked, weren't they? They didn't lose wickets, but they weren't able to get boundaries. They had that long period, I think 43 balls without a boundary, that just saw their innings dragging. But, I mean, they can turn things around because they will be back in half an hour to take on France, and that's going to be a challenge. If they found Swiss a challenge, I think France and their bowling unit is pretty formidable, and they'll be asking some difficult questions as well. So join us for that half an hour. Right now, though, let's look at the highlights. Nazir out there with Mahmood early. Osama Mahmood ended up not getting the elevation on this one. Fashisht in the way, took the cat shoulder high. There wasn't too much to shout about, though, for Romania throughout this innings. Arjun Vinod looked really good while he was there, but then he just missed a straight one to Manmeet Kohli. He was trapped in front. Hassan Ahmed came out there. We know that he is a destructive hitter of the cricket ball. And I think they really enjoyed batting together, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed. Hassan just qualified to play for Switzerland. It's only his third game. Fahim and Hassan have played a lot of cricket together at club level. They're now enjoying doing it in red shirts. For Shish, though, he ended Hassan Ahmed's innings on 24. Hassan trying to take on one of the longer boundaries and failing. Speaking of fails, Thakur bowled well, but didn't catch well. That didn't really matter because he was able to get Izzah Hussain soon after for one. But that brought the captain to the crease, Ali Naya, and he was just very, very smart the way he went about his work. In fact, he got a run of ball 13, didn't hit any boundaries, didn't need to because Nazir, he was up and he was going and he had the finish line in sight. Just passed his half century and just continued on motoring. Had a couple of gifts in the fourth over of Sandeep Thakur. Even though it was a bit of a hairy moment here at the end for Naya, I think technically might have found may not have got the bat down in time. Umpire gave him not out, had no option really. But Nazir said, just give me a couple of minutes, I'll finish this off. And that's exactly what he did, finishing with a big blow over square leg halfway up the fence. And Switzerland 1 for 1 now in this Valletta Cup. Their first appearance in the tournament since 2021. Lots of well wishes in the chat for Fahim Nazir. Amandeep saying well batted and congratulations to Switzerland. And yeah, it's a pretty healthy looking scorecard. I mean, they still had 14 balls to spare. 77 for Nazir. Looked good, didn't he? 4 6s, 7 4s in his innings. Osama Mahmood looked okay early as well. So did Vinod. Found a way to get out before going on with it. Hassan Ahmed was involved in a pretty useful partnership of 45 for the third wicket to set things up. And although Hussain wasn't able to make an impact, Ali Naya was pretty smart while he was out there, running well with Nazir, making sure there weren't too many dramas in this chase. And they knock off the 136 or 135 target pretty systematically. Romanian bowling, I mean, they were pretty disciplined to an extent. That they didn't bowl any wides, but I mean, just a few bad balls creeping in. But I mean, their main issue, they couldn't really penetrate. They couldn't get the third wicket for a while. They couldn't get Nazir, and that was the biggest problem, wasn't it? Got to say though, Kohli bowled his heart out, 2 for 24. 2 wickets also to Thakur, but half of his runs came in that fourth over that he gave away when it went for 18. Taranjeet, pretty handy as well. Run for 21 of his 3. Saini, I think he bowled reasonably well, but yeah, able to contain at times, but not really able to take the key wicket of Nazir, which might have made things interesting. We'll take a break then. Toss news on the way. We'll be back in about 25 minutes, taking you to the third and final match of the day. It's match 4 in the Valletta Cup. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action as much as we are. Smorgasbord of cricket on ECN today. We're back soon with more Valletta Cup from Malta.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Malta. Time for the third and final match of the day. Oh, it's a long day, but we're loving it. 7.5 hours after we first started, it is time for the third T20 International of the day. It's match number 4. France, their only appearance here on day 2 of the Valletta Cup. And it's day 4, of course, of the International Series this week. They're taking on Romania, who've got a big task going back-to-back. A little bit earlier, the tournament officials were with the 2 captains. Let's see who won the coin toss.
Welcome back. So, home team is France, and Romania would be calling, and you will be spinning the coin. This is heads, and this is tails, tails and heads.
Okay.
Spin and call loud.
Heads.
Heads is a call, and it is tails. This is tails. This is heads.
Bat first.
Okay, France is batting, and Romania will be fielding. Okay, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good game.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Best of luck. I'll just...
So there you go. News from the toss at France. They are going to be batting first in this one. And yeah, looking forward to seeing exactly how this goes, because Romania is coming off a loss. They are defending champions, though, in this Valletta Cup. And France, though, they do like to defend, don't they? And Gus McKeon, well, bit of trivia on Gus. He is the fastest ever player to 500 T20 international runs as far as innings that he has played. And that includes a duck to start this series. So he's out there straight away. And I think they'll be relying on McKeon and Action Jackson and Galami, top 3. Kanasane probably batting 4 ahead of Usman Khan. And Zain Ahmed, the big news, he's into the side, going for the left arm spin option instead of Ibrahim Jabrakhel, who's 12th man, the off spinner. But I mean, you've got that 4-prong pace attack, don't they, with the 2 Mangals as well as Noman Amjad and Shaim Watercooler Surya, who gets an unreasonable amount of lift, but we won't see the French bowlers just yet. We'll have to see Romania. And to be honest, this is a pretty tough task. They're going to have to field again. Back-to-back innings. Thiessen and Taranjit Singh at the top of the order. Nadagotla at 3. Hit himself in the foot. That's what was wrong. Check that one out in the previous break. But Vasusani pretty handy with the bat and the ball. Vashish is going to open up again for Romania. But yeah, back-to-back innings in the heat of the day. 31 degrees right now. Feels hotter, although a little bit of a breeze coming in. Normally third game of the day, it does cool off just a little bit. So here's Gus. Ball 1, match 4, live from Malta. And, oh, this is going to be a no ball for off the pitch. And it's the worst case scenario because it's, well, it's not the worst case because it is stopped, but it's going to be 2 extra runs. Look at it. It bounces off the pitch and not quite in line with the stumps. If it was past the stumps, it'd just be wide. It's not that it really matters, but the only difference is it's going to be a free hit. So no ball and 2 byes. 3 runs and a free hit. Vashish getting too much movement, and McKeon basically gets a free shot first ball, and he's going to smack it across the line and get 4. So there's a 7. And just a real rough start. I think he just got too much swing with that ball. That was the issue. And there, McKeon, I mean, bit like old backyard cricket rules where you can't get out first ball. Welcome back to all our viewers watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, and all of our viewers, of course, watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. McKean's the key, isn't he? Yeah, congratulations to Gus for that milestone. And yeah, just noticed a few posts on social media about that. Just 9 innings for Gus McKeon to reach 500 runs. Quickest in T20 international history. Oh, in the air, and now he's going to be gone. Shakur takes the catch and is 4 and out for McKeon. So that's how quickly things can turn around. This is just a pretty innocuous in-swinger from Vashish. Turned away, but he didn't keep it on the ground. Abdul Shakur took a very good catch square of the wicket. Romania got their tails up early, 7 for 1. Big moment in the game. And, well, for a guy that couldn't hit the pitch 2 balls ago, that shows you how quick your luck can change. McKeon just on the clip. He realises straight away he's in trouble. Shakur's got a good pair of hands. He's a regular wicketkeeper, and he takes that diving to his right. All in a day's work. Cracks a smile. And France, we know the batting can be a bit hit and miss. That's a miss for Gus. There's only 4 runs coming off a free hit. Credit to Vishish, though. He moved that in a bit. First one went out, and I think it surprised everyone. And it's still such an important moment early in this game. Welcome back to Louis Bruce. Good to see you with us as usual. And yeah, Frankie Spiteri said he's really enjoying the coverage whenever he can't be here at the ground. Yeah, Frankie, hello to you. It's been a great time with some of the stalwarts of Marsa Cricket Club and Malta Cricket here last night. Tim Wheeler, happy 60th birthday to you, Tim, if you're watching. He was presented with a beautiful commemorative piece about his only 100. It was back in 2007. Some nice photos there and the whole scorecard. Right, here's the beast. Galami is pushed back and Vashish back to the in-swingers. Working so far. When you've got a guy that's having such a good start to the series, he's gone kind of 240s and 270 plus scores out of 5. The Swiss just taking a moment to maybe check out some of the competition. This is a full toss, and Taranjit does well to get a finger on it. And that's the reason it won't go for more than just a single. Diving and slowing that one down to an extent. Yeah, so when you get that kind of a player early, it gives you the feeling that, you know, you might be able to make some inroads. And I think if you can get through the top 3 or 4 of France, you feel you can get through guys that aren't really there to play long innings. Well, here's one of our favourites, Action Jackson. Bit of a dynamo behind the stumps. Opens the batting as well. He likes to be attacking. And Daniela from Romania, she enjoyed that catch by Abdul Shakur. And James Stewart thinks it's all in the shoes. Well, shoes are important. Right now, Vishish, last ball of a successful over. She goes round the wicket to Jackson, maybe something they've talked about. But Jackson negotiates it, end of the first over, a successful one for Romania and France. Winning the toss and electing to bat, they're 8 for 1 after 1. It's the schedule today. Just looking to catch up on the Thailand-Scotland score at the moment, but yeah, here we've had a big day of action, haven't we, with Luxembourg going down to Malta, then Romania going down to Switzerland. And now France, their only appearance today. Every day you'll have one team that has to double up. The Romania are that team today. I think Switzerland might be that team tomorrow. We'll see the fixtures pretty shortly. But yeah, 3 matches a day. We'll 3 threes are 9, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday matches, 9 matches, plus we played the one last night. So that's 10 matches in the round robin. And then basically top 3 have a chance to win the trophy. Top go straight through to the final, 2 and 3 play a qualifier. 4 and 5 also get to play and play off for 4th place. Yeah, Switzerland tomorrow, play Luxembourg in the morning, and France in the late game. France loving it at the moment. They get the sleep-ins. This one's cut away by Galami. Gets through the fielder. Probably should have done better, but just a single. Yeah, so just checking out the women's game. I know Corey Rutgers is there at the moment, but Thailand set 103 for Scotland, who are doing pretty well at the moment. I know Scotland's top order batting's been pretty solid so far. Sometimes have been prone to collapse. They're 43 for 2 at the moment in the 7th over. Well, time for some action. Action Jackson faces up. Coley, the bowler, coming from the city end. Bowled really well earlier today, Manmit Coley. Beats him outside the off stump. Called it wide. Bit of a tight call. The umpires have been pretty consistent on these. And probably a bit harsher than you sometimes see in international cricket, but I've got to say I like the interpretation. It's pretty much over the tram line, and yeah, Manmeet has to bowl that one again. Bowlers are pretty used to it, I think, in European cricket. They know it's kind of their responsibility to get it inside that indication line. A bit up-ish, but gets away from the fielder, and this should run down the hill for 4. Going, and into the fence. So Action Jackson off the mark. And just using the pace of Coley against him there. Action Jackson. That's a bit of a risky shot. I kind of got, say, 2 slips in a way. Oh, it's a long way across. Yeah, got a long way across, probably a bit high. Action Jackson puts in the big dive. See here, hits him on the right-hand side of the pad, so it's probably going down leg side. Yeah, then slides in. This one is pushed a little bit too wide as well from Coley. Wow, hello to everyone, obviously, that's kind of channel hopping a bit at the moment as well. Oh, there, Kalami really goes after it. This is the power play. He says mid-on, mid-off, up. That's why I said I'm a big fan. Look, even if they do hit you over mid-on or mid-off, I wouldn't be rushing to put them back with these long boundaries, because they're catching positions. We've seen catches taken there. You know, encourage them to go for it. If they miss hit it, you can get them. And the value of these top order wickets is huge. Another one. Coley just can't control the movement. Seen him do this a few times. The answer to this is start your run up a little bit wider. He's got a fairly front-on action. It's got what's called a mixed action. He still gets outswing most of the time. But yeah, just take his run up a little bit to the right, as you see him on the screen there. And then his body angle will just be facing the leg side a bit more. It's okay. Good movement though. Romania coming out firing. Let's see if they can sustain this kind of energy. Overdoes it. And this is the thing, if you just aim it down leg side with your arm, you lose your natural movement. So the thing is, he wants to keep the movement. The movement's good. You see, basically just kind of aims at one, saying, okay, I need to aim to the right because I keep losing to the left, but he loses the mechanics of his swing there. Sometimes it's harder when you've got a guy that doesn't really know what he's doing with it. It's all over the place. It's harder to face because he's unpredictable. Another wide. Oh, no, he's going to get away with it. Well, to be honest, that's the old, look, I've called a few, and now I'm going to give you a break. That's probably the widest of the lot, but he gets away with it. It's the end of the over. 18 for 1. You hear a lot of talk about the wide being, not a hard line, but it's just an indication line. I don't really know what that means. I mean, there's a line there, so I mean that's what you should be adjudicating on. But anyway, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. 18 for 1 after 2. Front Switzerland and Malta, all with wins in the series. Romania without one. Likewise, Luxembourg, we'll see tomorrow morning, taking on Switzerland. France, though, they can be the first team to 2 wins if they win this game against the Romanians. But an early blow with McKeon going for just 4. Plenty of action coming up as well. Vashisht was going to get a second over straight away. He didn't expect. He got the big wicket of Gus McKeon. First ball straight back at him. Yeah, so we saw Switzerland today, and I'm really happy to see Switzerland back on the calendar in the ECS. That's a good shot. He's just clipped it off the knees, and Raj Kumar's going to have to find it in the bushes. So they've obviously decided that this is a tactic to Action Jackson. They spotted something. But to be honest, that's kind of asking for trouble. Pitching outside leg stump, you take the LBW out of the equation, you can just stand in front of your stumps and swing away. Yeah, so obviously we've got 3 events on at the moment, Hungary, Netherlands, and right here in Malta. Check out the next stop, 2 weeks there. Night Series in Portugal. I mean, that's coming up as well. That's only 5 days away. And then we'll be in Switzerland for a couple of weeks. Also, oh, ouch. Oh, okay. Tell you what, Action Jackson saying, look, if you're going to hit me, I'm going to take the run. And, to be honest, I kind of see his point. Okay, yes, he's out of his crease. Probably an unnecessary throw. Vashisht apologises, but then he doesn't get an apology from Action Jackson. He says, you know what? If I'm wearing one, I'm running one. Thrower beware. Well, put that one in your ethics classes. What the moral obligation was there of Jackson and Vashisht combined. Could write a paper on that one. But, yeah. So much cricket happening, and we'll be really excited to be back in the Switzerland. This time for work. There's another event on there, which you might have spotted. Right now, we're going to see an elevated on drive in the power play. Gulami brings the power. Vashisht pitches up, and he's kind of sticking to this around the wicket plan. I've got to say, might have been better off just kind of sticking to how he got the first wicket of the right-handed McKeon. Pretty nice looking shot though. Yeah, so you might notice the Continental Cup, T20 National W, and that's going to be a women's event. And that'll be hosted in Romania. Super excited about that. Oh, almost. Oh, Vashisht. Oh, he gets a half chance from Gulami. And if there's one guy that could pull off a catch like this, it's probably Vashisht. Oh, between the forefinger and the thumb. Have a look here. Up, fingertip up. Now, have another chance. Who wants it? Taranjit Singh will take the catch. So there you go. Didn't have to wait too long for a second chance. It's been weird, this tournament. Sometimes when one goes down, another one comes along. Life doesn't always give you second chances, but it does that time. Vashisht backs up with a wicket. And so France now lose the second. End of the third over as well. It's 27 for 2. Forcing off the back foot, but the fact is it seems back a bit. And that's why he's just cramped for room a little bit. And Romania, they'll be super happy with that. 2 wickets in the first 3 overs. Gulami, he's dangerous. And he goes for just 6. So Romania, they're happy with their work right now. But yeah, so the Continental Cup. This is a women's and men's version. First, we'll be showing the women's. Romania, the hosts of that tournament. Isle of Man, Greece, and Malta will all be touring. I think you saw there, it's the 4th, 5th, 6th of August. I mean, that's not too far away either. So, yeah, plenty happening. Plenty happening out in the middle as well. Action Jackson copped that throw from Vashish last over. Might have been from that, or it might have been from actually when he dived for his crease a little bit earlier. So he might have grazed his elbow. That's always a risk. Got to admit, got one eye on the Dutch game as well right now, because in Thailand, Scotland are on the verge of maybe getting some revenge for the other day. Into the second round of matches in that T20IW. Great to have so much women's cricket involved in the ECN program this year as well. It's been a real step in the right direction. Jackson faces up, start of a new over, and he's chopped on. So Coley gets the wicket. Jackson playing slightly away from his body, and Romania have 3 early ones. The feet were kind of stuck in quicksand for Action Jackson, and Coley with the breakthrough. Oh, big moment in the game as well. They've lost their top 3 now. You've got 2 guys in that haven't faced the ball. And so Action Jackson got a bit of attention. He's got plenty of time to attend to his arm now, because he has to tell his story walking. Coley gets that little bit of away angle, and you can see there, playing away from his body. That's always the risk, away from the eye line. Slight misjudgment, misses by half a bat. And dragged onto the middle stump. Coley, well, he's happy with his work, and so he should be. One thing that Romania struggled to do in that previous game against Switzerland was remove the top 3. They've done that now. They've done that, and they've done it in a tick over 3 overs. Well, Shazad said he'd love to see Jackson score a big one today. Well, Shazad, that's on you. Having said that, we got Usman Khan, who's having a good week with the bat. He's coming out at number 5. He's got Lingeswaran Kanasani at the other end. But Coley, I mean, he's still got plenty of balls left to bowl in this over and in this innings. And things have gone pretty well, considering the first ball didn't even hit the pitch in this innings. Romania turning things around. Run rate's actually fine for France, but the issue is those 3 wickets they've lost in the very, very early stages of this innings. Usman, though, got his own technique, but he's pretty effective. Keeps the first one out. So great to have the interaction in there in the chat, keeping my eyes on it right now. Eyes out in the middle as well right now, though, because Usman Khan, 17 overs to bat here basically. Can he stick around for a while? Solid, pushes and runs. It's good batting, gets to the other end. Lingeswaran Kanasani, he's a guy, mentioned before, I really like him, like his attitude. You know, he's always giving 100% for his team. And packs a punch, he's pretty strong. Square of the wicket in particular, and that suits him on this ground because fairly short square boundaries. This is going to squeeze away off the outside half of the bat for a single. A nice looking shot this time. It's a little punch from Usman Khan, and he gets 4. Kohli over pitches. Confident start from Usman. Here's one guy you better get if you're gonna keep this to something reasonable. Remember, France, they bowl well. And these two teams know each other pretty well. Recent history, they played along with Italy in the ECI earlier this year, the T10 in Milan. Played each other 3 times back then, so should know each other's bowlers pretty well. Push into point. So it takes us to the end of the over. Kohli, pretty good one from him. Successful one. And at the end of 4, it's 33 for 3. They stick with Vashisht here. Probably. I think you're on top. Probably not desperate to have Vashisht later. We've got other options they could use, so. Kanasani faces up over number 5. Doing a bit too much, I think. Came back a long way, hit him in front, but I think he's hitting well down leg side. For France, we know, we're a bit suspect with the bat. I mean, Usman Khan has now kind of emerged as a genuine mid-order bat. Probably sometimes thought of as a bowler that bats a bit, but he's got a bit more responsibility in this lineup. Vashisht with a couple of wickets early, and also spilled a tough return catch. Didn't really matter because the very next ball he took a wicket of Mukhtar. It's pretty well bowled. It's right where you want to be, I think. Drawing the batter forward, hopefully drawing them into a mistake. Bit of a sneak off the inside edge into the leg side for one. See, right now, it's a consolidation phase, isn't it? In Romania, we'll be happy for this to run as long as possible. And remember that Romania themselves had a pretty lean run, didn't they? Oh, they were in the middle of their innings. Yeah, there's all birds all around the place. Down leg side. A bit too much swing there, Vashisht, but he's moving the ball, isn't he? Oh, in the air. Right off the end of the bat. Kohli will throw, but won't be in time. Cool return throw from Vashisht, who hits the other end, but yeah, Kanasani trying to go over the top because we're getting to the end of the power play in a way. It's the 5th over. He gets it right off the end of the bat, and I think Kanasani's quicker than you think, you know. Vashisht throws, hits, but it's all academic. Well, Wayne has just blown my mind in the chat. Luckily, we've got a couple of moments to talk about this. He said, if you take the first 3 letters from Romania and the last 4 letters from France, you get romance. Illuminati confirmed. Oh, that might be my favourite comment of the day. So we've got the romance clash. Applause. Stick a few applause emojis in there for me, maybe 5. If I get the chance. Oh, we're bowled. Into the over. France pushing for more. At the moment they got 3 in the first quarter. It's 37 for 3. So again, I think run rate wise, it's not too bad. We've seen a lot of 35 to 40, 5 over periods, which is kind of how I like to break down T20 so far. I know the power play 6, but I just think it gives you a nice symmetrical look at how the innings has been progressing. A bit like we look at 5 over periods in 10 over cricket, don't we? First half, second half. Here you got 5 over quarters, and different looking game, isn't it, with no McKeon to dominate the bowling like we've seen him do in recent times. Heading south, but like I say, partnerships, they're the key. Kohli comes and hits another one to bite away. See Kanisane's front foot there, just kind of going leg side, going away from the ball. It's a better ball, a little bit of shape as well. That's the one that can really do some damage. Okay, interesting now, putting the squeeze on Kanisane. He says, yeah, okay, I'll get back in my crease. I think he was getting out of his crease a little bit. I think just trying to counter the movement of Kohli. So it's the attacking move. And Kohli, like, he's not slow, but I think on artificial surfaces you can keep up if you trust the bounce, and you should here. Good take. Don't think there's a nick on this. Maybe it'll sound. And he flicked his own pad on the way past. But have a look at this. I mean, this is great keeping from Nadigotla. And look, he's in a position where he can go up or down. To be honest, it's a bit more good luck than good management there, because it's actually, I think it's flicked the back trouser leg or the pocket. Might have actually knocked his pocket out, Kanisane. But again, he makes a big target there, Nadigotla, and he just basically smothers it, ends up kind of hugging it to his body. Good keeping as well. And the key is here, I mean, you're dealing with a guy, you can kind of predict his swing, but the reason he gets over there, it's his feet and his head. Otherwise, that's such an easy ball. If you're kind of just going with your hands, it's easy to miss that, and you've got 5 wides on your hands, and your big plan to got Sumps's backfired. Even though he doesn't take it cleanly, it's a good block by Nadigotla. Kanisane hits it pretty hard. Blocked in the circle. So France, run rate plummeting at the moment. Oh, you know what? That's going to be just what we talked about, the 5 wides. And yeah, Kohli, suppose one thing you would say about Kohli, he hasn't really had the handle on it so far. So, yeah, I'll show you this one, the replay. So the thing is, Nadigotla does reasonably well because he kind of crosses his feet over. He doesn't stay like a crab going sideways, and that's why when his body turns sideways, it's just less surface area. So it's, yeah, that's why he has less chance of saving that. He kind of had the idea, he anticipated it, but he was kind of walking kind of shoulder, right shoulder to the ball anyway. Cost them 5. Stays up there though, I don't mind that. Backing the plan. Yeah, those leg side deliveries, they can be expensive if the keeper's not able to make the block. France, they need the help at the moment, don't they? Danny got like capable of pulling off the leg side stumping as well if given an opportunity. Comes up in the block hole. Usman pushes, runs, tight one. But they get through, end of the over, end of the power play. And France losing 3 wickets in the power play. 45 for 3. Corey quoting some statistic. Teams that lose 3 wickets in the power play, they don't lose, I mean, they don't win a very big proportion of matches. Let's see if France can prove that wrong. Yeah, these are the upcoming events we saw it a moment ago, but yeah, all the Romanian viewers and all of our fans and supporters of women's cricket, watch out for that Continental Cup, 4th to 6th of August. It'll feature the Isle of Man, Greece, Malta. We're here. As well as the hosts, Romania. And it's the first time, apart from Malta, we haven't seen those other 3 international women's teams on ECN. So yeah, this year it's been a really exciting year for expansion, particularly more regular women's cricket on ECN in both the T10 and the T20 format, and just exposing more players to the experience and I suppose the pressure. Vashish just going to bowl out. First one jumps on Matty Gotler. Gets a bit surprised by that, and I think so was Usman Khan. One that falls up to the stumps. Hit him between the eyes, to be honest. Took off, didn't it? Oh, sheesh. He's bowled well here. Had one that got away early on, but then he's kind of settled in. He's been shaping the ball in, attacking the stumps or the channel just outside. Love a 3rd wicket though. This partnership has been around for a while. They haven't done too much damage on the scoreboard. Another one. That's exactly what Vashish is trying to do. And as a batting partnership here, not really probably sure how aggressive they should be. If the bowling's good, I mean, you just see these guys off at the moment. Interestingly, they've only gone for 4 outfielders. Now they're going to push another one back. I wouldn't go too defensive at the moment. I probably want to force them into maybe trying to go over the top, and maybe that taking it your 4th wicket. Sun hasn't really looked like drilling one over the bowler for 6. And right on cue, drills one, not over the bowler. Slight miss hit though, as it will go to the short boundary. So we're talking about a slight miss hit and breaks the shackles. Vashish pitches up. Brings up the 50 for France as well. The issue here was the width. And Vashish has been pretty disciplined, being zeroing in to the stumps are just outside. Brings up the 50 of 40 deliveries, 41 if you include the no ball. Pretty well bowled. All right, Shantanu, last chance to take a wicket. Last ball of his spell coming out. I've got to say, I think smart that they bowled him out. He's in the groove. He's getting predictable movement with the ball in this condition. So I think that's a good call from Ramesh Satheesan. Here's another option with the ball. Part-time spin. Last ball of the 7th. Ooh. Gets an edge. Gets handled in the circle. So that'll just be 1. Ganasane will retain the strike. Vashish finishes with pretty handy figures, 2 for 24 off his spell. And after 7, France, a 51 for 3. So I think This is the time if it's been working for you in the power play. Okay, you only had 2 outfielders. Okay, maybe I'd have 3, maybe 4. I don't think I'd have 5 at this stage. I think you can still afford to attack. And kind of only put them back when the batters have established, you know, that they can hit over the top and they're feeling, or they're looking more confident, feeling more confident. I think the benefit of still creating dot balls is pretty useful. Having said that, there's a counterpoint that says, look, we're happy to concede 1s. We don't care. 1s are fine. A bit like what happened to Romania in the middle of their innings. Field was back, but they weren't able to find the boundaries. They got plenty of 1s. But they kind of had that long period without a boundary. You could feel the tension mount in the end. It was a score that didn't stand up. Taranjit comes on, over number 8. So yeah, they don't bowl out both openers. They keep one for Kohli up their sleeve. Probably wasn't as consistent as Shantanu Vashisht this inning so far. Something distracting the batter. Gotta say, credit to Taranjit for his matching sunglasses frames. Love that attention to detail. He's back and punched. It's well fielded out there by Kohli, who's really good in the outfield. Anything with Taranjit, I'd like to see him go yellow shoes, and he might have some old favourites there, but I think the next pair of shoes have to be the Romanian yellow, and then I'll give him extra points. Anyway, Usman Khan, 8 off 11. These two combined, 17 off 25, so consolidation phase continuing. Taranjit gets this up in the block hole, and Usman can't get it off the pitch. I mean, Usman Khan, very good bowler. He's been good with the bat as well, but in particular, I think his slower ball is a bit of a mystery ball. Punched away for 1 by Usman this time. Looks like the one kind of might have been a 1-finger type ball. Get up in the block hole. Similar type delivery. A little bit of pace on the ball. It's worked away. Kanasani just the 1. Kind of feel the tension in the air at the moment. Long run without a boundary. They're going to take on a 2 here. They're going to get there. I mean, they had that 1 boundary in the last over from Vashisht, but apart from that, it's been pretty slim pickings. Kind of 4-over period without a boundary, except for that 1. Pretty tight in the 2, but I think if you're not getting boundaries, you do need to be pushing for these. I think he might have just made it. And so, it's the end of the over. Going at 7s at the moment, 56 for 3. So it kind of depends what you're comfortable with if you're front. I mean, if you were to say, look, do you think you can defend 140 with your attack? They might go, yeah, we're fine with that. And at the moment, they're going at 7 and over. You can get 7 and over just by pushing singles and not being overly attacking. But I'd say the par is higher. I'd say that the par is 160 for me. It depends on if your top order fires or not. You can see France has misfired and they're having to go into kind of plan B right now. Plan A would be to have the top 3 whacking the ball all over the place, but those 3 early wickets is forcing a bit of a change of tactics. Change of tactics as well at this golf course end, because it's going to be Sadiq Thakur to bowl. He bowled pretty well in that last game. Certainly the first 3 overs were pretty good. His left arm spin presenting a new challenge. Kanasani on strike. Picks out the fielder, Sathieson. No run. Let's have a look at the field here. So they got 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. Fairly standard field, to be honest. I like Sathieson in there. And also they got the mid-wicket saving the single. It's a little bit short, but again, field's well placed. Kohli forgets to pick it up cleanly, but that doesn't really matter because it went to him quickly. So I like the way they're still kind of on the 1 here. There's a lot of balls probably that are going to be hit to cover in mid-wicket that they'll be able to stop the single, and Yeah, the last thing France want to run out at this stage. Drop. No run there. Good stuff from Thakur. He's been spot on so far. Just don't want to give a bad ball away here. Break the pressure if you're Thakur. It's a pretty good one again. Pushing one, but you can handle that. Seen spinners building pressure, but there's been a bit of a pattern of them bowling a loose one and over that then goes to the boundary or over. Thakur's trying to avoid that happening here. He's just hoping to build pressure through dot that might result in a wicket. Taran has this covered, coming in from long off boundary, just a single.
Come on, Siri, finish it well, boy, finish it well.
You hear that? Call, finish it well, finish it well. Just 3 off this 5 balls so far, so might see the finger spinners operating in tandem here for a little bit if it's working. Hit hard, but there's that cover again. And so Thakur, really good over, just 3 runs come off that. 9 overs down now. And France, there, 59 for 3. Just noticed that Gaurav Mishra, the 12th man on the field for Vasu Sayani. Hopefully it's just a temporary thing. Hopefully Vasu's okay because they'll be relying on him to bowl, and maybe sooner rather than later. Right on cue, I think. He's come back out there, so it's just for 1 over. Vasu's back out there, so yeah, maybe just a quick thing, maybe change the shoes or maybe just a comfort break, something like that. The sort of day where you want to stay hydrated. So, sticking with spin, Taran. Oh, this would have been an incredible catch. It probably saves runs. Abdul Shakur. I didn't know he could jump that high. Got a hand to it. He's saying, hey, can you believe I touched that? Because I can't. Oh, yeah. Knocked it up as well. It's just sliced away, almost carries. And yeah, he's battling the sun out there as well, Kohli. But I don't think he could have got there on the full, to be fair. I think he makes the right call. Taran disagrees, but to be honest, he just didn't feel confident of taking the catch. Number 1 reaching, and even if he does reach, what are the odds it's actually going to stick? So he doesn't want to give away a boundary. Built the pressure well. Kanasani tries the big shot now. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo. And not only it's gone for 6, it's gone into the tennis court. So you could just feel the pressure building, matter of time, until we saw the big shot attempted, and Kanasani, he nailed it. Some chance to bring out a few drinks, but I mean, it's not a bad ball, really. Basically laying down the challenge, saying, look, you can just punch that for 1, or you can try and take it on. You might get a 6, but you might get out. Kanasani. It's pretty powerful. Smashed that one many a mile. While they go fetch that, like I said, maybe interrupting a game of mixed doubles or something like that. They're going to take a chance to have a quick drink. They do make a big attempt to try and get that ball back. Probably in T10s, we're trying to keep the game moving a little bit more, so we probably throw another one out there, go get it later, but obviously conditions ball a bit more critical in T20 International. Can change a bit more over the innings, especially when you know where it's gone. It's in the tennis courts, and I suppose people aren't playing because they might have thrown it back. Well, maybe they would have thrown it over the fence. But anyway, Romania. Yeah, a side who know this ground very well. In fact, I watched keenly. It was Charlie Hunt's commentary debut last year, actually, in the Valletta Cup. And Romania winning over Malta. 9 runs, I think, the margin in the final. Romania dropped a couple of games along the way. Probably they dropped one here, first up. Czech Republic. they've had a pretty busy schedule with the CE Cup, so they're not featuring this year. Hungary likewise. But it'll be interesting to see who we see in the Valletta Cup next year. Obviously, it's been a pretty successful venture. To the 4th edition now. France making their Valletta Cup debut in this game. All right, so finally, just when they'd replaced the ball, they find the ball. So they had the new one, the replacement, ready to go, but Taran's probably saying, well, I don't really want this one. It's got bits of tennis net on it. Anyway, Kanisani, can he turn that into something more? It's a 19. Could this be a breakout innings for him? Oh, Taran's a bit irritated, saying, look, we waited like 5 minutes with this ball and you're still not ready? Fires one in. Give me an opportunity to do that one again. Just being a bit careful after that. Kanisane, I mean, for a guy that's batting 4, he needs some runs. He's going to get some more runs here. That's a nice shot. He backs away and smacks it through the offside. So yeah, Lingiswaran Kanisane, his top score before this in 12 T20 internationals is just 15. So he's already up to his top score, and that's what I said. He's the kind of guy, you know, he's always giving 100% for his side. I thought that ever since I've seen him in the ECC. And he'll get one here. Taran cops it in the fingers. He's a competitor though, Lingiswaran. So he's hoping he can turn this into something more. End of the over. 72 for 3 after 10. Halfway through the first innings of match 4 in this Valletta Cup. Kanisani 24 does get the couple of boundaries they need in that over. Something like 140 will be a pretty interesting chase, and a long way from that right now. First half 37, second half 35. They've been rebuilding, haven't they? This one's knocked down the ground as Takur continues. Good first over, only 3 came off it.
Come on, boys, come on, yaar. Come on, boys, talk each other, come on, yaar. Cheer up the bowler, come on, boys.
Down leg side, Natagotla. Still a bit bothered. Yeah, he hit himself in the foot. That's what happened. It was actually the ball before he hit the 6 where we thought he got injured. He just maybe jamming down to York or something like that. His own bat hit himself in the top of the foot. So that's why he's been bothered with that. I think about 2 here. It's not quite on. Yeah, Romania, I thought we might see some changes, but they've stuck with the same 11 in this game, so playing back-to-back. These will have a few fresh people potentially to come into the side tomorrow if they want to make a couple of adjustments. I'll say Takur, it's been pretty useful here. It's a good matchup against the 2 right-handers. Oh, in the air, drops a decent. Can't hold on. Got 2 hands to it. And the pressure bit on Usman Khan. just going to be a single. It'll be over. And walking 6.77 for 3, France, after 11. In a way, he was talking about the fact that this is the romance clash. It's the first 3 letters of Romania and last 4 letters of France. I also mentioned when Sweden play Denmark in football and they use the first 3 letters of each team to represent each team, it says Sweden. Yeah, that's true, and I've seen that. I saw that actually. He thinks that's another Illuminati confirmed moment. Yeah, well, it's interesting to see these little funny ways that letters can come together. We already talked about Sweden using the CHE abbreviation, which is comes from the Latin. Anyway, it's going to be Vasu Saini who's going to bowl, and Taranji going for a couple of boundaries. I think the time's right to make a change. They're bowling Vasu in the second half again. He might have bowled the 10th last time, but yeah, they kind of hold him back, and he's got a good variety, got a good slow ball over the top of the hand. Yeah, Usman getting dropped by Sathis, and big moment. This partnership has been steadily building. Vasu straight away gets the batter swinging and missing outside the off stump. So they nearly got the throws that straight away. I think he's trying to throw it back to the bowler. I don't think you could even run if you wanted to on that. Personal opinion. This is carved away through point. That's well run. They'll go back to 2 this time. This one moves to 16. That's his sign here. I wonder how much he'll use the slower ball. Usman can't. Probably got the ball that's most like him. He's getting his ball into him right now. That's in this tournament. It goes pace on, but Usman's ready for it. And he pulls it away with some power. Maximo! Well, he decides to put the pace on, but it's a little bit too short. And Usman was very quick to get his hands through the ball then. Grab 6 runs. Yeah, turns on it. Turns on it pretty violently. I wonder if we see Vasu go straight to the slower ball here. And that's another ball that just happens to have bounced into the car park. But luckily, there aren't too many cars here in it at the moment. And the reason is they're actually resurfacing the road outside the entrance. So it actually means there's no vehicles in the car park, except the ambulance. I'm still not quite sure how. Must be some sort of back entrance. But yeah, there's no parking at the moment in the car park. There's no access through the main entrance. There's a slow ball, as I thought it would be. Usman handles it pretty well though. So I have seen some cars in danger. There is some kind of netting to protect cars, but I mean, where that got hit, that's exactly where the cars drive to go park normally. Oh, it's a pretty good shot down the ground. Does it have enough to get past the fielder? It does. So that's a nice shot by Lingus Kanisani. Again, just kind of opens himself up a little bit, plays on length and strokes it straight over the umpire's hat. So these two are accelerating things down. They've had to kind of absorb that pressure period. We had 5 overs in there where there was just 1 boundary. Now we've had 4 boundaries in the last 3 overs. Now Kanisani throws the hands at this. Coley does pretty well to get over there and keep it to 1. And it takes us to the end of the 12th over. France 90 for 3. So 8 overs to go. Right now they're on 150 pace. So it's been a pretty good recovery. It's not all smash and dash. There's some consolidation required sometimes in this format of the game. France they can win this, they go clear at the top of the table. It'll be early front runners, but Switzerland looked good, didn't they? Putting away Romania. Pulling off a pretty clinical chase in the last game. Garani. He's going to get a bowl for the first time. And so, an opportunity to see what he offers.
Ready, boys, ready, boys.
And well, almost creates a run out. Some indecision. And Hingarani, I might be wrong, but I believe this is his T20 international debut. He said better throw there, might have had him in trouble. I also said I might be wrong. Well, a little bit short, and it's hit. And it's going to go for 4.
Come on, Pratham.
Man, it is the first time I've seen Hingarani bowling. He did play the last game, so technically it's not his debut, but it's his debut today for the Romanian national team. So just dragging that one down a bit.
Come on.
If you can get it right, it'll provide a useful variation. He's a youngster, he's 23 years of age. Gets that one very wrong. I say, curious to see how high this is. And yeah, it's coming down eventually, but I don't know if it's coming down by the crease.
Come on, boy.
Let's have a look.
Big wicket coming, boy.
Borderline. I suppose it was a pie. Better. Let's hope he settles here. I mean, he's bowled a couple of, say, questionably pitched deliveries or non-pitched deliveries, but he hasn't been hurting the scoreboard. So
Come on, boy. You can, boy.
you hear that, the encouragement from him. You can. Do what you know you can do. And that's well bowled. And they'll get through for a single, but he's recovered well here. Again, that's the difference. If that gets caught a no ball for above the waist, which you couldn't have blamed the umpire if he did call it. And it becomes a free hit and the over takes on a different complexion. Last ball, this one. Oh, bowled. Slides a bit wider. So just 6 come off the over. Nice start for Pratham Hingarani. I've got to say, he's kind of a front-on style leg spinner. He uses the shoulder well. 13 overs down, it's 96 for 3. Yeah, a few Where's Pavel questions. We always get them. Pavel, I think, is really in the frame in the Romanian national team setup now. He's playing a few different locations, including Montenegro. Wayne jokingly saying he's giving Brett Lee and his son some bowling lessons. Yeah, probably. His partnership starting to flourish, I suppose. Well, that was a good last over for Romania. They came together at 27 for 3 when Jackson chopped on to Coley on the first ball of the 4th. They've been around for pretty much 10 overs now. They've put on 69 in that time. Raj Kumar is going to get a bowl. It's well bowled first up, really. Good Yorker jams down, and Usman Khan is happy with one there. So yeah, they've been together literally 10 overs now, and they've made 68. So it's 136 pace, not bad. It's about what Romania scored earlier on. That wasn't enough against Switzerland. This is a step across and swat through the leg side. That'll be for Kanisani. This is a breakout innings for him at the moment. He moves to 40. Again, he kind of gives himself room, clears that front leg and just swings away. I'm going to hit the palm tree. Hundreds come up for France as well. exactly 1/3 of the innings to go. So on around about 150 pace. Some indecision here. It was a good call not to take the run. Raj Kumar being used, so we've actually seen 7 bowlers used for Romania, so they should have plenty of options. It's just Vashish that's been bowled out. Kohli has 1 over up his sleeve, but everyone else has at least 2. Right. On the legs, and it's just outside the grasp of Taranjit Singh, and that'll be 4. I think Taran comes in when he didn't need to. He just needed to go around. Still don't think he had a decent play on the ball. Have a look here. See, it comes in, but to be honest, when I saw the delivery from Raj, I thought there was trouble ahead. Kanisani moves to 44. That 45. So for me, this game hinges pretty squarely on how well the openers do for Romania. I think they're the key. Thiessen and Taranjit Singh. So Natagotla at 3, playing a nice knock, but he was hampered by that self-inflicted foot injury. Not saying that Romania can't win without openers firing. I'm saying it'll be the tough road against the French bowling attack that's kind of up and firing, and Ramatullah Mangal in the side again. As we get to the end of the 14th over, France 107 for 3. Wayne's mentioned that Natagotla wears the helmet even when he's standing back sometimes. Yeah, that's true. I think he's comfortable wearing it. I don't think it's so much of an issue on this surface where you get a friendly second bounce on the artificial, which is really long, but we certainly have seen some places Keeper's getting some wicked bounces, and it can put you out of the game, put you out of the tournament. So if you're comfortable doing it, I don't really think it's a huge issue. Also, there's secondary things like, when you're receiving throws from the outfield, it gives you an extra layer of confidence. If it was to hit something or hit the edge of the pitch or something like that, take a bad bounce, that you got your head protected. So it's kind of smart in a way if you're comfortable enough. Hingorani, it's a second over. I think just settled in nicely here, but I suppose it's always the issue with leg spinners, and maybe inexperienced leg spinners in particular, that they bowl 1 or 2 bad balls and over. Got away with them in the first over. There's one of them. It only cost them 1 for the wide. Good length, just dragged a little bit too far to the offside. Bit of length to work with here, and that's the short boundary, gets hit for 4. So Kanisani has moved to 49. Now, he's going to signal, but I think he's way too early, because I've got him as 49, and the scoreboard has him as 49. All right, so he's made a fake 50. I hope he doesn't do anything reckless. That's okay, he'll get his real 50 here. I wonder if he signals again, because that's his real 50. And well done, Lingeswaran Kanisani, who was pretty keen to start celebrating, but he brings up his half century off 38 balls with 7 4s and a 6. His eyesight might not be so good at reading the scoreboard, but reading the ball, he's been pretty good in this innings. Congratulations to Lingeswaran on his first T20 International 50. Hingorani gets hit down the ground, just a single though this time. Hello to Chris Smith, nice to see you. Hopefully enjoying the action. I know so much happening around the traps today. Again, a little bit short this time. Flat bat option. It's not going to bring a boundary, but it will bring 1. This building up the score. Minimum of risk at the moment.
Come on, boy. Come on, brother.
It's a partnership.
Finish it well, boy. Finish it well.
Continuing to flourish. It's with 89 now. Short again. Picked out Sathisen, who fumbles it. Can't find the handle. And now, well, should get an overthrow if they're paying attention. They're not. By the time they are, the opportunity's lost. As we get to the end of the 15th over, Hingorani, tidy enough. Up for 16 off 2. It's 117 for 3. Off 15 overs. You see here, because he hit the bowler, went away from the backup fielder. So, let's talk quarters. First quarter, 37. Second quarter, 35. Third quarter, 45. So that's the quarter where they get moving. They can do that again. 162. Suddenly looking to pass score. It didn't look that way. And they lost McKeon early on for 4. They lost Gulami for 6 and Action Jackson for 9. 31 for 3 after 3.1 overs. 27 for 3, pardon me, up to 3.1 overs. Khan plays a pretty good shot here, and that's going to get him 4. He's got pretty good fundamentals. I know he's got a few little quirks in his technique, likes to sometimes jump away from the ball to open this up a little bit more, but still hits the ball really well. He's got good timing, good natural attributes. Raj Kumar comes back, gets smashed to the boundary. Oh, once again, this is going to set a bit of a task for the outfielder. Probably 2. Tidy stuff from Coley, who's reliable on the ground. So I wonder who they're going to bowl here, because, like I say, they've got heaps of options. You imagine Coley's going to get another one. Taran's still got 2 overs up his sleeve. There's 4 overs to go after this. Do you stick with Hingorani? Hingorani and Taranjit Singh have pretty similar figures. Basu Saini's only bowled a 1 over for 14. Okay, these two handled him pretty well, but I mean, he's in there to bowl normally. Raj Kumar has been similarly expensive so far. Options. Backs away, cuts and gets another boundary. So Usman starting to manipulate the field now. Raj Kumar just gives him a little bit too much length to work with. I suppose he's been driven a few times, but we haven't really seen a genuine Yorker for a while when he first balled the over. But Usman once again opens up the offside, targets that short boundary and gets 4 for his side. As he's just ticking over towards a potential second half century of the week, Usman Khan. It's a bit straighter. Probably 2 there, probably worth a look, but these two, they've been at it for a while. I don't really feel too confident that they could get back safely. Let's ball the over. Should also mention, as the birds look on, as usual, that the 100 partnerships up now between these two. It's worth 101, so well batted. And Canisano is going to smash this one, and it's going to be 6. And Taran was out there, but again, he couldn't do too much about it. Kumar angles in a bit too far. Maximo, and end of the 16th over, France, 134 for 3. There's nothing more energy sapping than watching a team put on a big partnership after you've taken some early wickets, and that's basically what Romania are living through right now. Long time between drinks for them. Starting to 57. Good knock from him. Usman Khan with 40 of his own. This is what's coming up tomorrow. 3 matches here. Luxembourg, Switzerland first up. Malta, Romania, second match. Switzerland, France, third match. So Switzerland have to back up and do the doubleheader tomorrow with the early birds. We'll be here 6:30 a.m. GMT. 8:30 in Central Europe. Noon in India. Don't forget also cricket from the Netherlands. Netherlands taking on Thailand. And also from Hungary, where it will be ECS Hungary finals day. So you've got the teams worked out now that will be in the finals, but they don't really have the order sorted out because it's all on net run rate. It's looking pretty likely that all 4 teams will be 8-2, which I actually can't remember that being the case, that you have 4 teams all on the same record, but I think honestly, I think it'll be that way. Got Blinders, Royal Tigers, as well as UCB and Cobras. Assuming Cobras win their last game, which they'll be big favourites too. And they'll all be on 16 points, so it's just net run rate that separates them. And I have a feeling if Cobras win their game, unless it's a huge blowout, and even if it is, it's probably going to be Blinders versus UCB, and it's going to be Royal Tigers versus Cobras. In the semi-finals, then, of course, the bronze final and the final later on in the day. Romania trying to create some energy here. They know they have to go another 3.2 overs in the field, and that's it. They've gone back to Zakur here. Still has a couple of overs up his sleeve as well. Remember, the only real chance we've seen was when Sathisen put down Usman Khan a little bit earlier. That cover got 2 hands to it.
Going in, finish it well, boy, finish it well.
Backs away, runs. In fact, he doesn't run, turns his partner around, they scramble back. He's hit it too well to the fielder. Usman says, hey, sorry, Lingy, I need you to go back, but you can have the strike because that's the end of the 17th over. That's 138 for 3. Another tight over from Takua, just 4 singles off that over. See, Kanasani, he's quicker than you think. You know, turned around and scampered back pretty quickly. So 3 overs to go. And from here, you're hoping like 10-10-10, 168. Take some catching. Let's certainly take this score after where they were with those early 3 wickets. Yeah, so big day in Hungary tomorrow. Netherlands T20IW continuing. Of course, really getting stuck into the Valletta Cup now. And I've got to say, it's been a little bit cooler today. Taran will have a big role to play in the chase, no doubt about that. Importance of a good start for Romania. Handling the French bowling, which is going to ask some serious questions early. This is going to be worked away. They'll get couple. Fortunate one for Kanasana there. Moves up into the 60s. Has been the breakout innings for him. I mean, he's batted pretty intelligently. Actually, look at his strike rate. It's pretty good. Oh, he's 61 off 43. Yeah, he's going about 142 runs per 100 balls. Kohli's back to spend his last over. Real touch and go, but Kohli gets away with it. It's not an easy angle from behind to tell. Umpire giving Kohli the benefit. It's been a bit of, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, around that tram line to Kohli in this innings. That's good length. Keep that to 1. Well done. Takes a fair bit of the turf with him. It does make the stop. Two and a half overs to go, and this partnership still plugging. See if they take it up a notch here with 7 wickets in hand. They won't need to yet. I think that's gone down the leg side. Hasn't touched anything along the way. Kohli just kind of been a little bit all over the place. Curious now that Nadigotla's back, probably just as well with that delivery. This is the sort of time you might get the old cheeky stumping or something like that, but also, you know, the ramp and stuff's a lot easier with keeper up. Don't need to get as much on it. Yeah, it's good. Batting again, Bozeman, making sure, you know, does like to back away slightly sometimes, but he's going to make sure he doesn't get in the way of that one because that's a free run. He'll get it again. A little bit of dodgeball. Yeah, at the Master International Cricket Ground. This is hit straight, but hit pretty hard towards long on, and for that reason they'll only get a single. What a partnership though. We've said that batting's a bit hit and miss, and there would have been some concerns when they lost their top three, but I've got to say these two have batted really well. 117 partnership. This is up in the block hole too, but Kanasani makes good contact. And they think it too, they side against it. I think, you know, come 19th over in a couple of balls, I think we'll see them going for those. I think it'll be time to really go the final fling. They've got batting to come. They've got guys that are kind of suited to the situation. They're going to come out and swing it. They're in no real danger of getting bowled out now. Last ball for Kohli. He backs away and slices it. This is one time you might get two. The fielder took a long time to kind of get organised, and so they do get two. Well identified by the batters. And that's the end of Kohli, 1 for 32. It's the end of the 18th in France, 147 for 3. So 2 overs to go. And see who we might get here. Just been able to raise the pace, haven't they? It's a really good example. Show you that, okay, the run rate took a dip while these guys were getting set, but then since then steadily increasing. And now they're on track for more than 160, and I think they'll get probably high 160s, something like that, the way things are going. Cool, he's been good. I think he deserves one of the last 2 overs, and then you can take your pick. You've got 4 potential bowlers to bowl the last. All right, so he's after it, and he's going to get enough of it. Maximo! Iswaran Kanasani has just wandered down, and he said, I'm not going to let you dictate terms anymore. Comes down, and that's not a short boundary, but he's cleared it easily. What a shot, 6 runs. France bring up the 150 with that stroke as well. It goes again, doesn't quite get it this time. Oh, but it's going to be 4 more. Vasu Saini tries to turn it into a catch, and he may have even got it on the full. It was hard to tell, almost yorked the fielder. But yeah, it's kind of the worst case scenario for Romania. Not only is it not caught, it's going to cost them a boundary. See here, just down to the corner of your screen, Vasu tried to turn it into a catch, but it would have been a miracle if it had stuck. It could be more than 160s the way things are going at the moment. Now he's going to go, and this is away from the fielder as well. Oh, he's going to boot it to keep it in play. It's an easy 2 there. Even though I think they assumed it was going to go for 4 when they saw the foot offered at the ball, but Usman does get back. The fatigue factor's got to be creeping in a little bit at the moment as well. Got to be. Oh, wow. That's absolutely moosed. That's gone over everything. It's probably hit the blue building on the full. I think it has. Maximo. Kanasani to 81 here. Oh, he's really ramped it up when required. He plays this on length. And look how hard this is hit. Oh, that screamed off the bat. Almost broke the sound barrier. Look at that, because he's a low center of gravity. He can pick this one up. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it hits the blue building. Bang. Made a big sound. It did, and it bounced up into the archery range. We'll mind the bows and arrows, guys. 81. I'm not going to say it, but 8 balls left. Not impossible. Oh, well, maybe with hitting like this, because that takes him to 87. This one was a bit fuller, but it goes the same way. Now, I hope that blue building is cricket ball proof, because that's 2 in a row. Kanisani to 87. Change of angle as well, doesn't care. At this stage, thought they might launch in the 19th. That's what we're seeing now. Zishan Khan scored 115 earlier in the week for Malta. Only century so far. Kanisani running out of time, but he's got a shot. One here. Once more. Oh, it's going to be half a chance. Kanisani unselfishly saying, yeah, come on, 2's on here. They'll get it. Taking every run, why not? These guys have been brothers in arms the whole way. And it's going to continue right down to the end. 173 for 3. Side issue. Since Kanisani's pocket was knocked out, he's been batting a lot better. I wonder if that becomes a superstition. I thought maybe it was earlier that the ball or something flicked his trousers. Since then, the pocket's been out, but he's been absolutely smoking them. 173 for 3 off 19. Now we're looking at the 180s, aren't we? Vasu Saini's going to bowl the last over. So he bowled 1 over for 14, but they've decided he should bowl the last one. You can understand that. They've got spinners available. Taranjit Singh, none for 18 off 2. Hingorani, none for 16 off 2. But I think with the spin going the journey, they want to go back to Saini, who they would plan a lot of the time to bowl this 20th over. Usman Khan faces up. Kanisani at the other end on 89. Oh no, gets a hanging full toss. And that one is smashed and it's going to be 4. That one put a few people in danger, I think. And Usman Khan moves to 49 on the verge of his second half century of the week. I think that was just the variation gone wrong from... It is, yes, high-ish. Look how high that is there, but I mean, maybe slightly out of his crease, but it was an easy one. Well, he's going to get home, and that actually brings up his 50 as well. So well batted, Usman Khan. He could have the unique situation of bringing up his 50 and being out the same ball, but he gets back. Throw didn't really get to Nadagotla and couldn't handle it, and brings up his 50. Brings it up off 45 balls, so kind of had to bide his time early. Now 179, 4 balls to go. Oh, now that's crazy. And you're never really looking for just a single though, even with Kanisani on 89. You can see that the scoreboard staring him in the face, but I think Kanisani's got some ideas saying, hey, if you want to get a 1, that's okay. Because again, running 2s that aren't really there, when you've got a guy at the other end who's ready to face on 89, yeah. I suppose it's a good problem to have, isn't it? Too many options, France, at this stage. Oh, he hits this over cover and hits it pretty well. Mid-off was up in the circle. Get 2. I'm starting to think we might not see Kanisani get another chance, but Usman, a good option because mid-off was up. Just didn't get it quite well enough to get it to the boundary. Oh, this is another one, you know, they'll get 3 here. That's if it doesn't go for 4. And to be honest, it might roll for 4. It's going, and it is 4. So Romania cannot take a trick at the moment. They look a bit punch drunk because that's 2 consecutive innings in the field. And well, you can chase this down, but you're going to have to bat really well, and you're going to have to do it against a formidable attack. Last ball coming up of the 20 overs, and Romania, they probably can't wait to take a seat. 3 wickets in the first 19 balls, and none since. Last ball of the innings. Oh, he gets a short one, and this is going to go as well. So Maximo Usman Khan finishes 63, and well, never mind the 160s, turn it upside down because France have hit 191 off the 20 overs. And what an unbroken partnership that is. 164 runs from Canizano and Usman Khan. A real exhibition of batting, and I suppose they bided their time, didn't they? As we look at the highlights, and there were some highlights early, even though the first ball missed the pitch. The second one was a free hit, but then straight away in the first over, McKeon offered a chance and Shakur cleaned up. Meanwhile, they had this around the wicket attack to Gulami and Action Jackson. Ashish probably wasn't his best moment, but well, change of luck because Taranjit Singh was able to pouch that one, which just bit back at the batsman a little bit. And then when Action Jackson chopped on, we're looking at 27 for 3, and Romania were all over France. That was a tough one to put down as a chance, but Shakur couldn't hold on as he got aerial. But yeah, you know, talking about the quarters, we talk about 37, 35, 45. But yeah, the last 5 overs, they end up going for 74. So they really turned it on towards the end. But before then, they kind of had to bide their time a little bit. Had that long run of around about 5 overs where there was just the one boundary in it. But then Kanasani is coming of age for a player who previously hadn't scored more than 15 in an innings, but you can see why he's there. He's a guy who's always impressed me with his attitude. He never complains, just keeps on trying to do his job. Had to scramble a couple of times, but Usman and Kanasane, they bat France, not just out of a tight spot, but they bat them into ascendancy in this innings. And then when it was time to party, they really went, didn't they? 26 came off the 19th over from Thakur, and they hit the go button. And then 18 to follow up off the last from Saini. So 44 in the last 2. And that score just gets out of control real fast. Romania, they'll have to go at this, but they're going to have a really good power play. Probably 60-odd power play, you'd imagine, with their openers. And again, they need a partnership that's not just a little partnership. They need a big partnership, I think, somewhere along the line. I think much bigger than that one that we just saw. Biggest partnership of the week so far. A partnership of 164 between Kanasane and Usman Khan sets up this formidable score. 191 for 3, biggest score we've seen so far this week. Kanasane breaks out 89 off 52, 5 Maximos, 8 fours in there. Usman Khan, he was able to bring up his 50 towards the end as well. 63 off 49 with 5 fours and 2 sixes. It's a real masterclass in consolidation, then aggression through the second half of the innings. 2 for 24 for Shish, put in a good shift, didn't he? Kohli, 1 for 32, but a bit inconsistent at times. Apart from that, we saw a decent couple of overs from Hingorani, got a couple of bad balls, but 1 for 16, not bad in his first bowl in international cricket. But yeah, they didn't have a lot of luck. And basically, same issue as last time for Romania. They couldn't break the key partnership. They couldn't get the key guy that was hurting them. And so they're chasing a bunch. 192 will be the chase. When we return in just a few minutes' time, we'll see if Romania can shake this one down. We've already seen one big chase today. Could we see another? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. See you shortly for more action here in Malta. This is ECN, and you're watching the Valletta Cup.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. We are here in Romania, last innings of the day, and Romania have made their bed, now they have to lie in it. France won the toss, batted, made 191. Amjad to get us going, 192 for victory. And it's Ramesh Satheesan, the captain, facing up. First up, Amjad, interestingly, he's bowling from the other end. We've seen him bowling from the city end, the top end, so far, I think almost all the time, if not all the time in this tournament. But now he's starting down at the golf course end, running away from my commentary position here. Short. Satheesan late on the pull shot. And no run yet. So yeah, it's a lot of runs to chase, no doubt. But I mean, you don't have to get them all at once. I think we saw from the French innings, they had moments where they were patient, especially after they lost those 3 early wickets. But then they slowly but surely worked their way up and then ended up going right off in the last couple of overs. Anyway, it's the Satheesan who wants to go right off right now. And this goes one bounce and clatters into the grandstand, 4 runs. And quality bowling on offer, but also quality batting. Satheesan and Taranjit Singh are a formidable opening pair. And so, I quite like the pace. One of the issues with this French attack, though, it's not just pace, it's the movement they get, the subtle movement. Kind of tailor-made to draw out misjudgments. That's a pretty good shot, though. Third man in place as one of the outfielders, deep backward square on the hook. So I wonder if Amjad tries him out with a genuine bouncer here. Pitches up, but it's big trouble, and Gulami takes the catch. So Satheesan just kind of loses his composure. And it just didn't get the timing. I talked about those subtle changes, the subtle movement. This one curves into Ramesh. And he kind of has this idea of going leg side, but you can see the fact he loses a hand off the bat shows you he's got that horribly wrong. And then, yeah, Gulami, it's a ballooned catch really, and super disappointing for Satheesan, who goes in the first over, 4 and out, and it's 4 for 1. Sadwick Nadagodla is going to bat in his usual number 3 position. We know that he had a sore foot earlier, jammed down on a ball and actually hit his own foot. He still batted through to make 41. He's kept 40 overs today, so I was wondering whether they'd play him in this game, considering the program ahead. And Romania, pretty sure this is the only day they'll have to play twice, unless they finish 2nd or 3rd and win the qualifier on Sunday. But they are going to play him, and I suppose when he had nothing to lose, he actually started scoring at a pretty healthy rate early on. Hello to Celeste, who's watching from South Africa. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Ton Moy as well. Hello to Shabazz. Wayne saying it was a long break. Well, as I'm told, 20 minutes is the standard in ICC matches if the first innings runs on time. So that's how long the break was. And if you want to know how I enjoyed my break, I took a call. So I didn't leave the box. I do normally like to, if I get a chance to get out of the box and mix with some of the players, and not just the players, the officials, spectators as well, the Blue Crew, some of the Maltese cricket community around here. That was one occasion though. I spotted, had 15 minutes up my sleeve and I took it. Amjad to Nadagodla, who's on the cut, but I think I like this fielding position because there's probably going to be a lot of balls flying through there with the pace of Amjad. That'll be the end of the over. And Taranjit's a spectator so far. We'll be at the non-strikers end again. As we get to the end of one, it's 5 for 1. 74 days until the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. 31 nations, 1 champion. England 11 winning the first edition in 2021 last year. It was the Netherlands. The Netherlands, because of that, they go straight through the championship week. 30 other nations left to fight for the other 6 spots in week 4. And France and Romania, both there. Group A and Group E, respectively. The interesting thing, we talked about it before, is that 3 of the 5 teams in this tournament, coincidentally, they're in the same group. Switzerland, Romania and Malta. So put that in your diary, whatever you have to do, put it in your phone, tie a string around your finger, but not too tight because it's still 74 days away. But yeah, you don't want to miss that. And that won't just be on our YouTube channel and Fanco, but it'll be on many, many other broadcasters all around the world. So looking forward to that. Okay, here's showing Watercourse Saria. Amjad bowling the other end means Watercourse Saria is bowling the other end. Regular openers, irregular ends. Beats him outside the off stump. Got 1 of 4. Rates already crept over 10 and over required. Off the hit this time. That'll be a single. Taranjit Singh finally gets to face the music. Well, he's one guy. He can win a game off his own bat. So it's simple as that. And so yeah, Taran's the guy I first saw play live in 2019, playing for Cluj, the first ever ECN tournament, the European Cricket League 2019. Impressed me then. He still impresses me. First up, this might have been off the thigh pad. Well, they go the long way. For the signal. Yeah, leg bite. So he doesn't get off the mark just yet. Watercourse Saria, though, he's a guy that sometimes gets some surprising bounce. He's just telling me, you know, sometimes a hold across the seam that helps get a little bit of extra jump. And he got luck. The 3-hole. It's a slower ball. And Watercourse Saria has also shown he doesn't mind doing that straight away. Could see some of the discussion in the break as well while I was on the phone. Oh, okay. Chris Smith's got some breaking news. It's pretty exciting. The ICC has announced it's meant some women's competitions have equal prize money from now on. Well, that's sensational. It's a great development. Taran drives. Picks out the mid-off. And that's Pivakajan Bakaran. And he's a sub-fielder, so I wonder who he's on for. We'll have a look in a minute. But anyway, right now, it's 8 for 1 after 2. So, yeah, not going to be easy. It hasn't been easy so far. Pirakajan Pirapakaran. He's on the field. I'll find out for who pretty shortly. So, Amjad to continue. I wonder what's with the change of ends. I don't really perceive any breeze. France has been rocking pretty well the way things were going. So I'm just curious, maybe just seeing what it's like. Bit of experimentation, I'm not sure. Well, goes the uppercut and doesn't care about the third man being down there. In the end, it'll be 1, but it's pretty risky shot to get 1. I think Natagotla's hoping he can get 6. We saw Usman Khan cutting one into the tennis courts before. It's got to be over the shoulder, I think. Probably the one for the over. So Taran does like to put his batting glove on every time. That annoys people sometimes that are viewing. I suppose it's all about trying to keep the hands dry. Oh, this is a ball that he reaches for, but he gets a fair piece of it, and that is going to disappear. And it's gone all the way. Maximo! Taran off the mark with 6. And you feel if Romania are going to get close to this, he's got to score some runs. And he starts in style. Lodi back at deep point, so you don't want to kind of edge that one because you've got the third man there waiting to pounce, but he gets it pretty much where he wants it. Just throws the hands. Now this is a bit more authority from Taranjeet, who cracks it through cover. He's a man on a mission right now. Goes 6 and 4, and I'm telling you, he is hungry for more. He's hungry for Romania's first win. Last year's champions don't want to go 0 and 2. That's what they're staring down the barrel of at the moment. Short, this one's dragged, leg side, bit of an awkward bounce. But that's Rahmatullah Mangal. He's a dangerous bowler as well. They just keep on coming. Judd trying out the bounce, or maybe trying to bounce out the batter with the deep square leg in play. It's a bit close for comfort, but it will be the end of the third over. Romania trying hard. Probably a few behind, but only a few at the moment. And they got that goes leg side of the ball. Action Jackson behind the stumps. Takes it without incident, and at the end of 3, it's 20 for 1. Yes, I suppose, you know, ICC making equivalent prize money, that's good. I mean, some people might say, okay, well, what do the events make? But I think also, you look at the men's, the way the game is at the moment, they tend to make more in sponsorships and all kind of other external sources of revenue in the franchise tournaments around the world. For countries, though, it encourages them to put more resources into women's cricket proportionally. I think that's a good thing. I think it's certainly made great strides in recent years. Wayne said he's got a bit of a police incident outside his window at the moment. Wayne will let us know what's going on. All right. Well, Wayne, what's the time over there? Probably pretty late at night on a Thursday night. He's kicking off. Anyway, here's Rahmatullah Mangal. He runs in, but he doesn't get it quite right. He has been nursing a bit of a groin strain. It kind of goes with the territory of being a fast bowler, I think. That, you know, the connection of your legs to your body takes a hammering, to be honest. So it's natural to have some discomfort there. Anyway, see how he looks today. Not too bad first up. It's actually a great view to watch. You don't often see a lot of cricket from behind the keeper, but you can really get a sense of kind of what the batter's perspective is, of what the ball's doing. And often, you know, see the ball from the other end, you say, oh, how did he miss that? How did he miss that? Or you can see it from slightly side on or from a diagonal, but this gives you a really good sense. Of course, as a wicket keeper, this is the angle I've seen most cricket from in my life. So, Taranjeet missed out on the first one. But he's not going to miss out on the second. He stands tall and he blasts. Maximo! And not even safe to run drinks at the moment. That one was huge, and he drives it on the up. You just don't see Rahmatullah Mangal hit that way very often. It's not a big kind of front foot movement, just a little press, But he's well balanced, isn't he? And again, it's the hands. The hands break just the right time. And yeah, well, pays to pay attention. One almost takes out the poor drink runner. Anyway, big Taranjeet 100 could be very, very different. Reach it. There was a noise here. I think for sure Taranjeet hits the ground. There are some cases where he hit the ground and hit the ball as well. Let's have a look. I don't think so. I think he just hits the ground, but sneaks inside the tram line. Big price on Taranjeet's wicket, hey. Goes on the pool this time, but doesn't really get up. Can see that Taran's pretty keen to make the most of this power play because he knows that that's the deal he's making with the devil here. So, you know, he thinks, well, when I need boundaries later, it's going to be tougher. So I'm going to get him now, even if it means I risk my wicket. I feel like that's the best chance for us to actually win this game. Thick edge flies away this time, but they've got the third man. It's good position. And he got 4 off 9. I mean, if he's not scoring freely, you just want to get out the way. But right now he's got last ball of the over, so he's probably just concentrating on making sure he doesn't get out to this one. Instead, he hits, but he finds the fielder. So dot ball to finish. Mangal goes for 7. It's actually not too bad considering that one of the balls disappeared into the archery range. Right now, the score, Romania 27 for 1. He said just trying to catch up on the chat. And the robot just throwing a few interesting comments in. And I'm glad I just tuned back into this. He liked the comment of regular opers, irregular ends. The robot saying there'll be some major news coming from the ECN for women's cricket in the months ahead. Watch this robot's space. Celeste impressed with the 356,000 subscribers. I'd like to get 360. Let me think of something for 360. It's got a good ring to it, doesn't it? 300,000 was around about a year ago in Italy, and we ended up doing the ice bucket challenge. And to be honest, time to let the cat out of the bag. It was amazing. It was so good. It was so refreshing. It was so hot that day in Rome. Rico and I loved it. All right, hits this and hits it well enough. We're not quite middle, but he will get 4. Or will he? Yeah, he'll get 4. Held up pretty dramatically at the end. Now towards the end of the bat, but again, power play, Taranjeet making the most of it. He's saying, look, I would rather just get this down to something reasonable in the middle overs when all of those outfielders go back. He's got 11 balls left in the power play. He's 22 off 11 at the moment. Short again, clonks it, but who cares? That's 4 more. And Watercool Surya trying it out. So, yeah, I mean, I think they bowl Ramatula Mangal in the 3rd because they've swung Watercool Surya back to his regular end. So I think that's what that's all about. I think they tried the other end. Didn't really like it, and so yeah, they're going back to normal.
Bowling, boy, bowling. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Good bowling.
Now goes leg side. There's more runs here. In fact, he's going to get 6 of the best. Maximo. All right. And Monocle 3 up. This is the kind of delivery that's bothered a lot of batters. That one probably a little bit too straight. So yeah, that'll take some finding. Yeah, so yeah, back to his regular end, but he's having a bit of a tough one at the moment. Yeah, so robot. I wonder what that use could be. Yeah, just Taranjit took the firewood out of the back. Yeah, Chris, we were just talking about the ICC and the equal pay. And what a great development that was. Must have just missed us talking about that. Wayne said that one where there was an appeal, a bit lucky not to be called a wide. A little bit easier on the bowlers today. This is going to be 4 more. Yeah, so here we go. Taran trying to make some inroads in this power play. And you can see he's 36 off 15 now. Wonderful Surya. He must be pretty fresh. They've had the whole day off. The robot, very prophetic, saying the secret to great cricket watching is simply an even contest between bat and ball. At any level, it's awesome because the next ball means anything can happen. That's true right here. Next ball's going to be a wide, though. Action Jackson does well to stop it down the leg side. Yeah, Celeste saying she'd love to see smaller nations growing both in men's and women's cricket. Hey, so listen, I've got an idea, guys. If they're doing equal pay for men and women, how about equal pay to every ICC country? How about that? Equal pay to every national team. This is the end of the over, and in fact, that's gone all the way, going by the reaction. Maximo. And so Taranjit goes bang. Last ball in the over. Let's get a better look at it. I'm going to call it Surya. I mean, this is pretty wide, but it's just a back foot caress up and over. And again, shortish boundary there. Maximo to finish. And the over is over. It's 52 for 1. 50 coming up, and I talked about kind of 60-odd power play is where they'd want to be. They're in a good position. Now Natagotla just needs to get out of the way. Get a 1 and give Taranjit these final few balls of the power play. So 52. You can see Romania ahead, but can they stay there? I've got to say the French attack. Now remember, I suppose, I say they're fresh because they've had the day off, but let's not forget that this is now their 6th match of the week in pretty impressive heat. Yeah, so come on, equal pay for every ICC national side. Give him some of those resources. Natagotla pushes and does get his single here. Wayne said he got a bit of pushback for calling that one wide. Roshan is comparing Taranjit to James Vince. Oh, he's got some similarities, I guess. Here he is. And sticking with Ramatullah Mangal. Now hang in the air. This could be gone. It is. And so Taranjit makes hay in the power play, but he's not going to stay. And Ramatullah Mangal gets the big wicket. He drew him wide. There was a fielder there. It is a short boundary, but it's a thick outside edge. It flew away. It's a pretty good catch. Fielder was into the sun there. Romania have made a good start, but they've lost a key weapon there. Taranjit goes for 42 and Romania 53 for 2. He knew straight away he was in trouble. And have a look at the shadow. That shows you that it's an awkward time to field in that position, but I guess so you show him Watercool Surya. He's having a very good series. And who can forget, it was just 3 days ago, feels like longer, but 3 days ago, he took that incredible catch along off to win the game against Malta. It was the first match of the series. So, yeah, Taranjit had a good time, but unfortunately not a long time as far as he's concerned. And now it's back over to Nadagotla and Saini, who are going to have to try and build a partnership again. We saw that happen before, but they just struggled to go at the kind of acceptable rate. A long period without a boundary. Let's see if it's a different story this time around. We'll also have a bit more pace to work with, I suppose, consistently. Knowing this French attack, they might also have to deal with Dawid Ahmadzai, to be honest. Very impressive wrist spinner. Got a good look at him when they played in Milan earlier this year, but still not an easy bowler to face. Also Zain Ahmed, left arm spinner. Probably see him at some point as well in the next few overs. Well, that's a pretty good start. And just doesn't get it well enough to get a boundary. Watercool Surya does the fielding. And how about that? I'll tell you what, you want to talk about why you won't want to wear a helmet when you're keeping, even if you're keeping back, because this ball hits the edge of the pitch and that could have gone anywhere. It could have been lights out action. That's what I'm scared of, especially when an artificial pitch is slightly raised. And Nadagotla tries to move it along. Oh, actually gets past the fielder who was trying to turn into a catch, but also if he picked up clean, he might have had a chance to run out. Nadagotla, to be fair, he did go with the hit. Gets away with it. So yeah, mini targets. Kind of 19 per 2 overs. 57 off 6 to be up with that rate. Should be there. Yeah, nice cut, but picks out the fielder. So yeah, going at the rate, but can they stay at the rate? And to be honest, this is the time in Romania's first game against Switzerland where they didn't lose wickets, but they just found it hard to penetrate the defensive field. That long run of around about 6-7 overs without a boundary. If they don't get boundaries at least, and we need to be looking to turn ones into twos. Not easy though against a French fielding side. It's pretty polished. Yeah, well, probably just as well they didn't go. To be honest, I thought there's probably a run there. Nadagotla had no idea where it went, and neither did Vasu. So in the end, they retreat to their original ends. And like I said, probably just as well. Just in. Well, takes us to the end of the over. That is the end of the power play. They lose Taranjit and they lose Satheesan in the first 6 overs, 55 for 2. Well, tomorrow is going to be the finals day in Hungary. Now, I'd love to give you more information, but it looks like we could have a 4-way tie over there. And I'm keeping my eye pretty keenly on the table. But my guess is, assuming Cobra CC win, and they'd be big favourites in that game, that they'll probably finish third. It'll be Royal Tigers versus Cobras, 2 versus 3, and then Budapest Blinders versus UCB, United Chalad, in the 1 versus 4. Winners play in the final later in the day. Teams that don't win play off for bronze. But yeah, it's pretty clustered up the top. It'll be the first time we've seen 4 teams with an identical win-loss record. Dawid Ahmadzai, as advertised, he's going to come on as soon as the power play is over number 7. He's a handful. Over the wrist spin. Comes back. This one be missing leg stump. See if we've got a live score for match 55. Cobras have made 129. The Vikings. 8 in the third over. So if the Vikings could chase that down, they could probably, well, they will keep the Cobras in fourth, and then it'll be Blinders Cobras instead of Blinders UCB. So UCB will be watching that result pretty closely as well, I'm sure. I don't work out how to play though with Ahmed Zai, Mr. Universe. With difficulty, it's probably my first answer, but I think, you know, most of the time you're not really playing for any spin unless you really see the ball rotating. He does do a little bit, but it's just a little bit either leg spin or googly. Might have been the quick googly. That was clean hands. Tell you what though, this guy, you just gotta love him. Like, he'd be a great action figure, wouldn't he? I mean, he's just full of energy, full of positivity. All right, tries to take it on. He might get lucky, but he might not. McKeon comes in and he takes the catch. Holds it really well. So Vasu Saini takes on Dawud Ahmedzai, tries to take him down over the longest boundary, gets it off the outside half of the bat. McKeon, I mean, he made that his. I mean, that could have easily fallen into space, but there was no indecision. It had to be the outfielder's ball. He took it two hands, protects the ball well. And so Vasu is unable to produce. But again, it's well bowled. It was a well-pitched delivery. Romania lose the third wicket. It's 56 for 3. And Naseed was enjoying watching Taranjit, but unfortunately, I won't be watching him anymore today. Yeah. Got to hand it to Ahmedzai. He doesn't always have everything his own way, but he's something different, isn't he? And if the paces aren't as effective, or even if they are, you've got a whole different approach when Ahmedzai comes on. Anyway, not an easy bowler to start your innings with against it either. But Sivakumar Periawa coming out at 5. Oh, he's given him. I don't know about that one. Yeah, he's very quick to make the decision. I've got to say, I thought this was missing leg. I'll have a look at it on the replay. It's the wrong one. So have a look. Comes in. Oh. Has it hit him? Climbing as well. I mean, I'll give it umpire's call. I just think I could see middle stump. I suppose the other thing is here, you know, makes his decision really quickly. I think overspin, it bounces a lot more. The umpire says, yeah, I'm happy. That's gone. So I'm not saying it's definitely missing, but I had my doubts live. Give us your thoughts in the chat. Umpire, though, I mean, he's in the better position. And Sivakumar Periawa is going to have to go for a golden duck. Yeah, he's any bat in it. It's above the roll. It's a little press. I mean, yeah, maybe. Probably not going over. But he's got a decent. The other thing is he gets a decent stride, which means that, okay, with that break, it's got further to go. So actually, after seeing that angle, I've got that one missing just. But, I mean, it's a line ball call and it goes against Sivakumar Periawa. There's a fair distance to go between that ball hitting the pad and going past the stumps. Got to say, though, the alarm bell for me, he made his decision really quickly. So we're kind of thinking about these things for 2 minutes and getting multiple angles. So, yeah, I get that. But he made up his decision super quickly that it was out, and definitely wasn't plump. You know, had to just kind of count to 3, have a think about it. If he still thinks it's out, it's fair enough. Right now, though, Romania lost 4, 56 for 4 after 7. And it's pretty tough, even umpiring against a guy like Ahmadzai, because you have to kind of work out what the ball's doing. And some are going away from the right-hander, some are coming back, some are kind of shooting straight on. That was definitely the one that was breaking left to right. And it did. You know, it did turn a fair bit. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with the umpire making the decision. For me, it's how quickly he made up his mind. It certainly needed a bit more thinking time. And like I said, if he's happy with it, I'm not saying it's definitely missing either, by the way. I'm just saying I think there's enough doubt there to probably give it not out. Anyway, it's part of the game, isn't it? Zain Ahmed, some left arm spin now from the city end to Nadigotla. And Zain is out of the side while they preferred the off spinner, Javakel. That's pretty hilarious because they've thrown the ball to Ahmadzai, who has not seen it, and now he's had to run to the umpire to get his sunglasses. So he ignored the ball and he ran straight to the umpire saying, hey, remember from last time we gave you the sunglasses? Thanks to the LBW, but what I really want, the sunglasses. Now I can see again. Anyway. Zain Ahmed gets it down the ground, but just be a single. Yeah, so well, I have to say the umpire's been pretty good during this week as well. Under pressure, pretty tough conditions out there as well. A little dab. It's Abdul Shakur getting a bat. Oh, and we got a bit of a human speed hump. Action Jackson's always in the action, and he takes out Nadigotla. He's having a bit of a rough day. He's already hit himself in the foot. He gets a pat on the back from his fellow keeper. Wait, first it was Nadigotla that patted him in the backside with his bat, but you can see he's in. Jackson ends up with the bat. It doesn't belong to him. Oh. Would almost bounce onto the stumps, but to be honest, I think Shakur wasn't going anywhere. Because it bounces off the bowler. Once it touches the fielder, it hits the stumps, then you can be in trouble. Oh, I reckon that would have been out, you know. Shakur, though, he's another guy that takes immense pride in playing for Romania. He's a veteran now. And, he's often trying to kind of stay on the sideline saying, okay, you know, here if you need me, but, you know, maybe give some opportunity to some other guys. But, you know, for one reason or another, when they need him, he's always giving 100%. He does a good job. Even the T10, even though he wouldn't call himself a T10 player, but we've seen him, you know, a fair bit, kind of stepping up to the plate for Romania when the top order hasn't really fired. So he gets an opportunity here. And they're in a bit of a mess at the moment after those 4 wickets in the first 8 overs. 60 for 4. Raj Kumar still to come. Vashish, decent batter. Kohli, I mentioned he has been opening the batting in ECS cricket for the Gladiators, and I call Kohli an all-rounder. Maybe this level he's like a 7. I think he's decent. A couple of spots too low. Anyway, back to the action. Here's Dawud Ahmadzai. First one just knocked out. This is the first ball he missed. It's Ahmadzai. He's pretty keen to get into it. Not 100% convincing, but yeah, Ahmadzai, what I failed to mention in all the hubbub about the LBW is that he delivered a double wicket maiden in his first over. So that's the first run off the bat against Mr. Universe. Looks like a wrong and out of the hand. Ramtula Mangal, he's moving pretty freely down there. Just be a single. prod, no run there. And it's one, it's more or less a top spinner there, I think. I'm going to hustle through for one here. I've got to say that's excellent backing up. Rahmatullah Mangal has run all the way from long on to back that up. You didn't see it on the screen, but he spotted that Ahmadzai probably wasn't going to field this throw, and he's run. You can see him in the background here, look. He says, you know what? I'm attacking that. I had Galami as back up, but Galami never really hustled in, didn't read the play as quickly. Oh, in the air, chance, and well, even though it's a proper ice cream cone job, almost pops out, but Rahmatullah Mangal, well, there's a little bit of serendipity about that dismissal because he prevented the extra run, and that meant that Natagotla was on strike, and then the very next ball, the universe repays him, and he's having a bit of a laugh because you can tell from this angle, but it almost pops out of his hands. Look, he's showing a lot of the ball, but it didn't pop out, and so Romania having a bit of a tough time now after 9 overs. It's 63 for 5. And Ahmadzai, he's got 3 for 3 off 2 overs. And the scary thing is he's still got 2 more. Tenth over coming up, and yeah, probably Zain Ahmed. So it's the twin spin attack, and at some point, do you kind of just take your medicine and say, look, we're not going to win this. There's 11 overs to go, but the rate's already up towards 2 a ball, which I think in these conditions is really tough, especially against the bowlers you got. Are you just trying to essentially get the most you can rather than kind of throw wickets away chasing an impossible target or highly improbable target? Try and bat a bit like you're batting first and save your net run rate, which could be the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. And if you ask Romania last year, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the reason they made the final last year was because of their net run rate. And that's the reason they got a chance, because only the top 2 made the final. Yeah, it was their net run rate, and it wasn't much in it. It was like plus 1.5 to plus 1.2. Kept Czech Republic out of the final, and Romania ended up winning it. So they'll be acutely aware of the importance of that. Raj Kumar comes out at number 7. Ooh, popped up almost. Zain Ahmed. He'll be enjoying being out there. I mean, they seem to play one or the other. Zain Ahmed or Ibrahim Jabakel. Jabakel's a right arm off spinner, and then Zain Ahmed is a left arm finger spinner. So I think with a lot of right-handers in this lineup, you see the ball spinning away from Ahmed. In the air, and this could be another one. It will be. So running away with it at the moment, and that's Rahula Mangal down there. He's caught well. So both the Mangals get a catch, and Romania sink further. You can understand them trying to move it along. Needed to get that a bit straighter, dragged it a little bit to the left, and so Raj Kumar stays brief. And Romania, 64 for 6. Well bowled by Zain Ahmed. He'll certainly enjoy the wicket. He'll enjoy being in the side. I suppose he understands it's kind of situational. I mean, against a team like, like a Luxembourg or a Switzerland, for example, when they're kind of stacked with a lot more left-handers, you might see Jabakel preferred. It's not because they think one or the other is a better bowler. I think it's more to do with matchups. It's a very baseball-style mentality of picking players based on matchups against a certain opposition. I wonder if there's a way they could play all 3 spinners. Have to drop a bat. The batting's always a bit of a concern, so you can move a slot, but not sure how you juggle that. Can't have everything, I suppose, in life. Yeah, but if they had an injury or something like that to a bat, then maybe you could shuffle Amjad up, and variety is so important in the attack. So the idea of having a mystery leg spinner as well as a right arm offie and a left arm orthodox would be pretty good. Tossed up. Oh, has he got the wicket? He has. Wow, Vashish has just tapped one back here. And so, well, I thought for a second it might be a bump ball. We're behind the action here, but let's check it out on the replay. They're falling fast now. No, that's definitely not a bump ball. That's just bounced, hit the bottom of the bat. Nice catch. Yeah, it wraps the hands around it. So nicely taken. It almost pops out, but you know for sure that ball never hits the ground until he spikes it into the ground. And here's Zain Ahmed. I mean, it can't be easy, even though I'm sure he understands why he's not always in the 11. But when you sit on the bench, you're always extra happy to come out and do well. And right now, it's the end of the 10th over, and really, this innings is a mess, isn't it? 64 for 7 after 10. It was a very different game with Taranjit there, and the flame was very much alive. But now staring down the barrel of maybe 100+ loss. We'll have to see. But these two pretty close together in the rankings. France are 47 and Romania are 50. Shakur left holding the baby. Ahmedzai. Oh, I think this hit the pad. So that's why it's not a wide. Pretty good take by Action Jackson down the leg side. Yeah, it did take the pad. To be honest, I don't know if the ball hit the stumps or if it was the gloves. Oh no, the ball hit the stumps. Oh, that was close. That's a super interesting one because the ball bounced off into the stumps. Let's have a look. Because look, when it hits the stumps, he's almost out. Oh, don't move. Poof, just in. Sometimes it's good to be lucky. And Jackson, actually, to be honest, he made his own luck because he made good position down the leg side. And even though there was a deflection, took it away from his hands. So Takua, next man in line, comes out at number 9. Left-hander. No, that's a pretty good shot. Only get one for it. That's the frustrating thing about sometimes these big grounds. You feel like you hit it pretty well, but you can really protect the boundaries pretty well. Just still waiting to get this field right. So what do you do now? I mean, to be honest, if you're going to be strategic, you're just trying to bat the overs. Most of the blue crew that have been here since 7:30 this morning probably. I was hoping they'd go down in a blaze of glory. We can maybe still get the pool before it closes. But yeah, I suppose you've got to try and look after your net run rate. And the thing with your batting innings, see, if you get bowled out before your 20 overs, you still have to, or basically net run rate assumes you face your full allocation. Cool, lets this one go. End of the 11th over. Ahmedzai, a wicketless over. It's a first for him this game. 11 down, score 67 for 7. So it was kind of always on the cards, wasn't it? Taranjit up and going. It's a Thiessen getting out. It's going to annoy them. Always does. Romania, you know, they worked really hard in their cricket. One thing I think they're very focused on, there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs this season, but, you know, just to kind of maintain that solidarity, concentrating on the process, not really the outcome. And that's quite important. So Zain Ahmed, again, he'll be hoping he gets his whole 4. I don't see why he wouldn't here, to be honest, at the moment. Spinners spinning a web through the middle of this innings. No full toss. Pretty good from Shakur. Should get 2 here. They will fairly easily. Zain Ahmed, 2 for 5 off 2, so that's 5 wickets to the Spin Twins this game. I suppose in a way they're opposites, but they're still twins. Knocked away. And no run here. A bit of length, but can't get it through the infield, but because they take off straight away, they'll get through for a single. Having to work so hard for all their runs at the moment, to be honest. Nice bit of work as well. Guess who? That's Mr. Universe. Jumping over there. 70 for 7. Sid thinks this match is done and dusted. I think results-wise, you're right. The question is, how long can Romania stick around? Edged away, slightly mishandled, but no real issues there. Galami, the beast. And that is another run, but like I said, having to work pretty hard. Cracked away, just another single. Kalami, he's a player we've seen play a fair bit. He's also played ECS cricket in Sweden. Zain Ahmed, nice ball of his over here. Nice bit of work. Jackson. Pretty quick to whip off the bails, but he's on the back foot, so I don't think there was any realistic chance of a stumping. That'll be the end of the over at 72 for 7. No lift. Jackson looks, but I think he knows the answer before he asks. So kind of a relaxing kind of time of day now. It's cooled down a little bit. A few shadows creeping onto the ground, and you see that on the left of screen. There's no shadows before. It was scorching out there. I'm sure we'll get more of the same tomorrow. All right, so Darwin Ahmedzai gets his 4th over. He's been brilliant, hasn't he? The thing is, even when he had a bit of an off over yesterday, you know, they had other options they could bring on. I just think they've got such a well-balanced attack, France. Just a single here. No single, pardon me. Takua. He looks like he's digging in for the long haul. Trying to bring some respectability. No, maybe not. Goes after this one. Again, doesn't get too much, but Wanakula does the fielding. Ahmedzai hunting a 4th wicket. He'll work around the corner. Nice, this should be 2. Shakur. jogs back, does it easily. Play just winding down slowly. Right now. Oh, chopped down. A bit lucky to get away with this. But does get away with it. Ahmed Zai, last chance to take a wicket here. And this will be the end of the over. Ahmed Zai doesn't get a wicket in his last couple of overs, but still does a very, very good job. And well, it's a slot machine, 77 for 7, with 7 overs remaining. Okay, so Shakur blocks out the first throw from Ahmed. Last over spin we might see in a while. So this one sneaks through. Yeah, they've put the shots away now, haven't they? Trying to eke out what they can. Maybe 6 overs remaining. Maybe, you know, you get 3 and over. Just take what you can get. Maybe get up around the 100 mark. It's tough to watch though at the moment. Game that promised so much really, and it was up and going, but then life taken out of it. Cool. Let's go at this. Not far away, just a little bit behind the line. So Ahmed does a very good job. His 2 spin twins did a fantastic job there together, didn't they? They combined for 8 overs after this ball. At the moment they're on track for 8 overs, 5 for 22. Let's see if there's no score off this ball. Might get something off at the core. He saw him coming, so he shot it out there, hoping he could get him stumped. Goes out the stumps, kind of. And Takur will get a single into the over and Romania. 80 for 7. A few people noticing the 77 for 7, so they get 3 off that over. But yeah, Romania. So I suppose, you know, first day, France. To me, it's all about that partnership, really. Kanisane, despite the heroics of the spin bowlers there, for me, he's got to be the player of the match for his innings. And consider his top score in quite a few T20Is before. That was 15. came out and whacked 89 not out. Unselfish as well. I mean, could have tried to hog the strike last over, he didn't. He's searching for every single run for his team. If he had his time over now, if he knew that Romania were going to fold like this, then he probably would have gone at the 100. But yeah, I think he really enjoyed that partnership with Usman Khan. A lot of our viewers enjoyed it, particularly those watching in France. So, now here's someone we haven't seen bowling yet. I thought we might see it at some stage, but it's going to be Gustav McKeon. Rocks out a few mediums, I think. He's played a fair bit of indoor cricket in WA. And in indoor cricket, you have to do everything. So you have to be able to bowl, bat, be a really good fielder. Even the keeper has to bowl. So, yeah, Gus, see what he's got in the pocket here. You'll love the opportunity of getting a wicket, I'll tell you that much. Does have 4 T20 international wickets. Basically has 4 for 65 off 10 overs. There his career figures in 10 matches. Here he is. It's all right. Comes in right on target. It's probably a good opportunity for France to just try out a couple of guys. I mean, not essentially that they need any more options. And someone like Gus McKeon, you don't really want to add to his workload when you've got 6, 7 genuine bowlers, but I think he'll enjoy the opportunity to have an over or two here. Got 3 of those 4 wickets in the one game. 3 for 27, his best figures. And gets this past the left-hander to Thakur. 3 for 27, picked it up against Norway. Norway, a pretty good side, was in Finland in the World Cup qualifiers last year. Picked his other wicket up against Estonia. Haven't seen him bowling this week at all. Probably picked a smart time of the day to bowl as well, to be honest. It's cooled down a fair bit. Clonks into the pad. And Action Jackson, you know he's going to throw this. Didn't really have his heart in it, to be honest, and scramble through for a leg bite. McCann pushes him back. It's good pace about him, doesn't he? Bends his back a bit. Looks a bit more than a part-timer, doesn't he, Gus McCann? He's a strong guy, 19 years of age. Yeah, it's a good lift here as well, Shakur. What if I told you that he's facing a guy half his age? Because I'm pretty sure that he is. But anyway, saying, how did I end up here? That'll be the end of the over. And guess what? He's rocked out a maiden, if you don't mind. 15 overs down, it's 81 for 7. So McKeon sneaks through a maiden, and well, we've had some pretty exciting finishes this week. This is probably one that is more on the other way. say it was a fake maiden because there was a leg by in there. That doesn't go against the bowler. So, all right, Rahul Mangal is going to get a bowl here. He's also smart. He can kind of give you seamers a bit of a break. And, well, this is up. It's in the air. It should be an easy catch, and it is. So, Thakua is going to go, and the brothers combine. It's Ramatullah Mangal that takes the catch. And Rahula. First time this tournament, he's broken through first ball. Thakua, he did his best to try and, I suppose, advance the score. It wasn't easy. They were kind of running on the spot, weren't they, a little bit? Got to go inside out, get off up in the circle. And yeah, took it fairly easily. And unfortunately, Romania lose an 8th wicket. That partnership took some time. So just a couple of batters still to go. We'll get to see. I'm sure it'll be Kohli they send out now. Yeah. Yeah, Kohli comes out at number 10. He's better than your average number 10. Romania on their last legs, really. Probably a bit too wide from Rahula. Gets a bit of away movement there. Action Jackson behind the stumps. Been pretty tidy back there as well. Easy. Get some of these guys. A lot of them actually move the ball a lot after the ball goes past the stumps. So he's handled the spinners pretty well. Kohli gets a piece, gets a run. First run of the series for Manmeet. Saw Manmeet in the ECL as well. It was a wild card. All right, Shakur, 16 off 27. He's kind of dug his heels in here. See that run rate crept out of control, but you know, like I said, it is serious. The net run rate issue, it's actually what got Romania into the final last year with a 3-2 record, but they ultimately won the trophy. So Shakur misses out on this one. It's looking unlikely they'd bat out the overs. Now they might. Yeah, so just noticed that the Cobras take the win there in match 55 in Hungary comfortably. End up in 3rd place. Royal Tigers Cobras first semi-final tomorrow in Budapest Blinders versus UCB. So breaking news. That means we're back to having everyone's attention, but I tell you what, this might be a good time to go take a walk, especially if you're a Romanian supporter. Oh, probably wide. Just too short over the head. Comfortably. Shakur just had his 40th birthday. So he's facing McKeon, who is 19. But hey, age is but a number. Push and run. This isn't really on. If he hits, he's gone. Misses. So Shakur's the golden goose at the moment. Ahmedzai, they're saying, hey, threw at the stumps, but I missed him. And everyone's like, I know. Here we go. I mean, he's not in picture here, I don't think. Just. And there's a bit of a laugh saying, hey, well, you guys are meant to be good fielders. Well, now Shakur's going to give him another chance. And he frankly goads him to throw, and he doesn't. He might have had a slight fumble in his hands. Anyway, everyone's pretty chilled out at the moment. This game is a foregone conclusion. Let's end the over. So, just quickly looking at the Hungary action. They've completed match 55 there, so we can tell you now what the semi-finals look like tomorrow. Raw Tigers taking on Cobras in the 2 versus 3 semi-final. Budapest Flyers finished top and UCB fourth. Now, the interesting thing about all of those teams, they all had the same record, 8 wins, 2 losses. All had that record. So, yeah, can't remember that happening before. So that'll get underway, 7:15 a.m. GMT, 9:15 I should say, in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. Rico Full and Charlie Hunt will take you through final state. Not a bad shot there from Shakur. Should get a couple here. Finally, Gus goes for some runs. Kind of got a battle of the generations now. I know it's a bit fuzzy, but I think Abdul Shakur goes down as Generation Y. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that Gus is a millennial. Is that how it works? It goes X, Y, Z, and then isn't it millennials? And isn't there another one? Is there one in between I've missed? Oh, now it's huge wide. Got the bouncer. Shakur saying, hey, respect your elders. Luckily, no one was in danger of getting hurt with this delivery. Yeah, someone tell me. Now, we're really getting into random questions now. Okay. No, I did miss one. X, Y, Z and millennials. All right. Here we go. A little slow ball there from McKeon. Gets it just right. Pretty good backup bowling option to have, isn't he? Okay, so Generation X, 1965 to 1980. And then I'm pretty sure Generation Y is kind of the one after that. And then it says millennials are born 81 to 96. Really? Okay, I'm lost now. But Generation Z. So Generation Z are after millennials. Okay, because the millennials were like some sort of age when the millennium happened. All right, someone please explain. Completely lost. I know that these things aren't official. I need more information. I mean, I know the baby boomers, they were born just after World War II. I know that much. Again, caught this on the fingernail, to be honest. All right, so the strange thing is, I see Gen X and I see Gen Z, but now Gen Y are getting called millennials. Okay, so I didn't know that they were the same thing. Okay, so Abdul Shakur is a millennial because he's born in 1984. I don't know what's going on. In fact, I'm just going to close this. It's been too long a day for me to try and work this one out. Anyway, this is nicked but into the ground from Coley. Celeste has got a question about the Hungarian ECS. Where are those teams from? They're all based in Budapest, those 3 teams. So, yeah, we're all Tigers based in Budapest. Budapest Blinders as well. I suppose there are some other sides from just outside at Dunabugdani, for example. But yeah, it's pretty concentrated there. That's a good shot. Cole will just get one there. So into the 17th over, looks like we're going the journey here. And after 17, it's 92 for 8. So tomorrow, if you want to know what's happening in the internationals, 3 more matches here in the Valletta Cup. Starting with Luxembourg versus Switzerland. Well, on paper, you'd assume Switzerland would be favourites in that one, but they're going to have to back up against France tomorrow night. France have somehow snuck in to be the evening specialists. I suppose they deserve it after a pretty heavy schedule so far. Malta-Romania, though, match 6 in the middle. It should be a pretty good contest. In fact, it's a rematch of last year's final. So join us 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India for day 3 of the Valletta Cup. Don't forget, more cricket from the Netherlands as well as Hungary. Kohli. Last one was a pretty decent shot for a number 10 that he just cracked. So if you're born in 1984, I always thought you were Generation Y. But in all my research just then, I didn't see a Generation Y. Oh, well, this could be trouble. Oh, well, doesn't carry. This man has a bit of a laugh. He hasn't had a bowl in this game. Probably, he's had a long day. He's made a big score. But apparently, having a rest extends to taking catches. As that bounces about a metre in front of him and he doesn't get off his feet. Oh, Shakur goes bang, what a shot. Wow, Maximo. As this inning springs to life. Bringing it back from the dead. I mean, it's pace on. The footwork doesn't exist, but the bat speed does, and Shakur smashes it over extra cover for 6. Good batting. Try something similar again. This time he gets fresh air. Oh. What? Yeah, it's called wide. It's a bit too short. You've got to judge exactly how short you need it to be. We've seen the bowlers sometimes just going a little bit too short and going miles over the head. That's one of those times. Have to play it jumping. Surely this time it's all over, and Ahmedzai finishes it off. So Rahul Mangal takes another wicket. Shakur, batted pretty well, to be honest. Goes 6 and out effectively towards the end. Tries to go inside out, and it'll be the 9th wicket to fall. 100 for 9. So it does nurse his team to 100. But yeah, I mean, backs away a bit. Bowler follows him. Ahmedzai does the rest. Celeste saying she wishes it was easy to watch South African provincial cricket as it is to watch this. But, tell you what, one day the ECN might make it to South Africa. I think the ECN one day, it's just growing so quickly, it's going to go around the world. I think it has to. All right, last man in. Hingorani gets a bat for the first time in international cricket, so everyone else might be over it, but it'll be an exciting moment for him as he gets his first run. Nice looking shot off Rahul Mangal. Yeah, so thanks, Celeste, telling us also that Gen Y and millennials are the same. Okay, I always thought millennials would have been younger. I always thought it was people that are born around the millennium. Doesn't that make more sense? We already had a name for Gen Y. Why are we renaming them? So we're still using X and Z, but we're not using Y. Oh, that's very clever by Ahmed Zai. By diving, he doesn't have to chase it. And to be honest, they might get 3 here. They won't. Kohli gets spooked by the fact that the fielder almost goading him into taking a 3rd. Into the over. Romania now 103 for 9. Tells the story, doesn't it? And one story was how well France turned it on at the end. Really smashed them late in the piece. And Romania, well, they don't lose by 100 like we thought they might. Kind of clawed it back a bit, but it's been tough to watch. Grinding out the day, really. So now, just 2 overs to go. Gus is going to get a 3rd. Why not? So yeah, it's a really good opportunity for France to kind of hold back some of their bowlers. Ramatullah Mangal, we know he's kind of nursing that groin strain. He's only bowled the 2 overs, 1 for 10. Amjad's just bowled the 2, Monaco 3 has just bowled the 2. Keane's going to bowl this one for Rahul. Suma's going to bowl the last. So here we go. It all happens in the 19th. And by all happens, it might all be over. And it is all over. Hingorani gets castled. And McKeon, his first wicket of the series. That's a good ball. And he pitches up. Knocks the off stick, and Romania bowled out for 103. And so, yeah, France pretty clinical there. Romania made a bright start in the chase, didn't they? But yeah, ultimately, just not really able to sustain it. We know how important their openers are, and we called it in the first innings, didn't we? I mean, there were kind of contingency plans, but if the openers don't fire and you lose both openers in the power play, you just can't see Romania chasing that many down. So France, well, it was kind of work as usual. They do have the advantage, I suppose, already hadn't played for 3 days on this pitch. But also they've got the slight fatigue factor, I'm sure, that's crept in. But this is what's coming up tomorrow. We start again 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's noon in India. Join us for day 3 of this Valletta Cup. Don't forget more cricket as well from the Netherlands. Thailand in the afternoon tomorrow. That's the 5th match of a 6-match series. And also, it's finals day in Hungary. Right, roll the videotape and let's have a look at the last innings of the day. And yeah, it is Romania that struggled. Although they did have a good start, and yeah, Taran looked on. Ramesh as well, I mean, had a bit of a start, was able to get the boundary away early. Amjad, you know, he's a good player. So's Satheesan, but he just got the timing wrong on that one. Hold out, fairly simple catch. Taranjit Singh though, he got the bit between the teeth, didn't he? And he was off, but he knew, look, if we're going to chase this down, we need to have a good power play. So I'm going to play my shots. I could consolidate, I could preserve my wicket, but I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to give us a chance. And I tell you what, he timed the ball pretty well, particularly over point. I mean, have a look at that one. He got every single piece of that in the archery range. And we thought, well, a big ton from Taranjit, maybe Romania can pull this off. But he was always facing an uphill battle, wasn't he? Wanakula Surya came on, got a bit of treatment, to be honest. Didn't get that normal lift. Maybe a sign that he's played every game so far, Wanakula Surya. Maybe it's time to start thinking about some rotations, someone like that. But he's such an important fielder as well, isn't he? So, you know, you see him popping up there. Ahmed Zai, though, and Zain Ahmed came on, and they really basically ground things to a halt. They took 5 wickets between them. That was a nice catch by McKeon. And yeah, France really then knew that it was on the cards, wasn't it? With Saini going, with Adegotla going. Yeah, just a lot of wickets falling very quickly. Raj Kumar and Wen trying to move things along. Can't blame him too much, to be honest. And then, see, Ashish Wen, thought maybe that popped out, but it looked pretty clean to me. And then really, even though that was a really interesting rebound, stumping potential, it was tough viewing after that really with Romania. Potentially just trying to bat out time and scramble, which they did to an extent. You know, they did get to 100 thanks to Shakur and Pakua. Got to say, that was a highlight late in the piece. A shot from nothing from Abdul, but then he went soon after. A simple catch taken in the circle by Dawood Ahmedzai. Hingorani was able to get his first run, but he couldn't get much more because McKeon was a bit of a surprise option, but I think a smart option from Mohammad Amjad, just keeping him available. And we'll see him bowling too much, but he certainly showed he's a bit more than a part-timer, to be honest, Gus. He's got those skills that he's developed in that very strong grade competition in Australia and put them on show there, even though we haven't seen him bowling so far. Did a pretty good job. Started with a maiden as well. 42 for Taranjit Singh off just 17 balls, put them in the frame, but really, apart from that, not too much to write home about. Shakur, he laboured, didn't he? But he was able to score 27, try and drag them to something that they could hang their hat on. In the end, they do get the 100, but only just. 103 all out. Losing Satheesan for 4 early. Adegotla again. Couldn't really get going with the bat today. Wonder how his foot will pull up tomorrow. Kohli, 6 off 7. This guy could probably afford to bat a bit higher, I think. Hit him okay. 3 for 11, including a maiden. Dawood Ahmedzai steals the figures. I thought he bowled really well. McKeon also had a maiden in there, 1 for 7, his first wicket of the series. 2 wickets each for Zain Ahmed with his left arm spin. Rahul Mangal 2 at the death, as well as early wickets for Mohammad Amjad. Rahul Mangal as well with 1 for 10. Wanakula 3, a bit of an off game for him. I don't know if maybe it's time to give him a day off, but you got to think the heat must be telling on these guys a little bit. It's not just giving him a rest from bowling, but it kind of gives him a rest from being out there in the field for an hour and a half. So maybe something to think about. I want to say a big thank you to everyone around the world. Thank you so much for your company once again. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day here. We've gotten to see Romania and Switzerland for the first time. We've all been looking forward to that. Obviously, with Malta, Luxembourg and France appearing. Switzerland with a double-header tomorrow, so they're going to have to be fresh. They were impressive here in their first appearance, and we certainly hope we have your company then. In the meantime, don't forget, if you haven't already, please like this video and subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We're edging towards 360,000 subscribers. Big thank you to everyone out there that might have been tuning in for the first time. A very big, warm welcome. You can also check out our website, europeancricket.com, and us on social media at European Cricket. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, live from Malta. It's been a great day, a long day. Thanks for your company. There's more to come. Plenty more cricket on ECN tomorrow. Finals day in Hungary, as well as cricket in the Netherlands, and right here in Malta. I'll catch you for more cricket on the European Cricket Network, for more Valletta Cup. But for now, it's hasta mañana.